doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Live right now. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in? Huge news that I just saw. I haven't seen everything. I just woke up. Literally, I just saw that the OECD forecasted 4.2% inflation for the United States, which is not good. That's not good. That's really, really not looking good. That is an even higher projection than what we saw last week from the estimate from the Fed, which is really, really concerning for this country because 4.2% inflation is not good. That's across all items. Like, that would be the headline rate, which is nuts. That's, like, actually crazy. So what's up, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Sorry, I need to fix that. I just need to stop touching it, like, in total, completely in total. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's up, London? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Kimoni? How you doing? What's up, Matt? Parker, average long-term U.S. mortgage rate climbs to its highest level in more than 6 months also. Yeah, that's crazy. You would expect that in response to inflation going up. Especially if we don't know how long this is going to last. So that's definitely not trending in the right direction. That's really bad. You know, the one metric that Trump supporters tried to say was better is worse off now, if that's true. So it's like, at that point, they can't... God, I keep clicking it. I keep hitting it on accident. At that point, they can't mention literally any metric of the economy that's, like, actually got better off comparative to what it was in 2024. They can't give us a single example. Like, that's actually nuts. Not a single example would they be able to give us. I mean, already right now, most Trump supporters won't be able to give you an example. But, like, literally, I don't even know if there would be an example. Because, like, the one example they could try to give right now is inflation. But inflation is worse off than what it would have been otherwise still. But, like, it is better than what it was when Biden left office. But now they can't say that if this is true. This is well above the 3% when Biden left. 4.2% across all goods is definitely way higher than that. Did Dean go live yesterday? I think Dean did not go live yesterday. Apparently some fucking MAGA chud literally spit on him. It was really weird. Like, I've never had negative experiences in person by being, like, ever recognized by someone, but Dean apparently has, and I hope he's okay. That's, like, so insane. I made sure to message him, but I haven't got a response back or anything, so. Alrighty, let's get the debates going, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
All the shit is coming from you guys in the Middle East.
Do you
All
support
the
Trump?
times you're speaking about the Muslim, they are terrorists, who's supporting all this?
Okay, I'm just going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo,
Hey,
what's up, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
Here's my thing is I voted him when he was first president, and I thought he had a great presidency. I voted him the second time, and I'm just kind of waiting for it to get better. Because my thing is the first presidency, I think he made things everything a lot cheaper. I thought,
Wait, so hold
you
up.
know,
Can I just clarify real quick? If the election were held
yeah.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If I were to vote today, my whole thing is I'm not. I can't. I gotta think. The way it's going now, Trump doesn't seem like he's really doing anything good like he did the first time. I don't know. I might think about even someone else. Maybe not those two. You know, like for me, it doesn't have to be, um, Democrat versus Republican.
Okay, but like in the reality in which it's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, who would you prefer in that sort of situation?
I don't know enough about Kamala, so I get, and she was the vice president for Biden, right? So I want to say Trump. I just might not know enough, you know?
Okay, so
Just
then
because I
like
thought his first election was pretty, it went well. Like I was in college, but like, stuff was a little bit cheaper.
okay, so you said stuff was cheaper. You know that things are going to become more expensive and already are. According to the OECD, there's a forecasted 4.2% inflation for the United States following the Iran war, right? For a
Yeah,
year-over-year
see that
basis, which
that's
is
that's
well
that's what
above
pisses me
what
off.
Biden had when he left office.
Yeah, and that's upsetting because it's like when he was first president, he made shit cheaper. Like right now, gas is more expensive too. Like I don't know if
Yeah.
that's a presidential thing, correct?
Yeah, because he started a war with Iran, which has caused the Strait of Hormuz to be closed, which is 20% of oil distribution around the world. By the way, you have
Right.
a little
But
bit
I
of
thought
feedback, just
also
letting you know.
one doesn't one doesn't I thought like 20%, 25%, like one fourth of gas was from Venezuela and we captured their president, right? Don't we have him?
No, I think you're thinking of like oil reserves. I don't think one fourth of the oil supply distributed around the world is from Venezuela, especially for typical things that we use in our lives. But you have a little
No
bit of
shit.
feedback.
Do
Is
we
there a way you
still?
could? You have a little bit of feedback. Is there a way you could fix that real quick? I can kind of hear myself.
Okay, yeah, hold on. How do I do that? Because I'm talking like live on my phone, but I don't. I'm not. It
Oh
never
yeah,
normally has like replays.
you can swipe out of the app, swipe back in,
Will that
like
leave me
swipe
on
out.
the?
It won't disconnect you, and then swipe back in, and then
Okay.
you
How does it sound now? And then do something.
um. I still hear myself. Maybe turn down your volume.
All right. How are we looking
Uh,
now?
I think
Still
it's a
still
little bit
sound
better.
yourself? Okay. Well yeah, my whole thing that I'm saying is that I don't know enough. Like it's not like I'm not like, oh, mega Trump supporter or mega, I wasn't a really big fan of Biden because he left I don't know. There was multiple things. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not totally a Democrat or totally Republican. I just
Well,
don't know
what
enough
specific
about
things
Harris.
about Biden?
Like about Biden, well, I thought he was kind of like also mentally losing it, right? Like, wasn't he like, he would turn to shake hands and there would be no one there and he would like start shaking no one's hand?
Okay, so Donald Trump looked up at the eclipse with his bare eyes twice, literally while having protective glasses in his hand. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should literally nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He said that Tylenol usage during
Jesus.
pregnancy causes autism when there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that have overlooked it that indicated no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings.
Yeah, and he also did like, is it true? Like, I don't know,
Those are
like
just a few. I
the
have more to
actual.
mention, by the way. So
No, I
like,
know that's what I'm that's
I
what I'm about to
guarantee
ask. I'm saying like,
anything that
did
you
he rape
provide for Joe
someone?
Biden that's unintentional, I can provide something that's three times worse on behalf of Trump that was intentional on his behalf.
Was he like positively like chosen like they figured out like he is committed like rape, right?
He was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He was
Like
credibly accused.
legally, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, he was held liable.
Well, see, that's my thing. Like, I don't like. I wouldn't vote for him if I knew that shit. But I
Oh,
still
okay.
don't think I would have voted for Harris. Like, I feel like she
Okay.
just wouldn't
Given
be
that
a
you know,
great president.
think about it this way: given that you know it's either going to be Trump or Harris in the presidency, who would you prefer? Given that you know that now about Trump.
Um, I'd say Harris, but I really just don't know enough about her. That's the
Okay.
thing, you
Okay.
know?
Well,
Like,
I
like,
recommend.
has she done anything wrong or anything like that
Yes, of course. So there are
besides?
things I disagree with her on, but nothing that would compare specifically to what we see here with Donald Trump. And I would recommend watching my streams. I'll go over all the things that I think that are preferable on Democrats, but the point that I at least established from that basis is that you wouldn't have supported someone like Donald Trump. So at least going into the
Well,
next
not a
election cycle,
rapist. Was he like, did we ever find out if he was part of Epstein's thing?
I mean, he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and they tried to scrub the allegations, the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards Trump from the files. There was an NPR investigation over the fact that they did that, and they still haven't released the conclusions associated with those particular allegations.
Oh my God. And like it was also said that he even said it out loud and he didn't know that it was being recorded, that he was like, "Oh, I used to, like a football player or something. Like it's a guy's thing. I would touch girls' vagina like when they're
Yeah,
not."
yeah, he bragged about grabbing women about the vagina without asking. That's sexual assault.
See, that's fucked. Like that's the whole thing. Like that's
Yeah,
and
so like
it's just those things that if I would have known, I wouldn't vote for him. But like also I don't know enough about Harris, but you're saying like it's one or the other really. Like it's one guy, one of them wins. It's not like someone else really. Like it's
yeah,
there's not enough votes for someone else.
yeah,
Like I
that's
said,
how our
I don't
politics
know
work.
enough. I don't know enough about Harris, but I wouldn't vote Trump knowing he raped somebody. Like I wouldn't vote for someone who raped somebody. Like
Okay, that's
that's my
horrible.
bottom
Yeah.
line.
All right. Well,
But that's all I really got to say, I guess.
okay, well, I appreciate you coming up, Christian. Hopefully, you can. I mean, I'd recommend to listen to some of my next debates going into the next election cycle. I'll be
Yeah,
debating
I've
people
listened to
who
a couple. I
specifically
like
support the
the
Republican side. So I'll give you all the reasons why the Democratic candidate will probably be better than the Republican one.
no
But yeah,
for sure. I just wish that people were more like this sounds like braggy, but I wish people were more like me to be. It's like I'll you listen to both options instead of just like, oh, I'm full Republican. Like every Democrat sucks. Like you know what I mean? Like there's people like that.
yeah, I know. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. You like want a more unified country, but I would say look into the reasons. There's always going to be people on both sides that like you disagree with how they act personally or how they intellectually respond to things. That doesn't change whether or not the right or the left is more correct.
Right, and I like that. I like that policy pretty much. Just like it's one or the other, but it's not only one or the other. Like there can be difference. Like like I'm from the South. Like everyone here, not everyone, but most people here are Republican. So like I was a big. I think the best elected president since I've been alive was Barack Obama. To be honest, like not like no lie. So like I feel like a lot of people disagree with me in the South, but like I don't know.
All right. Well,
But it was
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
absolutely, yeah. Thanks for bringing me in, brother. You have a
All right,
great day.
alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here and continue on the debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Not wholeheartedly.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Neither. And then
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are
I
you?
really fucking dinner was so fucking insane. Like,
What? I'm confused. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30. Sorry, Parker. What was the name of the person you were talking at? I joined really late. What was their username?
I don't remember. Do you support Trump?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm confused what question they were asking. I'm sorry. I just literally am looking for a Trump supporter. I'm confused. Maybe I'll know looking back on this. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in that TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 65. What?
I
Were
clicked
you
the
rolling
wrong
your
button.
eyeballs for? Not why?
Jill.
Why'd you click the wrong button? You said you wanted a MAGA person.
It also says never debated me before, Jill. Did you know that? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, 21.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, my friend. 2022, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Okay. No, fuck no. Okay, but
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
oh yeah.
Oh, I think they got there as soon as I decided to go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20?
Do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, and I don't.
If the election were
I
held today,
support
Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
You'd vote for Trump? What's your birth year?
2000.
And you said you're 18?
No, 20, I said.
You're 20 and you were born in 2000?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a quick second. Alrighty. We don't really have many guest requests right now from Trump supporters. We are just looking for some debates, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The Taliban.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old
Hey,
are
how's it
you?
going? 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2003, July 15th.
And you said you're how old again?
22.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, probably one of the main reasons, like the whole abortion, thing.
Abortion? What about abortion?
Yeah, so obviously taking of the life of a fetus is kind of,
Have I talked to
insane.
you recently?
No. It's my first time. Yeah, I was surprised you even accept my request.
Okay. Alrighty. And then what's wrong with abortion?
Yeah, so quick question, what does fetus mean in Latin?
Oh, they're trolling. They did the Charlie Kirk meme. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker, so much, bro. You
Appreciate you, appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Cat, thank you so much for the lion. Give me some W's for Cat in the comment section right now. Holy shit, thank you. I got it. Chat, look at this. Another flag for integrity and authenticity. It does this to me every day now. Like, literally every day. I'm going to appeal it, and then it's going to, like, say appeal not approved for no fucking reason. But, Cat, can we get some fucking W's for Cat in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Cat. You're always here supporting every day. Can we get some W's for Cat? That is absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind. I got a flag, chat, and then it doesn't even show up on my TikTok. What is going on? What the hell? What the? I'm so confused. Can we get some W's for Cat, though, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind of you. Let's get this next person up here right now. Do give it a minute to get some people up here. Sometimes it takes a second, everyone. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What do you mean by believe?
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Mr. Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008, March 14th.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't. I lied to you. I love you, man.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We can't get any Trump supporters right now. You know what I think it is, chat? I think Trump supporters are used to all of the crazy shit happening under Trump, where they're not even going to talk about it right now because they don't feel comfortable doing so. But they'll be right back as soon as Trump tries to make up something that will try to end the conflict that he got us into. Like, I feel like that's when they're going to come out of the shadows. Is going to be whenever Trump comes up with some bullshit excuse to end the conflict. Appreciate the speakers. Thank you. But Iran said no. That's why he was trying to, and Iran's saying no, and there's nothing he can do for that. That's like actually so fucking stupid. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you're a liberal scum piece of shit. I hope you know that.
You want to debate me? Aw, are you scared? Bro, come on, debate me. What do you mean I'm liberal scum? Come on, debate me, bro. Debate me, man. Come on, let's have a conversation. What was bro's name? Why'd he run away? Why'd he run away? That was so weird. Why do you just say that to me and then run away? Like, at least debate me, bro. You're a liberal scum, Parker. Runs away. I can't hold my views. Okay, rebel scum, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, they don't realize that they're the Empire in Star Wars. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2002.
And you said you're how old
April
again?
22.
You'd
April
be
28,
23.
2002. No.
I'm April 2002, and I'm 23.
No.
Like, bro picks literally my month and year that I'm born and gets it wrong. That was diabolical. How are you going to do that to me, dude? I'm literally April 2002. I wish, dude. I'm turning 24 next month, dude. Am I like an adult to people now? Like I was thinking about it. I'm like 24. I sound like older now, right? I sound like more adultish than 23, right? Right? No, the people are still gonna tell me I'm too young. Princess, thank you so much for manifesting. Let's try to get this next person up here. All we have is like trolls and Liam in the guest box. We had like Liam, Jill, and Popcorn in the guest box, and it's like the most insane MAGA or like trolls. Like that's really all it is right now. It's kind of brutal. It's kind of brutal. Let's try to get this next person up here though. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. And the guy that called me liberal scum. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you also can't forget the why are you so obsessed with me person. They're also still in the box. So you forgot about that one. Forgot about them too. They're on like a different account that they made because I blocked a few of their accounts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. I'm 24.
And you sports Trout?
I have great news. I got an EPO from my Trump supporting children's father, and it's a win for the community. That's all. Just good news.
Thank you so much. W good news. W good news. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that. Okay, this cable, bro, is the worst cable ever, dude. I swear. I make any movement with my left hand anywhere around it, and it's just gonna happen. Okay? It's just, it hates me. It's not even the mic. It's literally just this cable. I swear. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, please don't subject us to Liam today.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. I don't want to subject myself to Liam either. That'd be absurd. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request. Yeah, I actually don't think that, I'm going to repost, actually it could just be the integrity and authenticity policy violation that it's not telling me about on my violations. Should I just do a restart? Do you think that would be the move? I think the restart on TikTok might help. Yeah. We're going to do that. Everyone here, just come right back here in a quick second. We're going to hit a quick restart. Yeah, just TikTok sucks, dude. It's atrocious. We've spent 30 minutes. Have we had a full debate yet? I don't think we have. This is horrible. This is really bad. I think we had like a partial debate. Alrighty. We started back up with the TikTok, everyone. Carmen, thank you for the $2. Amazing. That's amazing to hear. W's. Happy early birthday to you. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to get some... Parker, get a new cable. Thank you so much, Richard. I appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely diabolical. Parker, get a new cable. That's exactly what I need to do. But, like, I feel like it's how it's, like, structured, I guess, maybe? I don't know. I guess I can go get another XLR cable. We're going to get the debates going. Do give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Help get it out to more people, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. Let me go to my third account, help repost the stream. Alrighty. Give me a quick second. Repost. There we go. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Hopefully we can actually get some debates, everyone. Hopefully we can. We'll see if we can. I don't know. Alrighty, let's try this first person, everyone. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. I am just going to go through and block the people who don't meet that criteria. So, just letting you know, I will block you if you don't hop out of the guest request right now. I'll give you a second. Just hop out, please, if you don't meet that criteria. I want some debates. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
April.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. You'd be 17. Okay. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, sir.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
The
absolutely.
racing helmet. Okay. And what's your birth year?
July 31st, 2008.
Doesn't make any sense. You'd be 17. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? Or actually, what's your birth year?
1998.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I like his mass deportations and his crackdown on immigration fraud and, securing our border. Stuff like that.
Okay. Any specific policies on that?
I like his $100,000 fee on H-1B visas.
Well, I don't think that's anything to do with fraud. How does that have to do with fraud? That literally just makes it harder to get an H-1B.
Well, that makes it
more costly. That's not has nothing to do with fraud. So what policy
they're more
in relation to fraud?
Okay. Well, it makes it harder for companies to hire foreigners over U.S. citizens. Like, they're more likely to train U.S. citizens if they can't just hire a cheap foreigner for...
Well, I don't know. You say "quote unquote" cheap foreigner, right? Like, you understand that immigrants coming to our country will want to take market wages as well, and do. And for H-1B visa holders specifically, there's nothing wrong with people coming to the country through that immigration process. I have no issue with it. I see no reason to impose such a fee on H-1B visas. I think that's ridiculous and absurd. And, maybe you just feel like you can't compete. Is that what it is? You feel like you're chopped and can't compete?
Okay. Well, they're taking, for example, they want the wages of an entry level. Like, companies want to pay entry level wages for someone who has senior level experience. And they can do that when they're getting someone from India.
Okay. And if they want to do that, or someone wants to immigrate from India, what's wrong with that? Are you saying that you can't compete? Or are you just saying you're chopped?
Yeah, you can't compete as an entry level if you're trying to enter the market and there's an Indian who wants to, with senior level experience, who wants to work for the same wage as you. It's completely unfair to the U.S. citizen.
I don't see where you see that they specifically would be getting the same wages as someone who's entry level. But even so, what's wrong with someone coming to the country and taking a particular wage in which they would want from that particular job, given that they have the specialization in that particular field? Wouldn't that allow for them to then get higher wages in the long run in that field, based on that experience?
Well, they're undercutting an American citizen who probably went to school for 4 years for that.
That's how the market works, dude. You not believe in the free market?
Well, I believe that the American government should put Americans first. I don't believe that we should.
You're not
have
doing that, though, right?
Foreigners undercutting American citizens.
Because you want more jobs, right? For American
citizens.
I
want more jobs.
Do we have more jobs under Trump?
Actually, I don't know.
How's that going? No, we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Can you name one metric of the economy that's actually got better off?
I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't even name one metric under Biden.
Your hate for immigrants and only focusing on H-1B visa holders has you voting for the worst economic policy. That's not America first. Because your focus is on the migrants rather than the American people then, right? Under your own view. You're owning yourself right now.
Well, I want a job in IT. I went to school for IT, and right now I'm a waiter. It's impossible to get an IT job when you got people of senior level experience willing to work for entry level wages. That's
it's impossible to get a job because we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. That's why. Okay. So you're just coping with how bad the Trump administration is in terms of the economy. You're not actually referencing it's going to be the immigrants' fault. You're blaming immigrants for a problem caused by the president you support that is, by the way, conducting what you consider right now mass deportation. So if the mass deportation's happening, why can't you get a job, buddy?
Well, the policy I just stated wasn't about illegal aliens. It was about specifically
answer the question,
visas.
Okay, wait. So you're saying because H-1B visa specifically? So okay, so then you don't even like Trump because he doesn't even want to institute that. So I don't even know your point.
What?
Is
He didn't institute $100,000 fee?
Didn't he go back on that?
I actually don't know.
I'm pretty sure he went back on that
policy. Oh, okay. Well, I do like the mass deportations. I do like how he's cracking down on immigration fraud.
Wait, so if the mass deportations are happening, then why are you complaining that you can't get a job?
Well, illegal aliens aren't taking IT jobs that I know of. I mean, I don't think.
Okay, so then you're saying it's legal immigrants. So you dislike legal immigration. So it's not just undocumented immigration. Now it's legal immigration.
Well, certain legal immigration I don't like. I think
certain
just
legal
because
immigration.
something's legal doesn't mean it's good for the country. I think there needs to be limited immigration in this country. I don't think we can have unlimited legal immigration.
No one said unlimited. Now, what limits do you want?
Well, I only want the very rare skilled immigration, like for example, Operation Paperclip, whatever it was called.
So like IT could be the rare or low skill that we're referencing here, and then like you're just gonna get mad that they're out competing you.
Okay,
so
but
couldn't someone just like you in one of those fields be like,
you're putting
people from other countries before American citizens because I want these particular jobs in this specialization and I want to get paid more specifically, even though this is a critical industry need.
We have tons of people who went to school for computer science and can't get jobs.
Okay, your point is?
It's like the IT jobs, like these entry-level IT jobs that you say, oh, these immigrants have the right to come here for, aren't rare skill jobs like Operation Paperclip. They're not like rocket scientists in the 50s.
Okay, that's
the type of rare skill I would support importing.
Okay. So only in the context of rare, and then you're saying outside of that, so you essentially want no immigration.
Well, I want rare, skilled, skills.
Yeah, which essentially means no immigration, because the one example you gave was like literally from World War II, after World War II.
Yeah, because we needed rockets. It was in demand, and it was a super rare skill to be a rocket scientist.
So again, based upon that, you're saying if something is rare and Americans don't have,
and needed,
you're saying we should specifically look for immigration to extend how much we can do. Well, I'm saying we can do that in general because immigrants coming to our country reduce our deficits. 14.5 trillion over the past 30 years, according to the Cato Institute.
Well, I don't want to do it at the cost of
that same argument you
jobs.
just made for allowing critical industries can also be applied in typical because immigrants coming to our country net benefit our country.
No, you want to do it.
It is America first to allow for higher
rare.
immigration. It is America first to allow for immigration. And you just don't want to accept that because you support the Israel first candidate that literally would rather us go to war and have American citizens and service members die in the Middle East for literally this. Well, you support Trump. And I'm saying that you're willing to support Trump in despite of the fact that he's putting us into wars after saying, quote unquote, no new wars.
Well, I mean, Iran has a policy of literally death to America. They control one of the most important straits in the world, and we can't allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It would be no different than allowing the Taliban to have a nuclear weapon.
So they weren't going to get a nuclear weapon under either way. They were willing to give it up. They just the Trump administration wants them to also give up their ballistic missile program.
Yeah, they should be forced to give it up unless they want to.
So you want to go to war. So essentially, you wanted to go to war. Because that wasn't going to happen through negotiation, but the nuclear weapons thing was going to happen through negotiation. It happened under Obama. You want to know something that Trump said? Trump said that Obama is weak and ineffective and is going to have to start a war with Iran because he can't negotiate. Ironically enough, Obama got the negotiation, Trump hasn't, and Trump started the war.
Yeah, I know Trump said that in 2013. Things change over time, man. We can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you agree with that?
I've already responded to this. We were already going to limit that from happening. It was about the ballistic missiles, not the nuclear weapons.
Okay, but will you agree that we cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
Well, I mean, I would say the same thing about Israel. So.
Yeah, I wish we could have stopped Israel, but I'm talking about Iran. Well, you say.
Wait, are you saying that Israel does have nukes?
I mean, probably. I don't know.
Okay, so
but I mean, they have so much more power because they likely do. I mean, just like North Korea has so much more power because they have nuclear weapons. We cannot allow Iran to have that kind of power.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Okay, well, obviously, I don't think that Iran or Israel should have access to nuclear weapons, but my view specifically is that in terms of Iran, right, you are actually not preventing them from getting nuclear weapons to a greater extent by doing this. One, because Tulsi Gabbard said that it was already destroyed in the original strike, and then two, right, they weren't even building it up according to any U.S. intelligence. So you have no evidence to say that they were building it up. You have no evidence to say that they were even, in the first place, going to attack the United States. This is a preemptive offensive war that Trump started. Joe Kent came out and literally said that we started this war on behalf of the state of Israel, and that literally there was no U.S. intelligence that they were going to strike us. And he resigned because of that, and you still support Trump. You're still willing to overlook that.
Well, I don't know the evidence that they like. We're not. You and I are not intelligence like that have access to classified
Joe
intelligence.
Kent is. Joe Kent was. He was like literally.
Then who said that? Who said that Iran likely has nuclear weapons, or is trying to?
Trump.
Yeah, but where did he get that
Netanyahu.
from? Yeah, and where did they get that from?
Where did they get that from? They just make it up.
Yeah, you don't have evidence of that, man.
I'm serious. Their own administration, Trump's own administration, said that they weren't even building. There was no intelligence indicating that they were building. Tulsi Gabbard said this in front of Congress. Okay? So they just literally make this shit up. Like Trump literally said that he's close to a deal with Iran to end the war. Iran's like, yeah, no, this never happened.
I mean, Iran bluffs on everything, so
Iran is bluffing. You really think
everything.
Iran's bluffing? Why would they bluff about getting a deal done when they're going to get a deal? That makes no fucking sense. Because if they were forced to do a deal, that would mean they'd be forced to do it. If they're saying that they're not doing it and they're lying, that means that they weren't forced. What?
You think Iran wasn't still trying to get a nuclear weapon despite being paid millions of dollars by the Obama
Tulsi Gabbard,
administration?
your own administration says this. The people that do have the information said that. You just want to believe all the lies from the neocons. You want to believe all the pro-war mongers, right? Whatever, everything that they say, and you buy the same lies.
What, that Iran has a policy of death to America?
You literally have no evidence that they were going to attack the U.S. Why do they not like
They've
us?
attacked
Because of our,
several
why
of
do,
our
why do they
military
not? Why do they
bases.
not like
conduct
us?
terrorism.
Answer this
in
question.
Europe
Why do
and
they not
America
like us
all the time?
Why do they not like us?
Why are they not like us? Well, because we put the Shah in the 50s.
So because we've destabilized the region, because we've been involved militarily speaking, which is what you're justifying doing right now, and then also because of our relationship with Israel, which is what Trump is doing right now, and he's offensively striking on behalf of the state of Israel. So how about we stop supporting the state of Israel and like stop militarily intervening in the Middle East, and maybe then people won't be saying death to America as much.
Well, the
maybe
problem
let's
is
focus on like Americans getting healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and like infrastructure, and like not foreign wars around the world for the state of Israel.
The problem is, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Israel, but we do have an interest in the Middle East because a lot of that oil comes from the Middle East.
Oil.
So
so how about this?
Yeah.
How about this?
Especially the Strait of
right
Hormuz,
now,
or whatever
oil
it's
is
called.
limited to a greater extent because of Trump's war. So why would we cut the funding into renewable energy production if we rely upon this for oil? Why wouldn't we try to build up substitutes for it? That makes no damn
Well, you're
sense.
saying we
Why
shouldn't
hasn't
be in the
Trump
Middle
done this?
East.
Name one policy that Trump's passed to drill, baby, drill.
What was that?
Name one policy that Trump's passed in his second term to drill, baby, drill.
Pass. His job's to enforce the law, not write laws.
He didn't pass. So he didn't sign any law. He didn't advocate for any law to drill, baby, drill.
I don't know.
I thought we were going to be drilling like you've never seen before. That we won't rely upon any foreign oil.
Aren't we drilling places? I mean, I know that a lot of the oil in the U.S.
but we're
can't
not
be
able
used
to
for
drill so much
gasoline.
that like we don't need it from any other country, right? Like they said, we're not going to rely on foreign nations for oil. And now, once Trump's in office, now we need to go to war with foreign nations for oil. And like, make up your mind, bro. Which is
Well,
it?
I mean, there's several interests in the Middle East. There's oil. There's
But we don't need it. I thought we don't need foreign oil. I thought we can get all the oil we need here at home.
Well, that's not how oil works. There's different types of oil. And there's certain oil that we do need from the Middle East, and there's certain oil that we can drill ourselves.
Okay. So you're saying we can't do it ourselves?
Well, we can't. There's certain things that we can't like use the oil that we drill in America for, but we can definitely use
So we
our oil for
can't
some
do it all.
stuff.
We can't supply all of our oil needs by ourselves.
Probably not.
But I
Probably
thought
not.
we could
Not-
just drill,
I
baby,
don't know, though.
drill.
Well, it's more oil is good for us.
But I thought we could
I
just
don't
drill,
see what's
baby,
wrong.
drill, and then we got everything that we need here at home.
Yeah, I have no problem with drilling.
I know,
for
but
oil.
like we don't need this foreign oil, so then why are we going to war for oil? That makes no sense.
I don't recall anyone ever saying that we don't need foreign oil.
Really? You don't recall that at all? You don't recall any
When did
Trump
he say we
supporters
don't need
ever
foreign
making the
oil?
claim that we could just produce all the oil we need here and we don't need oil from other countries around the world? And then we can drill, baby, drill like you've never seen before. Like, come on, you don't know any Trump supporters that have said that?
Trump supporters, we're talking about Trump.
Trump said that too.
That we don't. I
Trump
don't know,
literally
man.
was saying that we could drill, baby, drill and produce everything that we need here at home and that we don't need oil from other nations around the world and that we don't need these wars from countries all around the world for oil and for defense contractors. Then he gets in office and he does that for the oil and defense contractors.
He might have been wrong on some stuff with oil. I mean, I don't know everything about oil. I know there's different types of oil.
So then why did he cut production or funding specifically into renewable energy production? If you want oil prices to be down, if you want us to be like an independent individual that can create energy, why would he defund that?
What are the renewable energy options?
What you mean, like solar, wind?
Yeah, those are still not very
Hydroelectric.
good.
But you understand
Yeah,
that
those
like they are substitutes and they help. They're not 100% going to take care of everything themselves. I think that they, alongside nuclear, would be able to do so. But like if we wanted to do so 100% on that, but this is just saying that we can do this alongside, which would bring energy prices down to a greater extent. So it's just another alternative for something that we could do. And
Yeah,
Trump cut that.
Yeah, but for example, the problem with solar is there's a lot of toxic metals, and it's not really those metals aren't recyclable. They're not replaceable.
A lot of them are. And for solar panels, anything that is like that, we could invest in the development of solar panels that don't require those materials. When we want to invest in technologies like that, that's exactly what I would like.
I think we have a good resource that we have an abundance of. That
Wait, and like, are you really saying you care about the environment after literally supporting the administration that cut the EPA by 40%?
I care about the environment to an extent, yeah.
Okay, but like not enough to say that you'd support the administration that actively believes in science and would uphold the EPA, whereas Donald Trump has undermined the EPA and doesn't believe in science and says the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. Windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, and that we should put disinfectant by injection into our veins to fight COVID-19. We should look into that.
I mean, well, you can argue all you want about all that, or you could admit that importing cultures where it's in their culture to pollute the environment is not good for our environment.
What? How is it in someone's culture to pollute the environment? If you're saying that, then that's true for all humans.
Well,
that's not
for
specific
example,
to
let's
one
look at
group
India.
of. That's not specific to one group of humans.
Yeah, it's not specific to one group of humans.
So then why are
but
you
it's
trying to act like it is right now?
It's specific to a lot of group of humans. For example,
Yeah, like
Indians.
Americans.
Well, in India, they've
Like actually,
polluted their
historically,
environment.
Americans have
It's in
been
their
significantly.
culture
Americans
to pollute.
have polluted disproportionately more than almost any other nation. Name another
That's not
nation that's
true.
polluted more disproportionately according to their population size.
Plastic pollution in India.
Okay, so you're saying plastic pollution. Do you not think there's plastic pollution in the U.S.? And also, can you give me a single source indicating that pollution overall, right, is worse off India as a proportion of the population compared to the U.S.? Because you understand that they make up over like nearly 2 billion people. Like,
Well, no,
right,
it's
nearly
1.4.
1.5 billion. Sorry, I apologize. 1.5 billion people, and literally that's significantly higher than what we have here in the United States by over 5 times. Okay. So you'd have to account for per capita statistics. And based upon that, if you look at over the past 150 years, I promise you, U.S. does so disproportionately more. I would take that bet. Do you want to take that bet?
What, that they pollute Plastic pollution?
The U.S. is proportionally, as according to their own population size, responsible for more pollution, according to their own population size, than
You're
India
gonna
over
have
the
to
past
define
100 years.
pollution.
150 years.
You're going to have to define pollution.
What do you mean by, I'm going to have to define pollution?
Well, you're going to say, oh, CO2, and then that's
obviously going to be
I'm not
involved,
talking
yeah.
about CO2. I'm talking about the actual...
CO2 is pollution.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but
it is.
At the end of the day, CO2
That's not the only type of
is a
pollution, but it is
natural
pollution.
gas. Yeah, I'm talking about the deadly pollution of, plastics, the lack of, their river system in India, where it's just, I don't know if you've seen videos of India, but it's just full of trash. And I think it's
so by the way, what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to associate an entire people group with pollution. That's what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to say it's within
they're
people's
not the only
culture to do
people.
that. Are you saying people coming from India, you think that they're going to make our society less cleanly? Is that what you're trying to say?
If they don't assimilate to our culture, yes, they can, they will, and they have been.
Okay, so what do you mean by assimilate to our culture? Because, like, I don't think that someone has to assimilate to our culture while simultaneously not making our society fucking, quote-unquote, dirtier. You're being gross by saying shit like that. You're trying to make a determination
being honest.
that no, you're not. You're not being honest.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're not being honest at all.
For example, if it's in a ceremonial ritual to dump trash and milk into a river, we shouldn't allow that in America. And they do that. They do that when they come here. And there's a video of a woman doing it in Texas.
So you're mad that people are putting stuff into the waterways while you support an administration that cut the EPA by 40% and allows for corporations to do just that. And by the way, what you just brought up is nothing comparative to what I just brought up in terms of the EPA actually limiting things that can negatively impact people. You can point one video of this happening, and you're going to make an overall generalizing claim of this? That's absurd.
So you want to allow people who litter into our country, people who it's in their culture. You don't want them to change their ways.
You have a rapist as the president. What is this selective outrage? What do you mean litterers? The people who litter, right, in this country mostly, I see, are white Americans. Why don't you talk about that? White men. Well, you want to talk about that one?
You have no evidence of that.
Oh, I have no evidence of that. Really?
Yeah, you have no evidence of that.
You have no evidence of that.
I have evidence of the opposite.
No, you don't. I have plenty
of.
I could find you a million videos of white American men.
I'm sure
right?
you
Specifically, I could find you a million videos of them littering, of them doing horrible fucking crazy shit, of them doing stupid shit, of them putting horrible stuff into our waterways, our oceans, and our environment.
Yeah, I could find the same.
It's American culture, bro.
You see, the countries you should take immigration from are the clean, healthy societies, like the ones in Europe where you don't see even trash on the highways. Those are the people that we should be importing. Or
there are plenty
the
of countries
that
there are
love
plenty.
their society.
So why do you just say Europe? By the way, that's so cringe. By the way, there are plenty of countries in Europe that specifically have trash. It's not clean in plenty of places in Europe. I don't know why that's your argument. But secondly,
you're right about that. There are countries in Europe that have taken in mass migration.
Secondly, it's not mass migration that would lead to that.
Yeah, it is.
It was already prior. So I just want to let you know that. Secondly,
that's a lie.
You want to know, throughout the context of history, Europe has been extremely poor, and Europe has been in horrible circumstances. And throughout history, other cultures could have said that about Europe.
Yeah, but we're in the present now, Parker. We're not.
Oh, okay. So wait, would you say that was true back then?
At certain periods of time, there were places that in Europe that were not so good.
Not places all across Europe.
I mean, you can't generalize it.
Yeah. Oh, now we can't generalize. So by the way, he got a hate speech, hateful behaviors flag. So I have to go on to the next person. But now we can't generalize. Do you see how quickly he changed his reasoning there? What a fucking bigot, dude. Literally got owned immediately. You see how they applied the reasoning to everyone but their in-group that they consider the in-group? It's hilarious. Immediately, you can see the double standard. Immediately, you can see the irrational nature of their beliefs. Yo, what's up? Oh, they're playing stuff. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, is Dean okay?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. It gave me a harassment and bullying flag. Okay, should I just hit a restart then? Because that was hate speech and harassment and bullying. So, yeah, I probably should. We're going to hit a quick restart, everyone. Give me a quick second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. For the people who are asking if Dean's okay, everyone. 1, I just want to let everyone know, I've already answered this question today. 2, I'm not Dean's keeper. I don't know. I've literally messaged him. He hasn't responded to me. Just want to let people know that. He has to message me back. He has to message on stuff for me to know. I'm not sure. But I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. It just said appeal approved on my TikTok immediately when I end the stream. So apparently that whole time, it was limiting my algorithm. It just said appeal approved. What the fuck, dude? I literally hit end and it said appeal approved. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. I'm not mad at anyone. I'm just telling people. Because it is the case that a lot of time in general, that people just like are always asking me like about Dean and questioning me about Dean and all the time, and I've got to know everything about Dean sometimes. So I just say that because it's true in general. I'm not thinking everyone intentionally themselves is thinking that when they're posting it or like asking me about Dean. We're going to get some debates up in a second. Do give it a quick minute, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Dean should be back, though, already. That's all I do know. Let's get the debates up here in a quick second, everyone. I do have some people to thank. I didn't even realize this till now. Holy shit. Elaine, thank you so much for the $60. That is crazy on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said if Guess is a programmer, AI might be the reason he's got no job, and Trump just gave AI companies the free range they wanted, so. True. Elaine, thank you so much for the $60. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brock, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Oh, I did not quite see that yet. Thank you so much for telling me. I'll make sure to look that one up. Thank you so much, Brock. I really appreciate it. Make sure to message me after I get off because like it's really hard to remember throughout the whole stream. I do apologize. Cody, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Max, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you. I probably won't today. I probably could tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing a Q&A and I'll be playing like Minecraft on Twitch and stuff. So. And yeah, and also on Saturday there is the No Kings protest. Just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. Make sure to go to your local one if you can. We're going to get the debates up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody.
Yo, is he okay or not? Why do you not answer me?
I already did answer. Bro, I don't know. He hasn't messaged me back. Also, please don't send a guest request to ask me that question. You can ask me in the comments. I don't have an issue, but
Hello?
don't do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump?
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's a lovely man. I love that man.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. By the way, just want to let everyone know, I've spent literally most of the stream today looking for debates. Please don't send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria. I just want to let everyone know, it gets to a point, like, I can be patient with most of it, but it gets to a point where it happens so much in a stream where I'm just like, my patience runs out. So please, everyone, respect me, please. I would appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a nigger, Parker.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I did not. I'm 18.
Oh, I thought they meant to, like, I didn't mean to come up. You can send a guest request back if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you were on yesterday, trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, sorry, I was liking the live.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Orange man bad. Orange man bad.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to this next individual. It's not the 36% approval ratings. It's actually just the fact that people are scared to come up on the stream, and I get a bunch of trolls. People like trolling me for some reason, so yeah, I'm just gonna block people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for? Hello? Okay. All right, I blocked them. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because, I mean, what's there not to support? Like, you know, what's there not to support from this guy?
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse, tried to undermine our democracy, called for the termination of the Constitution. I can go into a million things. Called for the execution of some Democrats.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, if you could change my my opinion, I mean, I guess, but I don't know, man. I just think that he's an overall better president.
Why?
Because of the impact he's made on the world.
In what way has it been positive? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, why did you kick me?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January.
And you said you're 18?
Yes.
So you got your age wrong. That's why. And now you're blocked. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you do send a guest request and you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you, just letting you know. I'm going to block you. So do not send a guest request. If you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I'll give people a second to make sure that they're not in the box. If you do send a guest request intentionally and you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will ban you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election out today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And you said you're 21. And what month were you born again?
July 31st.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Mainly due to his border policy. You know, the illegal crossing the Downs severely the last 2 years.
Okay. Alrighty. What particular policy of Trump's do you like?
I mean, the deployment of ICE has been a big one. It's obviously stopped people coming over, giving less people a motive to illegally come into the country.
What policy change within ICE do you like?
I mean, the deployment of ICE mainly in the cities that, you know, are more prone to having migrant crossings.
Okay. So was there a specific policy on the deployment, or you just like just the deployment in general?
Well, why is border crossings down like 87% since the
Because I think
Biden
that they've
administration?
created worse off conditions within the country where less people want to come to the country, alongside the fact that
Yeah,
in
that's a
terms
good thing.
of
You want to create a hostile environment for migrants, why don't you?
no, you don't. You want to create good conditions for migrants to come to your country because migrants coming to the country benefit our
Why?
society.
So if a migrant commits a crime, is benefiting your society.
I have a question. What time is it?
4:16.
Yeah, no, it's not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, obviously.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I would say, and by the way, can you hear my dryer in the background? I don't want that to be a distraction.
No, you're good.
Okay. I would say social policies would be a main concern of mine, as well as a border policy as well.
Okay, what social policies and what border policy?
For example, 3 days after his inauguration on January 20th, he signed Executive Order 14168, which restored common sense and reality back into our government while simultaneously protecting women from gender ideology extremism. His overturn on Roe v. Wade is a good step in the right direction as far as passing an equal bill of protection for life at conception. And then as far as immigration goes, the precedent being set that we do not reward crime in this country by deporting people that break into our country illegally. I support all those things.
Okay, so Kamala Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry, and she just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. For abortion, Roe versus Wade being overturned is a bad thing. It's led to a higher maternal mortality rate. People are specifically are not able to get access to abortion in situations where they need to, and that's been an issue. That's why the maternal mortality rate has increased, alongside the fact that we haven't really seen better conditions, right, for people in general, and or even the abortion count. Like the abortion rate has still gone up. The amount of abortions has still gone up, while simultaneously we've seen the maternal mortality rate go up. So I don't see how leaving it up to the states was a preferable thing to you. Alongside the fact that if you care about cellular life, you're going to have to say that it's murder when people discard zygotes and embryos in the IVF process, and you're going to have to say that they should go to prison as well. Alongside the fact that in terms of quote-unquote gender ideological or ideology extremism, I would like to know what specific gender ideology that you consider extreme, if you'd like to specify.
Sure, yeah, I don't know which. I gave you 3 different avenues of conversations we could go by. It sounds like you're really interested in to hear like what I mean by gender ideology extremism. I don't care to respond to anything else you've said, but it's up to you on where you want to the route you want to take in this conversation. 3 different topics.
I mean, you can bring up what you'd want. I specifically brought up multiple different things. You can choose to pick the gender ideology extremism if that's the only one that you wanted to respond to.
You just said a lot. There's a lot of different topics that I stated off the beginning. What do you want? Which avenue do you want to go around in this conversation? Because I gave you 3 different reasons why I support Trump. So
and I gave you a response to all of them, so you can choose.
Okay. Instead of responding to all 3 at the same time, I'll just start with the first one. Whenever I say gender ideology extremism, it's going to be men and women's sports in their bathrooms, prisons, locker rooms, etc. That's what I mean by gender ideology extremism, is men identifying as women and invading their private protected spaces.
So I think trans women are women. Trans women are not a threat to cis women at all. There's no good evidence that trans women are putting cis women at a greater threat at all. And actually, I would say that people are at a greater harm if trans women are forced to go into the men's restroom, and that trans men are forced to go into the women's restroom, because trans men are masculine presenting. Therefore, cis men that are trying to portray themselves as trans to be able to get into these spaces in the first place cannot change their presentation at all, and they can just say that they're trans men. And there's nothing that you can do about it from your perspective. And then alongside the fact that in terms of quote-unquote men's and women's spaces, Donald Trump literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And you still supported him for president of the United States.
Lot to respond there. So I just want to start with the first thing. You said that trans women are women. So I'd want to get your definition of what I would want to get your definition of what a woman is. But before we do that, you also said another thing, in that trans women being in women's spaces is not a threat to quote unquote cis women. I have a cited source ready to give you as to how they are in many cases. There's hundreds of cases that are documented where trans women have entered the space of a woman and sexually assaulted them. So that's just an inherently
I'm
false
saying
statement.
proportionality, because there are situations where people within any bathroom or public space structure have done things like that, which is horrible, and anyone who does that should be condemned, of course, and put in prison. But that's not a generalizing statement that you can make over trans people as a whole, right? So I'm asking about statistics. I'm not saying individual circumstances of these things happening, because we have a lot more individual circumstances of cis men doing these things and getting away with it. Hell, look at the Epstein files.
Yeah, I would just say we need to limit the capacity for biological men to enter women's spaces to reduce the amount of times that will happen in our society.
Yeah, so then you probably shouldn't support a guy that bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent for president of the United States. Maybe you should start there.
There's a lot of nuance there to that conversation. I would, first and foremost argue that Donald Trump at the time was a TV personality that was pandering to not Howard Stern on his radio show. So a lot of things that he said could have been provoked by, the fact that Howard Stern wanted his guests to be provocative. But even if I were to grant it to you that Donald Trump did do that and that he was genuine in bragging that, then I would still not want to vote for a president that advocated for people like Donald Trump to go into women's spaces, such as Kamala Harris endorsing the trans community.
Okay, so again, you're saying that you'd be willing to vote for a guy that walked into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, do perv on them, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there are 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, because you think that Kamala Harris supporting trans people is the end of the world. And by the way, I just want to let you know, Donald Trump allowed for trans women to go into the women's restroom at Mar-a-Lago. Did you know that?
I've never heard that before. I would need some. I would need some proof on that.
Caitlyn Jenner was able to go into the women's restroom.
Okay, so you just specifically Caitlyn Jenner, not like a bunch of trans women were going to the women's restroom.
I'm giving a specific example that has been verified.
It's actually funny that you would bring up Caitlyn Jenner for your argument, because that's a very aggressive, quote unquote, trans woman. In that individual specifically, has threatened Ben Shapiro. I think it was threatened to bring Ben Shapiro out in a body bag or something like that because he was criticizing.
I don't know about that. I'm just telling you. I'm giving you the specific circumstance where she specifically was able to go into the bathroom.
There was an interview with it wasn't quite an interview. It was like a panel rather, where Caitlyn Jenner and Ben Shapiro were on talking to one another. Ben Shapiro was criticizing. Or critiquing, rather, the view of Caitlyn.
Hey, dude, I don't know why this is relevant. 1, I don't know if that's verified. 2, I don't think it's relevant at all. I was just giving you an example of how is this relevant? I was giving you an example of Donald Trump allowing for a trans woman to go into the women's restroom. How the fuck is that relevant at all?
Whenever you say allowing, I would need some more context.
He specified that she can go into the women's restroom. That's what he said back then. Yes, it is.
I would need to look more into that to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and do it. You'll find that I'm right.
A conversation that was noted between Donald Trump and Caitlyn Jenner, where Donald Trump was like, "Yes, I approve of you going into the women's bathroom."
Yes,
you're saying that
yes, literally. Yes, literally. Go ahead and look it up. You'll see.
What should I look up?
What I just said. Donald Trump allows Caitlyn Jenner to go into women's restroom at Mar-a-Lago.
Donald Trump.
And if that is true, will you then still justify it and be like, oh, because proportionally they're going to allow more people and they have Democrats? Is that going to be your argument?
I'm just looking into this real quick. The context and much controversy over North Carolina bathroom law requiring people to use restrooms matching their birth certificate. Trump expressed a more lenient view in 2016, saying, "Let them use the bathroom they feel is appropriate." While Trump said that Caitlyn Jenner could use any bathroom of their choice, and the Trump tired content being so using my own. Sorry, I'm just gonna look into this a little bit more.
Go for it. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much, Anthony. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, it took a while to get some debates, but we're good now. Bridget, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have done that before on, I did that on Christmas, actually. So actually, you can just scroll back on my YouTube. You can actually see that live. Kristen, thank you so much for the $4 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $30 towards a vacation fund for Parker and Marge. Well, thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Dawn with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Cody, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Amazing to hear. Can we get some W's for Cody? That's great. I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always,
Okay,
Venmo,
so-
PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always.
So, I mean, just off very minimal research done at this current moment, it appears that this happened in 2016, that Donald Trump gave Caitlyn Jenner approval to use the women's restroom. I think it is important to note that Donald Trump did not sign Executive 14168 until 3 days after his inauguration in 2024. So it is
Okay,
possible.
2025.
I suppose,
But-
2025, right. Yeah. So I suppose it is possible that Donald Trump had changed his mind as far as how he views transgenderism, and I think that reflects within the policy that he, signed into an executive order. So I don't think that.
So now it's like he changed his mind. Okay. So
Well, I think it's obvious that
this was
Donald
when he
Trump
was
changed his
running
mind
for
a while
president of the
ago.
United States. You know that, right?
In 2016. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I did not vote for Donald Trump in his first term. I
So,
voted for
you
him
wouldn't?
for the second.
Would you vote for Hillary Clinton over Trump?
I wasn't really much into politics at the time. I didn't care about
No,
politics.
but like if
because
you could go back in time in the election and vote, would you vote for Hillary Clinton or Trump?
I think there's a lot of nuance into that and a lot of things to be taken into consideration as to who I would have voted for in that election. I would generally say, though, that I oppose liberal views, and I do not align with the Democratic Party. So probably not. I might lean towards voting independent in that election if I had been advised of this. I think it's also, and this is also very important, a lot of my worldviews changed between that election and this election because I became a father in between.
No,
that
I'm
time
asking you based upon your information that you have right now. So based upon your view right now, you would specifically choose not to vote for Trump?
If it came out, and again, this is also very important to consider. One of the reasons why I align so strongly with the Republican Party and conservative values is because I became a father 4 years ago. So at the time, I may not have cared as much about Caitlyn Jenner being, given approval to use the women's bathroom.
Hey, dude, I said if you could go back in time right now with the information that you have right now.
If I could go back in time right now.
And you could either vote for Hillary Clinton or Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably vote for neither and go probably independent after seeing this evidence that in 2016 that Donald Trump, approved of Caitlyn Jenner using the women's bathroom.
So Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where 2 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in, and you're willing to support him. He's credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, right?
Yeah,
and
accused.
literally,
Yeah,
you
we're
still are
talking
willing to
about
support him. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and you're still willing to support him.
Civilly,
All of those
not
things
criminally.
you're willing to overlook, but you're saying you care about women?
Absolutely, I care about women. I have a 4-year-old daughter. Of course I do. And I don't want
so
men
then if
playing
Donald
against her
Trump
in
went up
sports.
to
I don't want men being...
If Donald
Yeah, I
Trump
don't-
went up to her when she's 10 years old, right, and said he'd be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
Well, if there'd be a much different conversation being had if Donald Trump walked up to my 10-year-old daughter and said he was going to date her in 10 years. However,
would
that
you still vote
that's
for
not
him?
even that's not a Of course not. That's not even a feasible
that.
situation that can happen.
He did that. Did you know that he did do that? You wanna hear?
I don't know the exact context to that.
I got you. I'll play it for you.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
It sounds like he's making a joke. Now, when was this, by the way? I can't remember when. 1992. Yeah, and this is what I think a lot of people choose to ignore whenever you talk about, especially instances like that, is that at the time Donald Trump was a TV personality. He was a comedian hosting The Apprentice. He had politics were nowhere
This is
near
a hot
in his-
mic. This is a hot mic. He was caught on after interview. So you're okay with him making a joke perving on a 10-year-old because he's a quote unquote comedian, which by the way he wasn't.
Whenever you say it's a hot mic, you're saying that he didn't know he was being recorded. I don't believe that.
No, he was. It was interview, and then after the interview, when the mic was still there, he said this after he thought the interview was over. And he's not what do you mean a comedian? This is not a funny joke. This is not a joke. And clearly, right, he was not a comedian, okay?
I mean, I don't think you can clearly say he's still a comedian to this day.
I mean, you could maybe say he's been the joke, but you can't really say he was making the jokes.
Well, he makes jokes all of the time. He is a comedian.
Yeah, he's more like a clown rather than a comedian.
I don't know. I think we can just agree to disagree on that one because I think he is generally funny. Like, he's a funny guy.
I disagree with you.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe you don't have a good sense of humor, but he is funny.
Tell me something funny he said.
Like whenever he, is talking about, like he'll be in a debate with Joe Biden or Kamala, and, he'll make their accent, impressions, or call the jokes he made about, Sleepy Joe. I mean, he makes a lot of funny jokes.
So he made it. So what? Name one specific joke.
I mean, none of them stick out to me, like, because obviously whenever I'm talking about politics, I don't think about his jokes. That's not what I'm going to.
That's what you just brought up, though.
Yeah, I think it's just important to note that whenever he makes a lot of crude comments, that he was in fact a TV personality, that he is in fact considered to be a comedian by many.
When did he start The Apprentice?
How old was I? I think I was. I don't know. Me and my parents used to watch that whenever I was a kid. I think I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I'm 29 now. So.
2004, so it wasn't started for another 12 years. So he wasn't even a TV personality yet.
He was still a very well-known figure, and he was on the cover of Playboy magazine in what year?
Okay, come on. Now you're just grasping for straws.
Was he not on the cover of Playboy magazine?
You are grasping for straws.
What
year was he on the cover of Playboy magazine?
Let's see. Trump, Playboy magazine.
$1990, sure, yeah, it's still cringe.
So he was a TV personality. He was on the cover of Playboy.
That's not TV personality.
As someone that's on the Playboy magazine is going to be
cringe.
Is generally going to be a personality within entertainment at the very minimum.
Does that justify the behavior that he engaged in?
I'm sorry?
Does that justify the behavior he engaged in?
I wouldn't say that it justified it, but I think it explains it, rather.
Okay, but if it explains it but doesn't justify it, then what's the point of bringing it up?
Because, if he were to make the same exact comments that he made back in the 1990s and early 2000s, I would say that is unexplainable and unjustified. But in comparison to the 1990s and 2000s, it's still not justified, but it is explainable. A lot of people in Hollywood.
What's the point of saying? But what is the relevance of saying that? Who gives a shit? There can be an explanation to horrible things. I don't understand. Explanations are never not justifications here. I guess not never.
Yeah,
there obviously can be an explanation that is a justification. I apologize. But the point I'm making is that an explanation here, right, does not necessitate a justification. Right? And that's what you were saying. And then you bring up that it's an explanation. What does that bring?
Well, it just goes to say that at the time, Donald Trump was a TV personality. He was a media figure in entertainment. He did not have politics in his mind at the time. So whenever he moved away from entertainment and got into politics, he started watching what he said. He doesn't say crude remarks like that anymore. And in fact, his policy that he passed.
I mean, he does say crude remarks all the time still. But dude, come on. Saying that he hasn't done this since is not a justification for him doing this then. If he literally went up to your daughter and did this, you said you wouldn't vote for him. So why would you vote for him if he did this to someone else's daughter?
If he did that today.
Wait, okay, but if he did this in the past, you'd be okay with it?
Again, I didn't have a 10-year-old daughter in 2001, but I'm the youngest of 3, yeah.
Okay, do you have a sister?
Older sister, yeah.
If Donald Trump went up to your 10-year-old sister, right, and said you'd be dating her in 10 years in 1992, or whatever year your sister was 10 years old, would you still support him?
I think that if it was that to a personal level, I would, have a feeling in my heart that would probably not align with me voting for him. Sure.
Okay,
However, that
so then,
didn't
like,
happen.
then why are you willing to do it to someone else's sister or someone else's daughter?
Well, once again, I think what is important here is that since Donald Trump got into politics, the crude remarks he made and all the negative character history that he had during that time period of being in the entertainment history, his policy today contradicts that, as if he had moved on from that. Because again, that executive order that he passed to protect women from gender ideology extremism, I'll put it to you like this: I would rather have a guy with a troubled past, a troubled character past, like Donald Trump, passing policies to protect women, than a really good moral person, maybe
Hey, I'm
someone
sorry,
like Kamala
this is
Harris.
not just a troubled past. This is literally a past of him sexualizing a minor.
Sexualizing minors.
Yes.
I think that
This is him sexualizing a minor.
But once again, there's a lot of nuance to it, a lot more context to be put into it. I don't believe that he didn't realize he was being recorded. I think he was trying to be funny, making a crude joke. He made really
That's still
inappropriate
disgusting.
jokes at
And
times.
no,
Yeah,
he was
no,
on a
I
hot
agree.
mic,
They're
my guy,
inappropriate
after
jokes.
the interview.
I would need to look more into the hot mic and him not knowing that he was being recorded. I believe that he did know he was being recorded.
After the interview was over.
Right, I hear you, and I hear what you're saying. I just I haven't looked into that at all. As far as what I've heard the clip that you've already given me. I have not looked into the context of the hot mic aspect of it.
Okay, but like the reality of the matter is that this is him having a history of sexualizing a minor. We have a history of him bragging about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. We can point to the fact that he literally...
Civilly, not
he was held
criminal.
civilly liable. Yeah, it was not
Civilly,
criminal
not
because of
criminal.
what reason?
So because there was not enough evidence to
Wrong.
convict him.
Wrong. Because of the statute of
No,
limitations
that's
that
how
says
that
after
works.
a certain... No, you're wrong. Because there was passed a statute of limitations that says after a certain amount of years, regardless of the amount of evidence, that you can't try them in a criminal court, which is not something that should exist for rape cases, because it takes many decades for victims to come out in plenty of scenarios because of the society that we live in and people like you.
I think, because of people like me, I think
It is, because you don't believe them. I mean, there's 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. He's been held liable of sexual abuse. He's been credibly accused by a
But
minor in the
there's
Epstein
no
files,
proof.
and you still support him. You said there's no proof. He was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9
Civilly.
people.
Civilly.
Yes.
Civilly liable.
Do you accept any civil determinations?
It depends on the context. I think there's a lot of
in
nuance on it.
most scenarios, do you accept civil determinations?
I would say in some scenarios.
No, do you accept it in most?
I would not say most. I would say
Okay, so then watch this. Watch this. There are 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country are violating civil law, not criminal law, because they came into the country legally by coming in through the visa, and they overstayed their visa. In that situation where they overstayed the visa because it's a civil violation, do you not accept the civil cases against them because you don't think that you accept them in typical? So most of the people who are undocumented, specifically who have overstayed their visa, you think that they should be allowed to stay in the country now?
Well, the evidence that they're here illegally is apparent by their simple presence of
okay.
being in the country.
Okay, well, no, evidence that they aren't in the country legally in the first place. You accept the civil determination against them in typical to say that they should be removed from the country, but you won't accept it in terms of the situation where we're talking about with Donald Trump.
Hold on,
because
hold
the fact
on.
that you do not accept civil cases, right? Whenever it's someone that you like.
Hold on. These are not analogous. These situations that you're giving, because people that are showing up to. Are you leaving?
No.
Where are you going? Okay. Yeah, that'd be done if you left your own stream. No, but people that show up to court for crossing the border illegally, their simple mere presence of being in court that day gives them guilty conviction. As far as sexual assault and rape cases go, there needs to be concrete, hard evidence that indeed occurred. That would be in the form of
but they also have to be
DNA.
determined by the court to not be a citizen, to not have legal papers. So the process of determining that to be the case is obviously going to be a process that you accept in the scenario where we're talking about an undocumented immigrant, but where we're talking about Donald Trump here, you don't accept a civil case against him. So I'm just highlighting your very obvious double standard.
No, I wouldn't say it's a double standard at all. I'm just trying to demonstrate to you how it would not be an analogous, because in order to hold someone liable or guilty of rape or sexual assault, you would need to have concrete hard evidence, such as DNA, pictures, videos, witnesses that saw it happen personally. None of those Sorry, I didn't know if if you can still hear me. But none of that evidence exists against Donald Trump in any one of these accusations. But
does.
when it comes to
Watch.
illegal immigration,
So
go
there
ahead.
was Donald Trump said he never met E. Jean Carroll. There was a picture of them shown together, right? He said he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating he would have sexually abused you either way. There was a dress that E. Jean Carroll said was had Donald Trump's DNA on it that proved that he was at the scene of the crime. Donald Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA. He chose not to give up his DNA. Why would he do that?
His DNA was at the scene of the crime in what context? Like, where was it?
It was on a dress that she kept from that day.
Okay, and how is that proof that he sexually assaulted her as opposed to her
because he was lying about the set of scenarios. This proves that he was the scene of the crime and in close proximity enough to her in order for her to show up on her dress. Because not everyone that she engaged with or interacted with would show up on that dress. Only a few people did. It was her closest friends, right? All women other than one unidentified male. So she claims it's Donald Trump. If it's Donald Trump, that proves that he was at the scene of the crime and was within close proximity to her. Again, proves without a doubt that he was lying already, even past what's already proved.
And I think you probably know the answer to this question. I do not. But how long after the accused incident happened did they go to court?
So specifically, this happened 1985 to 1996. She accused him in 2019 and held him liable here in 2023.
Okay, so how many years is that? That's a
you can't do the
pretty
math.
Long time. Oh yeah, I mean I know, but that's a pretty long time, right?
So it takes decades for people to come out because of people like you.
Well, you're saying that there was DNA evidence that was at the crime scene.
That was on the dress. I said multiple times, and
30
for some reason,
years. 30 years later.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know how DNA evidence works?
Yeah. Do you understand how people could be, I don't know, a little hesitant to
no.
30 years later, and what would be the I don't know, what would be the ambition or the motive for someone like E. Jean Carroll to accuse Donald Trump of such a horrible crime after he
actually did it? And it wasn't just then. It was also that she told multiple of her friends at that time. Explain to me why she told multiple of her friends at that time, and they went and they testified. Wait,
that's an appeal to hearsay. Like,
wouldn't you say witness testimony? Wait, would you say witness testimony is hearsay?
Once again, she told friends that it happened after the fact, so
would
no
you
one
say
actually witnessed it.
Would you say witness testimony, right, is something that you wouldn't accept?
I would accept it in some context.
So watch this. So by the way, the witness testimony just demonstrates that she said this at the time, meaning that she had a consistent story over multiple decades. Explain to me why she told them at that time and then waited to then come out now, if it is the case that specifically, right, she was trying to go after him for quote unquote money. Why wouldn't she have gone after him back then if she was trying to do it for money?
Well, Donald Trump obviously has more money now than he had in 1985.
He had plenty of money then.
But he was not a billionaire in 1985 now, was he?
He was pretty close to that. I mean, regardless, the point is true.
I just think that there was other motives involved for E. Jean Carroll coming out and saying that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump 30 years ago, such as her, I don't know, probably her not supporting Donald Trump as president. If
95 to 96, not 85, by the way. I just want to clarify.
Okay, so 20 years ago. Or no, 30 years. 30 years. 30 years. 30 years. By the way. Yeah, 30. Yeah, but 20 years after she accused him of it, and now it's been 30 years. Right, so that's a really long time, and I don't believe her
believe her because it's been a few decades, even though there are friends that she. So again, explain to me why she told those friends at that time and then waited to come out with it. If it is the case that it was a fake story.
Again, that's hearsay that she told her friends.
Wait, no, but
she
her
could
friends
lie
witnessed
about that.
it.
She could have.
Wait, no, her friends witnessed it. Both of them witnessed it.
Her friends witnessed Donald Trump sexually assaulting her and did nothing about it. That doesn't sound very believable.
I'm sorry, but genuinely, it's like you're fucking stupid. Like, I've explained this to you multiple times at this point. They witnessed her telling them that she was assaulted. I've clarified this to you like multiple times. Either you're purposefully misrepresenting what I'm saying, or you are genuinely really stupid.
Okay, no, it just doesn't make any sense to say they witnessed them telling them. You could just say that she told them. Whenever you say that they witnessed,
Because I'm demonstrating that they are a witness to the fact that this happened, and you accept witness testimony. You're not.
I would not accept I would not accept witness testimony in this context because the witnesses here did not see or observe the crime, and they also didn't go to the police.
I'm not saying of the crime. Oh my god, dude! I'm not saying that the crime happened because they witnessed this. I'm saying specifically what they witnessed was that she told them at the time. Okay. So I'm showing it as a consistent story over multiple decades. Now, answer to me that if she made this up to make money from Donald Trump, then why did she tell them at that time and then wait decades to come out with it? Why? Explain that.
I think that it is possible that, and maybe you would agree, that Donald Trump and E. Jean Carroll did something consensually, and that E. Jean Carroll.
Then why did Trump lie about it and say he never met her?
Now that I cannot answer. I do not know why Donald Trump lied and said that he did not know who she was.
So no one even alleged that about the circumstance, yet you think that happened. So do you see how you'll make up anything to possibly deny the fact that this happened? Because you just made up something that no one claimed about the scenario.
What I'm saying is that
no one claimed that consensual sex happened. Not a single person. But yet you claim that that's what happened.
I think that I'm not even claiming that. I said that it is.
You did just
possible.
claim that.
No, I started off the.
No, that's what you said you were accepting to be true.
No, okay, then let me clarify then. I think that it is possible that Donald Trump and E. Jean Carroll did something consensually together.
I don't.
E. Jean Carroll.
Because no one claimed that about the scenario.
We have no reason to believe one side or the other because there is no hard concrete evidence.
There is. Now, you're not listening. I've already gone over this multiple times. I want you to respond to this particular point. Explain why she would have waited if it is the case that she was trying to make money off of it and she made it up. Why would she have told her friends at that time and then waited decades to come out with it if she was trying to make money off of it? That makes literally no fucking sense.
Well, perhaps because it wasn't true. And if she knew that if she could...
That makes no fucking sense at all.
No, hold on. No, it actually does make a lot of sense. Because
no, it doesn't.
If she knew that... If I can explain it to you. Okay, good. So if it really didn't happen and she really wanted to make money off Donald Trump, then she wouldn't go to the police right after the supposed incident happened because then the police would know that it wasn't true because there would be no DNA proof. They could have, got
there
witness
was DNA on the dress
or cameras involved or whatever. But she knew that if she waited 20 years, then it'd be people like you, for example, would say, well, here's E. Jean Carroll, 20 years removed, says that she got raped by Donald Trump. Oh, and by the way, Donald Trump has made a lot of crude remarks on the Howard Stern show. There's a lot of consistencies there that is going to make me look good in court. And Donald Trump is now a billionaire. So perhaps it would be a good idea for me financially to lie about Donald Trump sexually assaulting me back in 1995, even though there's no hard concrete proof that it happened.
So you're saying she did this to make money because she thought it would be more believable if she waited?
Correct.
So you think more people believe her now that she waited?
Correct.
Than would have believed her?
Correct.
But didn't you say the reason why you don't believe her is because she waited?
No, the reason I don't believe her is because there's no evidence.
He can't make up his mind. He can't make up his mind.
I know the reason I don't believe her.
You literally said the reason why you don't believe her is because she waited, but the reason why more people believe her now is because she waited. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and both can be true at the same time. I don't believe her because she waited, but more people believe her now because she waited. Yes, both can be true.
Well, you think it's more believable given that she waited, but then you think it's less believable given that she waited.
No, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying that more people are likely to believe her because she waited, because of everything else that Donald Trump has done.
But you have no evidence for that at all, and I would actually argue that's definitely not the case.
And you're actually bringing up a great point. Neither one of us have evidence of this because there is no concrete evidence.
Yeah, but you talk to people about this. You talk to people about this all the time, which I do all the time, right? And they constantly respond that they don't believe her because she waited. This is like the common response. Okay? So I would actually argue we have very good reason based upon that alone, right? That's the case. Because all these conversations end up this way. Practically 95% of them, okay? They all say this. Okay.
Well, I think what we probably can find common ground on is that everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Yeah?
Yeah, but Donald Trump was held liable and you still don't accept it.
but not criminally.
I don't know.
From a
I don't know
criminal,
why you
from a
act like
criminal
you.
perspective,
What is up
he
with
is
people
still
acting like
innocent.
they don't accept civil cases? Are you fucking serious? I guarantee if I asked you the same fucking question 4 years ago, you'd accept civil cases. It's fucking embarrassing. He was held liable. You accept civil cases. Why are you acting like you don't just because you support this guy? This is
But if
cult-like
if we-
shit.
if we-
Genuinely.
if we-
This is
if
cult-like
we
shit.
can-
Any Democrat was held civilly liable of something, you guys would be fucking parading that as evidence. I promise you that. But because it's true about Donald Trump, you think it's not enough because it's not a criminal case. Do you accept the criminal felonies against Trump? The ones he was convicted of?
I mean, obviously he was found guilty of.
So you think that was a legitimate crime that he was convicted of?
on-
Do you think it was a legitimate crime he was convicted of?
I do think it was a. I think that there's a little bit more nuance to that conversation.
There we
as
go.
Well, but I think that it was upgraded to a felony whenever it should have been a misdemeanor.
You see what I mean? Nope, it was a felony because of a predicate crime. You just don't know that because you didn't look into the case. Do you see what I mean?
think there was
They
a
would
lot-
just
there was a lot
grasp
of
for straws to
motivation
not
to-
accept it in any fucking scenario. You just proved to me you're a cultist.
Hold on.
You will literally do anything within your capacity to not accept it when it's blatantly obvious in front of you. Can you name one piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case that you dispute?
Parker, hold on. Your cortisol levels are spiking, and we're getting a little lost in the weeds.
What do you watch
here.
too much Clav?
Do what?
You watch too much Clav? You say cortisol spiking? That's cringe, bro.
Well, I don't actually like Clive. I think that he's a menace and he's quite a disturbing individual.
Then why do you say his terminology?
I didn't know that was his terminology. Now that I know that, because I've heard that that phrase being referenced by many other people. I've never heard it referenced from clavicular. So if that is in fact a clavicular,
It's not like only him, but that's like I think he's like popularized it amongst like the right wingers.
Okay. Well, knowing that, I'll probably stop saying that. But you're getting a little worked up right now.
Okay.
I think that we're getting a little lost in the weeds, and I want to get back to the main point here, and that's the policy that Donald Trump signed into an executive order. Oh,
He got a harassment and bullying flag. Got to go on to the next individual. I don't know why he got that. That was absurd. Did he say that because he said my cortisol spiked? That's absurd. That's so absurd. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, by the way, everyone, just letting y'all know, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you. I am just letting you know. I am doing that today, and I'm not joking, and I am being 100% serious. You absolutely will get blocked if you do not hop out of the guest requests, if you do not meet that criteria. By the way, Tina, thank you for the Viking hammer, by the way. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual. Someone sent me a message saying the guy's pretzel maxing to twist his way from his in terms of his Trump support. That's diabolical.
Hello.
How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump 100%.
Okay. For sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Could you just give me 1 quick second real quick?
Alrighty.
Alrighty. As well as Forrest, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Under Fire, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brian, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Always good to see you. Thank you. Yeah, that was brutal, right? Seeker of truth. Cheryl, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. They are absolutely buffoons. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Some people to thank over on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria that I always put up on the TikTok screen in the middle of after the debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, hit that, or if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. I'd appreciate that as well. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Neo, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally couldn't see the future. That's why it literally makes no sense if you say that based upon the fact that they were lying, because it makes no sense to wait that long if you were. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. OGK Pop Stand, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Kane, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Tori, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I know it's absurd that people see that that's an unnecessary standard. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. As well as Kenya, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Richard, thank you for the $5. Finney, thank you for the $1. Yasmin, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's really ridiculous. Now they care about the environment when they say that. Brand, thank you for the $2. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Chip, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Casey, thank you for the $5 as well. Rhonda, thank you for the 10. Maeve, thank you for the $2. Brand, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And Rachel, thank you for the $5 as well. I think I am fully caught up. As well as Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. So like, I'll be honest, Parker. These last couple of months, like my faith has been shaken in President Trump. He's done a lot of bad things that I don't agree with, like the gas prices and the Iran war. Oh, don't even start me with that. That enrages me. But so I saw something come across my feed today that really got me back in the old Trump mood. Did you see the American who was unalived by an illegal immigrant again in Chicago?
No.
Hello?
But why would you take a specific circumstance of an undocumented immigrant doing something wrong to generalize undocumented immigrants across the board when undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens?
That is true, Parker. That is true. But also, is it really a death that should have happened? Like, would that death have happened if we didn't allow any illegal immigration?
No death should happen. Also, by the way, you could say the same thing for tourism. There are tourists who commit murder.
Can you like answer my question?
Yes, I am. I'm directly answering it. Watch this.
Okay.
There are tourists that commit murder. If we ban tourism, then that would have prevented the tourists from being able to commit murder in those circumstances. But that doesn't mean we're going to ban tourism just because the nominal level of crime overall would increase. Same thing with increasing the amount of children we have. If we increase the amount of children we have, there'll be more people in the future that inevitably speaking will lead to nominally more crimes occurring. But that doesn't mean that we should stop having kids because of that.
That is true. That is true. But you could agree that on a whole, illegal immigration, not just immigration, but illegal immigration is like not a good thing, right?
Yeah, because I would prefer them to have a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because they are mistreated when they're in the country undocumented. So I would prefer that the undocumented immigrants, and rather than them being deported, given a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
And you would still support the violent illegal immigrants? You would support them being deported? The ones who have committed violent crimes?
Absolutely. They should be on the condition that they'll be put in a prison in another country. I don't want them running free in our country or some other country. Yeah.
Yes, that's a middle ground that I can agree with. But like, you can see how everything that's happened like in these past couple of months, and even in the prime of Biden's administration, all the citizens who have suffered. Like, you could see how people like Nicholas Fuentes can get that traction where they're just like, we don't want any immigration at all. Like, you can see that, right? Like, you can see why he's so popular.
Are you a groyper?
I'm not a groyper, but I do support the America First movement, yes.
Do you support Nick Fuentes?
Not entirely. I support the America First movement.
Yeah, and is that headed by Nick Fuentes?
Sure.
Okay, so you do support his movement, even though he actively thinks Epstein's not a P3DO.
Well, I mean, that's just unbelievable. I can't even believe that he said that. But I'm like, even though he says awful stuff, like Trump says awful stuff all the time, and I'm sure you agree that Joe Biden said awful stuff, like all that racist stuff that he was talking about.
Yeah, so I think that one, we can also point to that with Nick Fuentes. Two, we can acknowledge that Joe Biden has acknowledged his behavior in the past, apologizes for it, tries to do better, and educates people against that, while simultaneously, right, trying to do its best, right, to benefit all people of this country, right? So you understand that we can say that and acknowledge that he has apologized and acknowledged these things to try to do better, and that's better than what we see with Trump or Nick Fuentes, who actively, unapologetically engage in racism, misogyny, and bigotry.
Well, I don't really think he has any extreme hate towards women or people of color or
okay, so he literally after Trump won,
I just think he likes to make jokes.
Yeah, so you understand that making those types of claims towards individuals literally is showing that you don't care about their feelings, because you're willing to disenfranchise their entire community, right, as a butt of a joke. Not only that, but also we can point to the fact that he actively does believe this in terms of policy as well. It's not just jokes. You know that, right? Like, he's literally on video saying he thinks that engaging in sex with people who are not white is degenerate.
Well, I mean, that is pretty. That is
like
pretty
in a
disgusting. But it
person,
also
like
stems
in a
from his
private
religious
conversation, he
background.
said that, like not knowing that he
Yeah,
was
I
being
know.
recorded, not joking, like
I
saying
haven't.
that because that's what he thinks.
Well, I haven't like heard that clip, but I'll be honest. I believe fully that he would have said that because he says some pretty awful things. But like just talking about the movement in general, you could see how his monologue says that he says that he goes on. Like you could see how they attract a lot of far right and right attention and popularity, right?
Yeah, I can understand how Nazis can get the attention of Nazis.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not slur, Parker.
That's not a slur. That's just a fact.
It is a
Nazis can get the attention of other Nazis. Is that a complicated
Can
thing
you
to understand?
define the term Nazi?
Yeah, a member of the German National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Okay, is Nick Fuentes German?
No, he's not German.
Okay.
But he,
well,
but
we
he
can
is
move on from
someone-
that then.
But he is someone that holds the ideological
not a
beliefs.
Nazi.
But he does hold the ideological beliefs similar to that of the party. You understand that, right?
Well, Parker, I gotta go because I have a job. It was good debating with you.
Oh, you know that you're wrong. That's why. That's why they left. So that's quite literally, if he holds the ideological views, right, of members that are associated with the Nazi party, I'm going to call him a Nazi. He's literally denied the amount of people who died in the Holocaust. Like, he's literally a Nazi. I understand how it could be classical and limited, but like the way I was defining it is simply just based upon how they were using the term, right? Or how specifically it'd be applicable historically speaking, right? When you could say that also it can be defined in a manner in which is saying that it's ideologically similar or having the ideology, right, of that particular party. I think that both definitions hold. Yo, it's about you. Appreciate the galaxy.
Parker.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Barbara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We have very little guest requests right now, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Leah, thank you for the Night Star. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20 years old. Yeah, I remember I was on here a month ago and I was thanking you because I told you I was a victim of sexual abuse, and that said, like, if you would ever do a live stream in the future where you like debate like non-religious spiritual people, because I follow New Age spirituality a lot.
Oh, I remember you. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a fantastic day. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Yo, it's okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
Hi, Parker. Could you help me with this problem at school? I have like a lot of guys.
Only send a guest request if you
making
meet
jokes.
that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. They did sound like a minor. I have to go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we're actually not getting like any Trump supporters or any guest requests right now, everyone. There's like 6,000 people in the TikTok stream, and there's literally not a single person. It's all just trolls in the guest box or people that I've already added up. Hey, everyone, get out of the guest box. What the fuck are you guys doing? I'm just going to block every single one of you. Why are you guys doing this repeatedly? Like, why do you hop back in the guest box to keep doing this? Like, what is your problem? Like, I genuinely don't understand. Just leave the box. Do you want to get blocked? Do you have to make a whole new account? Stop wasting your own time, dude. Like, genuinely, go do something productive with your life. If you don't care about the streams and you want to troll, go do something productive. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Like, you yourself get literally nothing out of it. I don't understand why people do it. You get absolutely nothing out of it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I used to. I honestly just wanted to say that from listening to you.
Well, I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you very much, though. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You already know, bro. Haha, your chat's coping. Thought y'all lost the election. Haha, keep coping. Haha, losers.
You want to debate me? Or are you going to run away because you're scared?
Keep coping.
I bet you're about to run
that
away.
You lost.
You're about to run away.
Your supporters
You
are
want to
here
debate me?
cope.
What? You want to debate me?
Trump won. Win. I'm so sad.
This is what he's doing because he's so scared to debate.
For us. Please cook the Trump supporters for us. I'm so sad. Please let me get my anger out on Parker's stream so I can feel better.
That's what you're doing right now. You literally just did that. So do you want to debate me or do you just want to come up here and do that? Because you can't debate.
Come
You're
up
scared.
here and do that.
How old are you? Oh, they left. Diabolical. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, can you kick me? I didn't mean to join.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
What up, Parker?
FB, thank you so much for the push the galaxy. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker?
How old are you?
Hello? 2020.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you driving?
No, I am not. I'm in the passenger seat right now.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Psych, boy!
Okay. I guess I have to repeat this. If you send a guest request and you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will absolutely block you. Just letting you know. Every single person that does, I'm going to block you. I guess I have to do this today. So, because you guys literally won't listen, I'm just going to do that. Because this is absurd. Like, genuinely, like, I appreciate everyone. I really do. But, like, this is absurd. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. You literally will get blocked if you do not meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 63.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I regret it. I didn't
if-
realize that I was going to vote in a power-hungry doofus, I should say. And if I was to...
I think that they said they were going to switch their vote if they did vote. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates. Please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on that TikTok screen, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm still voting Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I support him changing the interpretation of birthright citizenship and deportations.
Okay. So why do you like... Actually, can you name one material benefit of mass deportation?
It will stop the infiltration of the black community by immigrants, because most immigrants are put in the black community. They're not put in the white community, so it doesn't really affect them.
Okay. Did you know that immigrants benefit our society? They don't disenfranchise our society?
No, they don't.
They do. There's a Cato Institute study indicating that immigrants coming to our society decrease the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. How do you feel about that?
And when you add up the remittances that they send out the country, it surpassed that. Also,
yeah, people can choose what they want to do with their money. Technically, if you donate to someone who's a streamer from Canada, you are engaging in remittance under that notion by just sending money outside of the nation being considered remittance.
Like I said, remittances surpass the money that they put into America, and also,
do you have a source that it's over 14.5 trillion over the last 30 years?
Also, when you look at the resources that they take from the black community, it doesn't help my community.
They don't. They give more resources to our society as a whole to help out everyone, reducing our deficit by $14.5 trillion over the last 30 years.
That's opinion.
Nope. There's a study that indicates that from the Cato Institute. It's your opinion that you're disputing that.
Studies are not actually factually fully true.
Wait, I'm giving you a study. You're not giving me anything. What's your source?
I mean, many sources that proves that they are detrimental to the black community.
What's your source?
Harvard did a study where...
What's the title?
It's an article that the New York Times made. Harvard.
So is it Harvard or the New York Times? Okay, so what's the title?
The title of the article is Harvard is adding more black students, but what kind?
Okay, and where does it say within that?
That Harvard and many other universities, they allow black immigrants to fill up their quota numbers so they don't have to allow in black American students.
And you said this from the New York Times?
Yeah.
I looked up exactly what you said. It doesn't come up.
Let me look it up. It was about around 20.
I right now see from the New York Times, Asian American students increase at Harvard, black students decline. That's in 2025.
No, I'm talking about this article was made in like 2016.
Okay. I don't see that anywhere.
But like I said, immigrants don't really know and add too much to America more than actual Americans, and also they are detrimental to the black community because most immigrants are put in the black community.
Are you saying that there was an increase in applications of people into Harvard, and you were saying that's good, right? Who are black?
No. I mean, not for the black American community. It's probably good for black immigrants, but it's not good for the black American community.
That people are going to Harvard?
They can label themselves as black, so that's them filling up the affirmative action, or at that time the affirmative action and quota numbers that they have to allow in black-looking students. And since they're allowing black immigrants, it stops them from allowing in black Americans, which the main reason why they do that.
Okay, I don't see any good reason to say that. I think that you're just making that distinction for no reason.
You bring in Santana, no, I'm saying you're tap dancing black person. I want to have a conversation.
That's funny.
Don't say that about him. That's absurd.
I mean,
it's fine,
hey,
Parker.
Look,
It's fine.
Hey, dude. He literally sent me a message saying that he wanted to join real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, because he wanted to defend his white brother on the left. His tap dances on the left and the right.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, the only reason I came up is because I wanted to shine some light on what this idiot was talking about. So this person is someone that claims to be FBA, right? Foundation of Black America. They have they have issues with immigrants from other countries, specifically Black immigrants, because they think Black immigrants are coming into the U.S. and taking things from Black people that are born and quote unquote have lineage tracking back to American slaves. Now, the issue, as far as what he's referring to, is the deportation and the efforts that are occurring by ICE. While, yes, Donald Trump is looking to slow immigration from legal immigrants, which would be the root cause of what he's speaking to, the mass deportation effort is targeted towards undocumented immigrants, which is absolutely not taking anything from Black Americans. It's literally rooted in their idea that they think that if they somehow uphold this, then they're going to get reparations. Like, that's the only basis of them doing that. They think that they're going to get reparations.
I'm not a reparationist. I could care less about reparations.
Sure. Can you give us any actual substantial information that says that Black immigrants have been taking anything from Black Americans?
I give you proof where Black immigrants any immigrants are detrimental to the Black community.
Sure, give me anything.
Like in my city, you like in
no,
Texas,
not anecdotal, not anecdotal, empirical, not anecdotal.
Everything is anecdotal to your personal politics. That's why people choose personal. That's why you have one issue voters. You have multiple issue voters.
That's fine. I'll let you finish your conversation with Parker. I just want to say, so just an FYI for the people listening, as far as any type of empirical data that that immigration takes anything away from Black people, that's absolutely false. When he says that immigrants are placed in Black communities, no, what happens is Black people have been disenfranchised throughout the history of the country. And when it comes to the transition of people moving out of places of poverty, while Black people have been placed in quote unquote ghettos, the transition of Black people as generational wealth continues to grow, they move out of those areas, and those immigrants that come into the country who have less tend to move into those areas that Black people are moving out. So they're not placed there. It's a transitional period, something that's happened and something that increases when Black people have continue to get more wealth throughout the history of our country. So that's it. Anyway, Parker, I appreciate you, and I'll see you later.
See you soon.
Yep.
Sammy, thank you for the galaxy.
Yeah. You're done with your Captain Saber Negro.
What'd you say?
Are you done with your Captain Saber Negro?
I couldn't hear you. Can you say that one more time?
Are you done with your Captain Saber Negro?
I'm sorry. I actually don't even know what you're saying.
It's fine. Can we continue? So, why do you think immigration is good for America? And why do you think that the 14th Amendment shouldn't only apply to Black Americans? Because that's how he's trying to interpret the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship, which at the time, when you look at the time period, the Civil War was over slavery, and some people in the South say state rights, but the whole premise of making the 14th, 15th, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was to allocate those issues with Black Americans within the land. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to let these immigrants and other groups misuse and misinterpret them?
Oh, wait. Did you say Captain Save-A-Me? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Captain Save-A-Me. He's the Negro. He just came in the Captain Save-A-Me.
Don't do that. Okay. It's annoying that, like, literally people try to do this. I think it's so ridiculous. What is wrong with Santana coming up on the stream when he wants to do so? Like, why do people have to make that about his race? Like, it's really annoying.
It gives a pop-up because you mainly do that when Black or
I don't do anything. He asked me to come up.
Yeah, and I'm saying you mostly let him up when there's a Black or so-called brown person.
I let Santana up when he wants to come up on my stream.
With a couple of YT people, but mostly
Santana's one of my friends. I let up my friends when they want to come up.
Yeah, but like I said, you mostly let them up when black or brown people are up here.
That's
Because I truly
more
feel
like
you're
how about this? Maybe the explanation is that Santana will decide to want to come up on the stream more when that's true. Is that a reasonable explanation?
It's because he don't want you looking back.
Is that
hating
no?
black
Hold on.
people.
Now you're gonna come up with some other grasping the straws explanation. So why are you so focused on making it about his race in this scenario? Right? Like why can't Santana and I just be friends? Like genuinely, like that makes it's so annoying that people have to like say shit like that. Has nothing to do with that. It's just he happens to want to come up in that scenario.
You do understand this is America. Everything is about race. And I watch your live streams multiple times. And majority of the time that he comes up here is when it's black or so-called brown people up here. He comes
That's
up
his
here when
choice,
it's
right? That's his choice. You're acting like I'm intentionally.
When it's black or brown
Hey,
people.
Parker.
Meaning
Hey, Parker.
that
Hey,
he really
Parker.
don't
Quick
want you
question for
debating
you.
black people.
Quick question for you. Hey, what are we doing? What did I text you before you went live?
Actually, you texted me about how we're going to be co-hosting later. How you're going to come up on my stream and we're going to be co-hosting before you hop on your stream because you were doing a bunch of stuff before going live.
Yeah. I literally text Parker earlier before he went live. I was like, "Hey, do you want to co-host at some point?" And he's like, "Cool." So that's why I said I'll see you later, because I was actually going to come back up here and co-host with Parker. Now, I was sitting here listening, as I always do. I listen to a lot of my friends, and no matter if it's Parker, if it's Dean, if it's Zeus, if it's Jess, like it's so many people that I listen to. And if I get the inclination to hop up, then, I'll send them a message like, "Hey, can I come up for a second?" That's not exclusive to Parker or white people or anyone specifically. It's just, I have a lot of friends on this app. And last but not least, the reason why you see me come up on these streams so much when, black or brown people are up here, and it's because for some reason you guys try to spread harmful misinformation that's actively harmful towards the black community. And so I'm not going to sit here and listen to another black person spread misinformation that's actively harming black people. So yes, I will come up every single time to correct the misinformation that you guys try to spread, because I refuse to allow you to hurt our people, which includes you.
Where are people from?
My people are from here. My lineage tracks back. Yes, it tracks all the way back to the plantations in South Carolina. Yes, technically I would be FBA. Yes, you can't son me. So yes, you have nothing.
Because you don't never show your hairline. It'd be wild.
Oh my God! Yes, you believe in pseudoscience. No one gives a fuck about your thoughts as far as skull sizes and hairlines and all this other stupid shit. You guys are so stupid. Anyway, the only reason I come up here is because you guys don't know anything and you're just trying to perpetuate harm towards the black community, and I refuse to do that. Now lock the fuck in and engage with Parker and try to substantiate a debate, because you have nothing. Parker, I appreciate you, and I'll see you later.
Only on black Americans only focusing on black Americans is harmful to the black American community. It don't make sense. I can understand it's harmful to Pan African.
Can I ask you for two Trump policies that you like?
Go ahead.
Can you answer two Trump policies that you like?
I told you, I support Executive Order 14160 and deportation. The SAVE Act sounds good to me too, because I don't believe the Democrats' propaganda that black people can't get show identification or don't have birth certificates, because it's notoriously, known in the black community. We keep up with our documents. Especially.
So let me clarify. Deportation is a goal, not a policy. So what policy led to more deportations?
I never said a policy. I told you.
I
what
asked
policy.
You for policies.
I mean, like I said, the SAVE Act, that's a policy that I support. I support
the SAVE Act has not been passed.
I supported the first step back that he passed in his first administration.
Okay.
That helped a lot of black people.
I mean, that was bipartisan. Kamala Harris helped with that as well. Did you know that?
But most laws are supposedly bipartisan. I mean, some of them don't, because
I'm talking about how that's not unique to Trump's side. So the way that you differentiate both sides is by saying, what do they support that's unique to their side, right? That would be the way that you bring it up. And I mean, I don't know why the only thing that you can mention Like, you don't mention any of Trump's economic policies. You don't mention on any benefits he brings to the nation. You just say deportation and the Executive 14160, which is the redefining of the birthright citizenship. So all you care about is immigration? That's it?
I told you I'm a 1-2 issue voter.
Okay,
That's
so,
all I give a damn
so
about.
okay, so then here's my point. Then you're a single issue voter. So let me ask you this question: would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris?
Look, tell you the truth, I could care less about Epstein. That's a white people issue.
No, that's an everyone issue. That's an every person issue.
No, it's not. It don't have nothing to do with black people. Even Epstein said himself in the files.
Everyone should be against that. Everyone should realize that this is an issue because this is something that people in positions of power are limiting from getting out. That affects everyone.
That's a white person issue.
It affects everyone.
No, it affects white people. That's y'all issue. That's y'all business.
Well, I'm sorry.
Y'all handle your business.
Wait,
how y'all
us living in a society in which protects pedophiles that are in positions of power is definitely something that impacts everyone.
No, because in my community we deal with those type of people. If they don't get the righteous legal justice, then we handle it the other way. That's how we do it in my community. So I could care less about that. That has nothing to do with me in my community.
So is that just your specific community and not the entire country, or I don't know what you're specifically trying to say?
When
are you saying in your Epstein, where you live?
When it comes down to Epstein, I look at that as a white issue because it involves majority white people and white minors. So I'm gonna let the white community handle that because that's white people business.
Wait,
I feel like
why can't you say that you're against it?
Yeah, I'm against it, but I could care less.
Okay, you could.
It's their business.
So here's my question. So you don't care about people who are white who have been sexually assaulted?
Look, I can have an opinion.
No,
I can
answer
say,
this question. Do you care about them?
I can empathize.
But do you care about them?
It's their issue. That it's within their community.
I'm sorry, but do you care about them?
I said I have empathy. I understand. It's a bad thing.
So you do care, yes.
I just said I have empathy, and I feel bad that it happened.
So you can't say that. Oh, I don't care. You do care. You just said you care.
No, I'm saying that's a white person. That's a white community.
But you care about that as well, right?
No, it's not. It's not.
You don't care.
Affecting my community personally.
So you don't care about white women who have been sexually assaulted, just because they're white.
I mean, when you look at the history of white women in America, like I said, I'm just gonna leave that to the white community.
I'm sorry. So saying that there's racism in the white community does not mean that white victims, people who are white, happen to not be a victim. They just happen to be white. They happen to be white. What? How does that mean that they are not? Stop talking for a second. How does that mean that they are not a victim, or that there's someone you should not care about? Okay, you still want to care about it because any victim should be cared for, should be taken care of, should be believed, right? Regardless, right? Credible victims, regardless of their race, should be believed. It's ridiculous for you to say that you don't think that we should care about this just because they're white. That's an absurd thing to say. Okay. Obviously, you should be able to say that you shouldn't support people like Trump who do not hold individuals in the Epstein files accountable because of the fact that that's an atrocious, morally abhorrent thing to support, and that you can't just overlook those things. So answer this question. Would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein over Kamala Harris if Jeffrey Epstein had Donald Trump's policies?
If Jeffrey Epstein had ran for president, I would have did what I did the previous year and just sat on the couch and said, fuck it.
So you wouldn't have voted for either side? You wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I'm not voting for a Hindu lady that's pretending to be a black American. No. Okay. So I would have just sat on
You're obviously wrong there. I'm just going to kick you because that's ridiculous. She is a black American. I'm going to kick them. I think it's absurd. That person's position is so unbelievably ridiculous to me. Like, how do you just overlook child sexual abuse? Like, that's just absurd. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people as always. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support his border policies. Let's see, what else?
What specific border policy?
Just more so on his trying to keep out illegal immigrants and his work with ICE.
Okay. So you don't know a single border policy that does that, right?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Okay. So you just want to deport more people. What benefit do we get from deporting people?
We keep out some crime.
They what?
We keep out crime.
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Isn't there a lot less, immigrants than U.S. citizens, though?
I'm saying per capita.
Okay, but wouldn't we want to stop crime in general, though?
Chat, where are you guys getting that he's under 18?
I'm not under 18.
I don't know. People are just spamming that.
Yeah, I'm not. I literally go to college. Okay. I don't see any evidence. He's been up before? Okay. There's at least someone I trusted that said that, so I'm going to go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Kinda, yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
January.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his immigration, how he is deporting illegal immigrants.
Okay. And can you name one benefit from deportation?
I think it lets people know that they can't just come here illegally. I mean, it's illegally. If someone breaks into your house, do you just let them, just because they're doing your dishes and doing your laundry, do you just let them stay?
I understand that with personal property, that makes sense. I don't think we treat country the same as personal property. For example, there's no border that's enforced between Nevada and California. That doesn't mean someone from Nevada can just walk into my house, right?
Well, no.
So we don't treat borders of our state or of our country the same as we treat our personal property.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't think people should be coming here illegally. I get that there's circumstances where there's might be something bad happening in our country, but I mean, that doesn't mean you still get to come illegally. I mean, I've watched you and Dean all the time, and I respect that you guys are very passionate about what you do, and I have tried to get on Dean's live before, but I mean, I already know no matter what I say, you guys are gonna cook me somehow in some form.
Okay, so then why do you still support Trump if you know that, one, he's violating the law, two, he's every single day violating it by not releasing the Epstein files fully when they're supposed to, and by violating people's due process rights, and by calling for the termination of the Constitution, calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow the lawful orders? I mean, how can you just overlook all of those things?
I think, though, that his immigration policy, I mean, his character himself, I know like you guys use like the sexually exploiting women and stuff, but I'm not voting off of someone's character. I'm voting off what I think is good for the country. I mean, I think that some of the things he does is I don't think he's a great human being. I really don't. But I think that there's definitely some benefits to him being president.
Okay. So what are the benefits in terms of policy then?
Policies, I don't really know like off the tip of my head. I'm kind of trying to learn more about like policies and everything. But so far, what I have seen, I agree with immigration. I agree with what he's doing with the transit of the trans men or men into women's sports. I don't agree with that. And then abortion. I
Yeah,
agree.
trans men should play in men's sports, right?
Yeah, no. Men should play in men's sports.
Trans men are men.
No, they aren't.
Yeah, they are.
How?
How? Because they meet the criteria, the definition.
Were they born like that?
I don't think that anyone's born with a gender.
How are you not born with a gender? You just get to pick.
Because we don't have a conception of gender until we're like, I think like 4 or 5 years old. There's not an understanding of that when you're a newborn. We are going to have their gender that's going to be associated with their sex, but they technically don't have a perception or an understanding of gender well into their until they're like 4 years old or so.
Mm-hmm. And why are people born with certain genitalia?
Oh, I don't know what you mean. Like, so I'm not saying that. I'm saying that gender is not solely based upon biology. But like, for example, like if you're talking like a newborn, we're typically going to refer to newborns like in the context of like the way that we would based upon their biological sex, because that's typically how it's going to be designated. Now, we know that they don't have an understanding of like a man, a woman, right? A boy, a girl, things like that. That's not like understood at that particular point, right? So like they don't have a conception of gender from their perspective. That's all I'm saying, is that gender and sex are different things. Biological sex and gender are used differently, not only typically speaking within the context of society, but also within all these examples we'd be able to bring up. Like you're not going to you're going to say that children understand gender, right? Like 5-year-olds, but they don't understand like the references of genitalia, of chromosomes, and or of gametes. That's not their understanding of gender. Their understanding of gender is solely social, and their understanding of gender is totally coherent still.
But why do we have gender reveal parties then? I mean,
because
baby showers and stuff.
Because gender and sex are associated with each other at that particular point, because there's no understanding of gender that exists. It's only biological at that point.
Mm-hmm. But that's still, I don't think that means you can just change your gender because you choose to. I mean, am I able to change my race?
I'm not saying you can just change your gender whenever you want. That's not the argument that I'm making. People who are trans, they don't change their gender. That's the representation of their gender that they've always had from their understanding. But you're saying, if you can change your gender, can you change your sex or change your race? No, that's a ridiculous thing. Not all social constructs work the same. Do you think you can change your name?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you can change your race?
No.
Okay, so just because a social construct like names works in such a way in which you can change it does not mean all social constructs work that way. And just because race is a social construct, that means that you can change it. So obviously, you don't accept that argument yourself.
But race and gender are very similar compared to a name.
What?
And
wait. I don't know I don't know. I don't think that gender and race would work the same way there. No, I definitely disagree.
And why do you disagree?
I think that gender is viewed in the same way that names are, right? Like it's a social identity, right? It's going to be. What's up?
I don't think that they should be viewed in the same way, because that's not something you can just change. It's something that you were born with. You don't get assigned.
I'm not saying they should be viewed in 100% identical the same way. I'm not disputing you there, but I'm saying in a similar way. Sorry. Right, like in the fact that it's a method of social engagement, right? Like how you understand each other. It's predicated off their name. It's a way of referencing someone. It's a part of someone's identity, right? It's pretty similar within those respects.
Mm-hmm. I think I don't know. I think that it's not. You can't change it. You can't change, and you also cannot. You're born with how you are. You're born whether if you got a penis, then you're a man, and if you're a boy or whatever, and if
What about for people who are intersex? Because then it's gonna break down there for you.
okay, whatever your chromosomes you were born with.
Okay, well, there are also intersex individuals with chromosomes, right? That are like, for example, people can have XY chromosomes and can have female biology.
Mm-hmm. I would have to do more research on that. I would myself. I'll be honest. I would have to do some more research on that.
Okay.
Like I said, I listen to you and Dean all the time, and I try and figure out more ways to argue against what you say. I compare, and I'm not the greatest at debating in general.
Well, the point that I would make is that it seems like Trump is indefensible. Like, there's no good reason to support him. So at this point, why would you want to?
But I agree with, like I said, I agree with other things. Like, I am a Christian myself, so I feel
so
like
is Kamala Harris.
Is she?
Yeah.
Well, but she's okay with like gay marriage and everything. I'm not saying ban it because I don't really like if you're, but I'm saying like she's okay with that, and that's
in the same way that she's okay with atheists getting married.
Yes, but I'm not. But she's like she stands for like gay marriage and stuff, even though that's against the Bible.
It's not. There's nowhere in the Bible where it says that gay marriage is wrong.
What about Sodom and Gomorrah?
That's not because people are gay.
What was it for then?
So that was, many people say that's because people were engaging intercourse with like the demons and the angels, and they were creating human angel hybrids.
But I'm pretty sure the Bible does talk about homosexuality.
Like you could say it makes like certain individuals make references to it, but the notion of it referencing all gay intercourse, I don't think is the case. Like, for example, you can reference that straight individuals could have adultery, or not engage in adultery, or engage in fornication, right? And that's going to be sinful, and you could describe it in that connotation, but that's not going to be a description in which all straight intercourse from your view is wrong.
I don't know. I gotta do more research on that too. You're just giving me more things to do more research on.
And there's nowhere within the Bible that Jesus says that gay marriage is wrong or mentions people engaging in gay intercourse as being wrong. It's only prescriptions from other individuals, such as like Paul, where people get these particular claims from, which I think can be referencing non-marital conditions of individuals who are gay, right? And also don't condemn marriage amongst individuals that are gay, and are representations of humans' perspectives, not of the perspective of your God, right? So not everything within the context of these scriptures would you say would 100% represent God's views, right? So it's totally compatible.
I would.
You think every single, why?
I think
because
God
you think
spoke
humans
through all
are
of men. All of
you think
these words
humans are
through
perfect.
God.
So you think okay, so then explain to me why there's a contradiction between Mark and Matthew specifically on divorce.
What does it say in both?
That one specifically, there's conditions of you can get a divorce in the case of adultery, and the other one is no situations can you get a divorce.
Which one says which and where? I'd have to look at that because there's context.
Yeah, and I've already looked over this and gone over the context on my stream. It's very, very blatant. I got you. Give me 1 second. Would you like to say something in the meantime while I pull this up?
I don't know. I think that I feel like Trump. I
got it.
It's
Mark
hard
10,
to
Mark 10:7 through 10, and then Matthew 5:31.
Can I ask which translation is that?
New. Let me pull up the one I typically use. I don't
Okay.
know the name off the top of my head. It is called the New Revised Standard Version Update Edition.
Oh, I don't know that one. I actually know, and I know a lot of versions. I use New King James. The same
Yeah,
thing.
but that's like
I
it's like cringe,
go
bro.
ahead.
Like you can't read that shit, can you?
Why?
You can't read that shit, can you?
What do you mean?
The New King Version, it's like, bro, you want to read in like Shakespearean shit?
No, that's King James. New King James is revised in like a more like
Okay.
simple
So do
way.
you want me to pull them up for you then? In that one?
Yes, please.
I got you. I'll pull it up for you. 7 through 10. Okay. For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So then they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let not man separate. Yeah, it just like says it in a really weird way. But yeah, it still does say let no separate. And then I can go to Matthew 5:31. Alrighty. What the fuck, dude? Give me 1 second.
All right.
The New King James Version is just really weird too. Here we go. Furthermore, it has been said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that whoever divorces his wife for any reason except sexual immorality causes her to commit adultery, and whoever marries a woman who is divorced commits adultery.
I don't know necessarily that that's a contradiction. I feel like that's just not adding that last part. I mean,
One says except sexual morality, the other one says in no situations. That's why the New King James Version is weird. If you click on the what's it called, the new New Revised Standard Version, you can read into it, and it's very clear. It says that there's an exception in one scenario, but not the other.
But I don't know how accurate that translation is. I mean, I know
That's the most accurate one.
You think so?
Yes.
There's also the there's NIV, but I don't use NIV. There's the other one I'm trying to remember that my church uses.
You want to do NIV?
I don't care which one. I mean, but
it says the same thing.
Yeah, so I mean, that's like I said. I don't care which one. I mean, I don't know that necessarily that's a contradiction. Like I said, though, I think that's just not adding the last except part.
Okay, it is blatantly a contradiction. It says no exceptions in one scenario, and it says that there's an exception in the other scenario.
Okay.
Let no one separate. No exception.
I know. I'm just reading through Matthew too, and Mark. I don't know.
So the obvious answer to this is that there are differences in the understandings of human beings, and that explains why they have a difference in understanding. It's totally reasonable to believe that someone would have a different account of what they saw than someone else. It's totally reasonable to believe that, and that's just showing of human error. So there is human error in the Bible. The idea that it's 100% reflective of God is not true, because there's human error. So the point that I'm then making is that you don't have certain evidence or even best evidence to say that just because a human being claims this, God didn't, that means that it's the case, right? You can only make as much of a prescription as yourself.
Yeah. I think, though, God did speak to these men. I mean, I think that... And you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
And why don't you believe in God?
Oh, I think that Christianity has contradictions. I grew
But
up in
I
a
feel like
conservative Christian household, but I
so
stopped believing
is
because I
everything
didn't
else.
have evidence, and then I realized that there are contradictions within Christianity. Not just
But
the
I
one I
feel like
mentioned, but plenty of others, like that are like ideological contradictions.
could you explain some?
Yeah, the one that I typically use is that God is perfect, right? Perfect creator, all knowing, all
Uh-huh.
powerful, all good.
Yeah.
The world we exist in is not perfect. There's sin in the world.
Yep.
It doesn't make sense from God to go from a state in which he's perfect, he exists alone, to a state in which is imperfect, where God exists plus creation, because there are flaws within creation. So that would indicate that God desires to create a world in which is imperfect over a world which is perfect, which is a contradiction, because
Well,
imperfect means that there are flaws. Perfect means that there's no flaws. Perfection is more desirable than imperfection because flaws are undesirable, meaning that you're obviously going to be desiring to then create a less desirable world based upon that notion, which is a contradiction. So you either have to say that the world that we exist in is perfect, right? Or you have to say that God wouldn't have created in that scenario, which would mean that we wouldn't exist. Therefore, it's
well,
not possible for your God to explain the world that we're in because there's
well,
sin within the
the world
world
was
under your
perfect
own
at first.
ideological position.
The world was perfect at first, and then he gave us the freedom to sin, and he gave us the option, and that's what happened when
If Adam and
Satan
Eve
and then
truly were perfect, even if they had free will, they would regardless of any single scenario, they would decide to choose the right thing. They were not perfect, inevitably speaking, when
no, they
created,
were
and
not,
that's
but
why they
the world
inevitably
at first
sinned.
was perfect. I mean, not the
No,
people
but
in it though.
they are within the world. So if you consider the world, you're considering all things within existence there,
Okay, my
outside of
apologies
God,
there.
which would then entail that it's not perfect because there are aspects of the world that are not perfect. God created those human beings. Therefore, it's literally impossible for that to be the case. Because why? Because God's perfect, they're imperfect. How could a perfect being desire to create something that's imperfect? That's incoherent.
Well, I think he gives people a freedom and a choice to be like, I'm not perfect, but I am forgiven. Like, I think he gives us a choice for that reason, like, I feel like
Where's the galaxy? But the
he
point is that imperfection is less preferable than perfection.
yeah, it might be less preferable, but he also just gives us a choice though. He it's a decision that we make, and he I mean that, like, yeah, he just gives us the decision, and I mean we choose what we do want to do with our lives, and if we want to like not believe or believe. I mean, like, I don't know.
I don't know what you're trying to say. Repeat what you just tried to say.
Like, that's a really good like argument, but I feel like just because one's better than the other, that doesn't mean you just pick. Like, I feel like
It
he
does. It
created
does
us
because
so we
God's
would have
all
the
knowing, all
option.
powerful, all good. God knows. Like, think about it this way: there's a perfect world and an imperfect world. Which would you rather? Would you rather one
Well,
that
I
has
mean,
no flaw or one that does have flaw?
I'd rather the perfect world.
Okay. So if it's in accordance with your desires, you can only do things in accordance with what's perfect because you're a perfect creator. Why would you pick the less desirable scenario of the imperfect over the perfect?
Because if he made us perfect, we'd be robots and we'd all be alike. I mean, if we were all perfect, then
Okay, is heaven perfect?
yes,
Okay, do we have free will in heaven?
yes.
Okay, so you can have free will and it can still be perfect. Why didn't we just get sent to heaven right away?
Because that is a thing where, hold on. Because like I said, he gives us the choice. Why would he want somebody that would have chose throughout their life not to follow his word and listen to him? Like, why would he want, like, whether your argument is we're going to be perfect or not? I mean, why would he want someone still that wouldn't choose him?
You're not listening. Why couldn't we have
In the
gone
beginning.
directly to heaven?
I am listening, and I just answered. I said it wouldn't make sense because
You said we had free will.
yeah,
If we have free will in heaven, you can't say, "Oh, he didn't send us to heaven because we wouldn't have had free will." That makes no sense.
no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
What I said was, if we, like, say he didn't send us to heaven, some of us would not choose to follow him, and then say he did send us to heaven, then that would just, like I said, we would be given something that we didn't deserve. or work for. That's
Okay.
like giving
Do
getting a
aborted
handout.
babies go to heaven?
Yes.
Okay. Did they deserve it?
No. Do they deserve
So
getting
why can
aborted or
God
going
send
to
them
heaven?
to heaven
Going to
without
heaven?
So why can
No,
God
they
send
deserve
them?
going to heaven.
So, but do you deserve to be forgiven by God?
Yes.
So God,
Or
yes.
do I deserve it? No. Or do I get it? No. I
You
don't
don't
deserve
deserve
it,
it.
but
So,
I still get it.
so the point that I would then make is that you are given things by God that you don't deserve. So what prevents God from sending us directly to heaven?
Say that again?
Yeah, you're given things that you don't deserve already. What's the issue with sending you directly to heaven without sending you to earth in the first place?
Because that's a big thing. Like I don't know, that's like I still get a choice because Jesus died on the cross. That was to save us. That was what gave us the
But none
ability
of
to
this
go
is
to
relevant
heaven.
relevant in the first place. God could have done any action to save us. God didn't have to crucify himself on the cross to save us. God could have dabbed for our sins and could have saved us that way. It's the action in of itself is completely like not necessary.
I mean, yeah, but I think it's more of about a symbolic thing.
Yeah, it's like a symbolic. That's what I meant to say.
Huh?
It's symbolic. It's not like literally needed.
That is a good point.
So then do you understand the point that I'm making, that even if someone, say for example, someone tried to claim that like a lot of Christians say, oh, God is trying to test us, for example. Well, that doesn't make any sense. The reason why that doesn't make any sense is because God's all knowing. God knows what the answer is going to be. If your teacher knew the exact score that you would get, they wouldn't need you to take the test to know where to, or to know what grade to give you based upon your understanding. Tests are only relevant for us to know something that we didn't already know. Studies are only relevant to know something that we didn't already know. If we already are certain and know everything, there's no need for a test. You can just send us directly to heaven. If the relevance for the test is to see who can go to heaven, well, God wouldn't have known that before creating us.
Well, yeah, but it would be like a test to whether to go to heaven or hell. I'm sorry for my dogs barking.
That's okay.
But it would be
God
a
already
test.
knows who's going to go to heaven, who's going to go to hell anyway.
Yeah, but he might know. But then he gives us the choice to live our life still. He still gives us the option to be able to live on Earth. I mean, it would. I don't know.
So do you think that's perfect?
I think that's the perfect decision to do.
So it's flawless that we live in a world where people sin?
Yes, like I said though, because he gives us the choice.
Okay. So is sin flawed or is it actually flawless? Because to me it sounds like now you have to argue that sin, all things considered, is actually flawless.
Well, no, yeah, sin is flawed. That'd be a stupid thing to say if I said it wasn't.
But like, if you don't prefer that people sin, right, all things considered, well, then God created an imperfect world, which would then be contradictory. So you literally have to believe that all the sin that everyone does in the world should have happened. Like, I know it's going to sound very abrasive, but you have to argue the Holocaust should have happened, all things considered. Because it's something that happened in the world. God decided to create this world knowing that would happen. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, but I would not argue that. Like, that should happen. I mean, that'd be
You have to argue that if you hold your view. That's the issue that a lot of people don't know. Is that you literally have to say that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It's literally incoherent to say that God created this world.
That's fair.
And he's all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good. Because God could have just directly sent us to heaven. God could have chose to not create us, and he would have existed alone as perfect.
Yeah. I would have to, like I said, I'll give it to you. I have to do more research on that. That's a good point. Some good points there. You're a pretty smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give that to you.
By the way, that's not to say I hate people who are Christian. I just happen to disagree with your view, and I think that it has contradictions or something. You know.
Yeah, and I don't hate people that aren't Christians. You know, like that's fair. I'll concede there.
Yeah, it is something that I have not been able to fathom myself. I grew up in a Christian household. I really tried to justify the view. I wasn't able to.
But the points that I would make is that then you can't use Christianity one to say whether you want to support Trump or Harris in this scenario. I don't think it's going to be a reliable
Yeah.
foundation, like
Okay.
from a logical perspective.
Okay.
But if you're going to end up taking something from Christianity, try to take the good things from it.
Yeah.
Right? Try to take the positive.
mean,
And if you're using it as like
yeah.
a positive influence in your life, sure, that's okay. But oftentimes people try to use it to like restrict people's rights, limit things from other people.
Yeah.
Right. And I believe there should be at least established a separation of church and state.
Yeah. I agree with that. I'll give this one to you. Can I like come back another day and I'll do some more research and then try again, you know?
Yeah. Yep, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, I'm gonna go then. I appreciate me
Have a good
taking
day.
up your time, and you too.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. I do have some people to thank, everyone. I do have some people to thank. Dawn, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Deja, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you very much. That was for the last, the one before the last guest even. Justina, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that I'm keeping you sane. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. As well as Najia, thank you so much for the push the $5 for please point out the e-files when you can. Absolutely, I agree. Trump has been trying to distract. I always try to point that out when I can. John, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. Give some W's for John. Let's get this next person up here quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people as always, everyone. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
January. Yeah, but I don't know if
election
you
was held today.
ever-
Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007. I have a quick question for you though, Parker. So, like, I know you're here for Trump, but you said some points about Christianity, and I just
Are you going to
disagree
debate
with
me on
you
Trump or
completely.
no?
Sure.
So you will. Okay, well, I'm going to actually debate you on Trump first, and then we can talk about that. So why do you
Okay.
support Trump?
Just what he's doing with all of like his bills he's passing and all that stuff. I just respect what he's doing with it.
Okay, like what?
Like the big beautiful bill. Like I'm into cryptocurrency a ton, and it just helps me out. That's pretty much my job, and so that just helped me, and I just respect that.
Okay, what in the big beautiful bill benefits you?
What does? Well, all the cryptocurrency bills he passed on in the big beautiful bill.
That did what?
With the crypto.
But what did it do?
Like tax cuts and stuff, all that.
You're just saying this to stay on the live, aren't you? You just wanted to talk to me about Christianity.
Yeah, honestly, bro. But like,
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Guys, we are
Yo, what's up? How
only
old are you?
looking for debates. We are only looking for.
Okay, you know what? I like this new version of Fish Girl, where she's willing to tell people to follow the rules. You know, I prefer that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, because I'm a college student myself, and I think the fact that he's lowering prices on groceries and stuff is really helpful for me to be able to buy my groceries.
Okay, groceries have gone up in price. The OECD just said that there was going to be a 4.2% increase in the prices. I think that they sound young anyway. I was waiting to see the chat's response. I thought they sounded young too. I'm going to go on to the next person. But yeah, I was going to report on this again because it's been a while since I said this earlier. The OECD said that we are going to have 4.2% inflation year over year, which is 1.2% higher than what it was when Biden left office because of the Iran war. So that's insane. I just want to let people know how crazy that is. That's not good. That's really not good. And that's across all goods. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
And you said you're how old again?
18.
Okay, for sure. Let me thank some people real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick.
Okay.
Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get out to more people as always. Jane, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Shut up,
Thank
Jane.
you. What?
Nothing. Go on.
Did you just tell Jane to shut up?
I didn't say anything, Parker. Go on.
Yeah, you did. Why are you so mad, bro?
I didn't say anything.
Jane, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Get some W's for Jane in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jane. Austin, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Austin.
Okay, bro, chill. Austin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Austin in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate Austin as well. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Johnny, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much.
Shut the fuck up, Johnny.
Why are you so mad, bro? Why are you muting yourself too? Like, dude, what is wrong with you? Carb, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $14. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Carb in the comment section. Why is he so mad? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I think you're...
Can you chill? I will literally kick you if you don't stop. Be quiet, bud.
Okay.
Unmute one more time and I'll kick you without letting me speak. Okay? I'm thanking people. Shut the fuck up yourself. Okay? How about you take your own advice, bud? 17th Midnight, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Q, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Again, Carbonize, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Romans people wrote the book about which condemns same-sex relation, not God, not Jesus Christ, the Romans. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glampire, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said I suggest you read either Gender Trouble or Who's Afraid of Gender from Judith Butler. Not to particularly change your mind, but at least have more informed opinion. Well, thank you so much, Glampire. Neo, thank you so much for the $5. Brand, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fanny, thank you for the $5. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Carbonize, thank you so much for the $14. Brand, thank you for the $5. Silver, thank you for the $2. Hello, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zumba, thank you for the $10. And Segan, thank you for the $5. As well as, I think I'm completely caught up, actually. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Alrighty. Now that you're done, I'm done thanking people. Why the fuck were you crashing out, bro?
I was not crashing out, bro.
You were.
How? Okay, can we just get to why I support Donald Trump?
David, you literally just were getting mad at people sending me donations.
Yo, you're schizo. I was never doing that.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
You were schizo.
Okay, I'm going to kick you. Go fuck yourself. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Finn, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here.
Do you support Harry Sisson talking to underage girls, Parker?
No evidence of that. How old are you? That's the same. Is that the same person who came up yesterday and said the same bullshit? Or is that just someone deciding to perpetuate the same thing? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. No, someone different?
That's the
Yeah, it's
same.
still absurd.
Is it
Still the same stupid
today
shit,
and said
man.
the same bullshit, or was that just someone
Oh my
deciding to
God.
perpetuate the same thing?
Why do I still hear? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list on the TikTok screen. I hate hearing my voice sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
What do you and Parker do, or what do you and whatever is?
Well, me, myself, and I debate people on live on TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Teishi, thank you so much for the Fish of the Galaxy. Thank you very much. People asking when I'm going to do Q&A. Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow I'll have time. Abels, well, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Bells, well, thank you so much for the
What's up?
subscription. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh,
Thank you,
dude.
thank you. Bells, well, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you very much. Oh my God.
Dude, people's mics are so bad sometimes. Yo, what's up? How
Hello,
old are you?
Parker.
Can't hear you. How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2008.
Election. What's your birth birth month?
Well, I didn't vote, but
What's your birth month?
last month.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I love his policies and yeah. Wait, I just want to ask you about ICE. You support ICE or no?
No, I think it should. I think border enforcement should be structured in the federal government in a different way, in which doesn't allow for the executive branch to change the policy of it. It only allows the legislative to limit the amount of abusive powers that happen, because they've allowed for ICE to search and seize without a judicial warrant. They've allowed for ICE to racially profile, which includes also detaining people just for having an accent, which is fucking crazy. They've justified U.S. citizens being murdered in broad daylight without accountability.
I mean, I guess so, but there was a girl murdered in Chicago by an illegal immigrant. So
Okay. And
kind of
undocumented
do
immigrants
need
commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to naturally born U.S. citizens. So that's an individual
Oh.
circumstance where that person should be deported on the condition they'll be put in a prison in another country, and not something to generalize undocumented immigrants across the board for.
They commit less because there's way less of them.
I'm saying per capita, genius.
All right.
So do you actually support
I'll
Trump?
see you later,
or-
bro. Yeah, bro.
Why?
I don't know, bro. I like him.
Why?
I'm not voting for a girl.
Okay. So what's wrong with Kamala Harris? Right, just because she's a woman. Why do you not want a
Fucking
woman in a
retarded. She's
position of
retarded,
power?
so.
Okay, so you're just gonna use this
shit.
later. Let's just go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1,000,000 likes if we can. Let's try it. Scott, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. Thank you so much. As well as Kimberly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you very much. Can you explain more of the OECD info and what caused inflation? So this is actually across the entirety of all of the items. And what's causing the inflation? It's mainly the Iran war, the prices of oil globally, things like that. Things like that. So really, the fact that oil is used as a method of transportation, right, and in many different aspects of the economy to produce many goods, if you increase the cost of oil, it increases the cost of many different goods corresponding with that. So that's why it's going to cause inflation across all items because, groceries sent to your grocery store, they rely upon oil to transport them. The plane rides that people go on, that also relies upon oil. All of those different types of things all use oil as a basis for that. So when there's an increase in the cost of oil and energy in general, then it's going to cause an increase in the prices of typical items.
I love you!
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? I wish they would talk about the fact that there is literally rape culture in this country and that they won't talk about all the violent crimes that are happening towards people in this country from individuals that are already in this country. It's really, really fucking ridiculous. Alrighty. Let's go to this next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's your favorite Pokemon?
Infernape.
That's real.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody.
Guys, it cannot be that hard to follow the rules. Seriously, we need to stop with this. You guys need to lock in. Stop breaking the rules. And listen, Parker, I don't.
You know what? I prefer this now, Follow the rules, everybody. Follow the rules. Even though she's breaking them, follow the rules, everybody. Follow the rules. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah. I think he's just tough,
Okay. What did he do that was tough?
Like the edits that he's in with like Epstein and shit.
Weirdo. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
GTA with me.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Tracy, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I know, right? It's ridiculous. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
You, but I did not mean to come up here. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December 11th.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What year did you graduate high school?
What year did I graduate? I'm class of 2020. 2020.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 48.
4.8, you mean? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker hit 3 blinkers.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, brother. Hey, man. I just want to let you know, brother.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie.
How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and you said you're 18? Makes no damn sense. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Mariah, I think of the $5. Yeah, I know. It is really crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
I feel like they're driving. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a quick second to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008, January 24th.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
January.
I just don't believe you. What's up with everyone being 18 anyway, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'll take the bullet for him. I'll take the bullet for Trump.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
February 24, 2004.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi,
How old are you?
I'm 19,
What's your birth year?
2007.
Not the person in the background whispering to them. Rogue, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah, every once in a while, but nah, I'm good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to come up.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual.
Are you on?
How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit 4 blinkers.
Oh, geez, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
July.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I don't like Kamala's policies.
Kamala's? What policies?
Any of them. I don't think she would be a good fit for this country, and I don't think she does anything good, and she didn't do anything good when she was in office as vice president.
Okay, can you name one specific policy you disagree with her on?
I can't name any specific ones, but I just don't like any of their policies.
Okay, but you can't name any specific one you disagree with. Can you name like the general policy that you disagree with?
Nah, I can't, but I just like Trump.
Okay. Are you serious?
Oh, radio.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You already all let me in, but I promise I'm 18. I just want to debate.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
January 2008. You already asked me. I was already in. I promise I'm 18 now.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, like, I like all his policies, and I want to debate you on ICE first. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Why do you not like ICE?
Because of how they're structured in the federal government and a manner in which it allows for abuses of power to happen. Like they allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to... You know what? I'm just not going to try it either. I'm sorry. Dude, I think the same thing. I don't know. I just like... Can we just get some actual Trump supporters on the stream, please? Like, what is up happening right now, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I think I like Dean better than you.
Cool. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria and list in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 50.
Dude, is it Friday today? Holy shit, man. I think we have, because it's like spring break or something, we got early Fetus Friday. Fetus Friday is early today. Or early this week, I guess. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Okay. Molly, by the way, thank you for the $5 for the 40 had me dying. Yeah, it was a bit brutal. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wondering if MAGA dwindles, you'd be considered debating people that voted for Trump and now are unsure. I mean, if they're like in between, the best place I think for them to learn is like watching the stream. That's probably what I would say. But you know, I'll think about it. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that'd be up to him to respond. Janae, thank you so much for the $1 as well. And Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Do give me a quick second. Let me get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. It's Nevada, not Nevada. I'm pretty sure I was saying Nevada, but yeah, I'm sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
05.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I don't have any reasons to support Harris. Why is Harris any better than Trump?
She wanted a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone. She also wanted a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, a public option for universal access to healthcare. I can go into countless other things. Those are specific policies that were good.
If they put the same amount of money into APEC, though.
What? Okay, so you think that she would do more on what Israel wanted? Did you know that under the
Yes.
Biden administration, that Secretary Blinken talked about how Biden said no to Israel saying to preemptively strike Hezbollah because they said that they were going to attack the U.S. and that actually ended up being wrong. So Biden said no, but Trump said yes when talking about invading or taking over Iran, which can possibly lead to an invasion as well.
Okay. All right. Well, then never mind. I literally just wanted to know your thoughts on Israel. That was it.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. How old are you?
Israel first. Israel first. Israel first.
Oh, they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. How old are you? Oh, that's definitely a child. Let's go to the next individual. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do you support Trump?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
It's Troll Thursday, bro.
Makes sense. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, everyone. We're trying to get this next person up here. I do apologize, y'all.
Keep crying, Parker. Trump is president. There's nothing you can do. Ha ha ha.
You want to debate?
No.
Are you scared? Okay. No. What's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Noah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I think MAGA knows they'll lose if they try to debate me. That's why they won't send a guest request. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Let's get this next person up here. What's up? How old are you?
I wish you very good luck with finding a mag.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
No, but what's your best argument that you heard from?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Fart in my face, bitch.
Weirdo. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
Oh my god. Whoops. That is an accident.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. What's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, why you playing hard to get, bro? I'm easy, bro. Chill out.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support
December
Trump?
17th, 2007. Yeah, I do actually.
The
Best
election was
president
held
of my
today. Harris
lifetime.
versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. I have strep throat, so my throat sounds weird, but
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
because he's getting rid of the illegals. The gas prices. He got good gas going.
Gas prices have gone up. You know that?
That's fake news.
You're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It's kind of hard. Probably, I don't know. I voted for RFK in 24, so.
Yeah, but who would you rather vote for in that context?
Probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I like his border policies, economy policies,
Okay.
national security.
Can you name one economic metric that's got better off since Trump got in office?
I don't know too much about the policies himself, but I came up here because I had a couple questions for you.
So if you don't know
Like,
any
I
of the
always see your,
why
like-
do you support Trump? That makes
What's
no
that?
sense. If you don't know any policies, you don't know any reason why you support Trump, why do you actually support him then?
I came up here to ask you a couple questions. It's
This
like
is
I always
20
see your
is this
lives
20
like pop up
question
on
or
my
a
feed and
debate?
stuff. Can I ask you like one question?
What do you want to ask me?
So like I always see your lives pop up and they're always like debate me, debate me, debate me. But like, do you ever do like Q&As and stuff?
Uh-huh.
Like what if people they gotta ask you questions, Like what if I just wanted to ask you questions? Like obviously I know you're looking for debates and stuff, but
Yeah, I do.
what if I want to
Q&As.
know your opinions on stuff? When do you do
Probably
that?
tomorrow. I do it on
What
Twitch.
time, Parker?
I don't know what time. Landon.
Mm.
Sounds like you just wanted to ask me a question. Just turn on my notifications on Twitch if you really want to know when I'm going to do a Q&A. I play games and do Q&A there. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. It's valid.
Yo. What's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Sort of.
The election
I'm
was
like
held
a
today. Harris
50-50.
versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Neither. I
Okay.
think it's more.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Chris, we think of the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because your state's gonna turn red.
How?
Did you not follow the elections?
I do.
What's going on?
You're trying to say that our state's going to turn red because of the governor race, I'm assuming?
Yup.
Nope, still no evidence of that. We still have more Democrats. It's just that the Democrats are split in the vote.
How would you feel your governor a Republican?
We're not going Republican.
Mad. Very mad.
Well, is that your argument, or why do you support Trump? And also, you know that Florida is turning blue, right? Like there's elections being lost, even in the areas in which Mar-a-Lago is. Oh, they left. Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Kenna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much.
Holy
Kenna.
shit, Parker, keep it up. I love you. It's my birthday.
Appreciate you. Happy birthday. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh my gosh, sorry, that was a mistake.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit?
Okay, everyone. At this point, I'm gonna block everyone. It's you. Do I have to do this every time to get a debate? Like, genuinely, it's like people don't listen to me. They think I don't have boundaries, and they don't think that there are rules on the screen. Okay, I genuinely am gonna block people at this point. Like, I'm sorry. I try to be nice and not block people because I'm like, maybe I'm just overreacting because I'll get someone. But like, dude, genuinely, it's insufferable. Genuinely insufferable. Like, why do you do that? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you feel the need to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so what's your birth year?
2007.
What state do you live in?
North Carolina.
What time is it?
It is about 3 p.m.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was liking the live.
You're good. Don't worry. I'm only talking to the people who are doing so intentionally. You don't worry. If it's an accident, I don't ever get mad at people like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And what month were you born?
October.
You said you're 2004 and you're 22?
21.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, mostly it was Kamala's bad policies. Because I think immigration is destructive to the country.
Okay. How?
Well, immigration in moderation, I'm a fan of. I have lots of Mexican friends. But I think that when it is coming too much, I think there's too many. I think it increases crime.
Immigrants coming to the country are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. What makes you think that they're bringing more crime to our country?
Say that again, sorry?
Immigrants coming to our country commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. What makes you think that immigrants are bringing more crime to our country proportionally?
I don't know if that's true. I mean,
It is.
black
There's a
people are
bibliography in my bio. What's up?
Black people are, there's 4 times as many murders for black people per capita.
No. There's an over-criminalization of black people in America. Most exonerations are people who are black, alongside the fact that you're not understanding that you support a murderer and a rapist yourself. And I don't know why you'd feel the need to bring that up in response to the point that we just made about undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants.
Well, no, legal immigrants as well. I think there's too many.
Yeah, but you're not responding.
To what, sorry?
They're not bringing crime to the country.
Well, I have heard arguments that actually...
Do you think women are superior to men?
No.
Women commit way less violent crime. Women have higher intelligence on average than men.
That is true. I do love women, actually.
So do you think women are better than men?
No, I don't think. I think equality between genders.
Do you think we should prevent men from coming to our country because they commit more crime?
Of course not.
Only allow the women?
Well, no, don't allow anybody.
But like men are bringing crime.
Well, a lot of people are bringing crime. I don't think we should. I think we
Women
should
proportionally bring significantly less crime.
Okay, but I don't think it's about gender, really, about immigration. I think it's about people who are from different countries, no?
What? No, it's gender.
We're not talking about an issue of
There's a
gender.
way larger difference in gender, right, in terms of likeliness to commit crime than differences between countries.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what I did like about Kamala, wasn't she going to be tough on crime or something? I did some research. Maybe that would be good, but
Yeah,
look,
so why did you vote for the convicted criminal over the former prosecutor?
well, I don't, what was he, held liable? What does that even mean? I don't
He was
think
convicted of 34 felonies.
34? That's a lot of felonies.
So why would you vote for
Um,
the convicted felon over the former prosecutor?
Well, I also think, obviously, crime is one thing for sure.
So
But
why
I
would you
also,
vote for why would you vote for the convicted felon over the former prosecutor?
well, it was a Democrat court. Lots of Democrats.
No, this is a criminal conviction in a criminal court for 34 felonies.
Well, I don't think his character is so much what I'd be concerned about. I'm more concerned of the policies he's enacting for the country.
Yeah, what policies?
Well, immigration, as I said. Sure, there's more. I like the tariffs because I think we need to have an American industry rather than importing lots of foreign-made goods.
Okay, so do you want there to be less inflation?
Well, I suppose in the long run, it will be beneficial. I'm not too concerned about short-term problems.
So every metric in the economy becoming worse, you're not concerned about that?
Well, it's a short-term sacrifice for some long-run reward.
Do you have any evidence that we're going to have a long run reward?
Well, we're going to have more American jobs, for one.
Okay, we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. You have no evidence that we're going to have more jobs. Domestic manufacturing
What?
investment has declined every single quarter of
Well, it's
Trump's
going to be
administration.
cheaper to produce goods in
OECD
the
estimates
United
that our
States.
inflation will be 4.2%.
Well, that is quite a few percentages over what it needs to be, but I feel as if it's we're talking about a long run here. I understand it in the short term, it will be bad for us. But
Are you trolling?
No.
Sounds like you are at this point.
Why?
What evidence do you have for any long-term benefit?
Well, because that's just how tariffs work. If you're gonna tax stuff coming in, then the goods that are being made in our country are gonna be cheaper to make and gonna
Then why have
perform
we
better
seen a decline in
in the
real
competitive
domestic
market.
manufacturing investment?
In what?
Then why have we seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration?
I don't know. We're talking about quarters. I'm talking about years.
Yeah, the
Okay?
entirety of the year we saw a decline.
It's only been a year. Give him the remaining 3. You know.
Okay, but since he's got in office, we've seen a decline. What tells you that there's going to be an increase if we've seen decline?
Well, we're gonna see initial decline. As I said, we're gonna see an
Yeah,
initial.
but you said because inevitably the tariffs will bring back manufacturing to our country, but it can't bring
Yeah.
back manufacturing to the country if there's a decrease in the level of investment.
I don't know. That doesn't make sense. How are you gonna? Obviously, you're gonna have cheaper cheaper goods being produced, which aren't taxed, and they're gonna perform better, and that's what I think. I don't know how that would make sense.
They're more expensive goods, not only because of tariffs, but also because of the war.
The war, what, the Iran war?
Yes. Have you seen your gas
What do you-
prices recently?
Yeah, the gas prices have gone up, but I support that war because Iran are a danger to the United States, and I don't
How?
think Kamala would have been brave enough. Well, because they're going to develop a nuclear weapon.
There was no evidence of that. Tulsi Gabbard said in front of Congress that they weren't even building it after it being destroyed 6 months ago. No
Don't
investment.
they
No,
say death to America,
no
though?
substantial evidence of that at all.
You say death to America, though.
Okay, so then why? Because of our relationship with Israel and military intervention in the Middle East. So why are we militarily intervening in the Middle East on behalf of the state of Israel then? Isn't that like the exact opposite of what we should be doing
Israel
in that
is an
scenario?
ally of the United States. They are
They shouldn't be.
helping
They
us.
destabilize our relationships all around the world. They destroy our reputation. They make us spend trillions of dollars on wars in the Middle East to destabilize the region there, not in the benefit of the American people as a whole, but in the benefit of oil companies, defense contractors, and their own interests in a greater Israel.
A greater Israel? I've
Yeah,
heard
they-
about that.
Yeah, they want to
What?
expand Israel. That's why they're saying that they want to take parts of Lebanon right now. They're expanding into the West Bank. They're quite literally like giving settlers weapons to go and steal land from Palestinians in the West Bank. They're literally like, they just bombed to destroy the entirety of Gaza, right? And Trump has talked about literally removing them, ethnically cleansing them from the land, and giving them no ability to come back.
Well, I don't support what's going on in Gaza. I do think it is a genocide. But the thing is that I think the Netanyahu government does not reflect the nation of Israel, the only Jewish state in the world. I think it's important to protect the Jewish state. Do you not think? And I think that they are a greater
I
ally.
don't believe in ethno-supremacist states.
Well, nor do I, but do you not believe
That's
in
what a
Judeo-
Jew. That when you say Jewish state, that's what it means. It means that you want to keep a majority Jewish population.
Of course, well, exactly. I believe we should be a majority Christian population.
I disagree with that. If our
Okay.
population were to be majority non-Christian, I'd be okay with that. I believe in a secular country. If all-
What, everywhere?
Yeah, I believe in secular countries.
Well, I believe in God.
Okay, you can believe in God and still believe in secularism.
Well, I think that a religion is integral to a culture.
Secularism is how we live together. You can't live together without secularism. Because inevitably speaking,
Well-
there people are going to use religion to disenfranchise other religions. That's what happens.
Jesus taught to respect everyone.
Like inevitably speaking, that's what happens. So that's why secularism is necessary, because otherwise theocracy will disenfranchise other religion and cause suppression of other religion.
Well, do you not think it would make more sense, instead of having everybody live together, to have a Jewish state, to have Islamic states, to have
No.
Christian states?
I think people should live together.
Well, I don't agree with that, because I believe that
You believe in segregation?
No, not segregation within a
That's what
country.
it sounds like you believe in, because the same argument you're making right now is the same argument that segregationists made.
I've thought a lot about this, but here's the thing. When you have lots of different peoples within a country, instead of living together, they end up living among their own people. You have white neighborhoods and black neighborhoods, which causes division.
Wait, so then you're saying that shouldn't happen, that people should be living together, and that what causes division is people not living together.
Well,
Thank you for conceding.
No, because I believe that when you have Jewish people governed by Jewish people, living among Jewish people in a Jewish state, practicing Judaism, I think that preserves Jewish culture, and also
Do you live in the
it
US?
allows. What did you say?
Do you have dual citizenship?
No, I live in the U.S.
Okay, so you just live in the U.S. You don't have dual citizenship. You want countries to be represented by a particular race. Do you want that here in the U.S.?
Well, the U.S. is slightly different to places like Europe. I believe Europe should definitely be majority white.
Oh,
but I
why?
think that, well, because white people are native to Europe.
Okay.
I'm a
So
nativist. I believe in.
okay,
I
so
don't
then
believe in colonialism or anything like that.
so you think it would be wrong if Germany's population was majority non-white?
That would be wrong. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because that would mean that
Why
the German.
specifically white skin and not like a hair color or like an
It's
eye
not
color?
about. It's not about white skin. It's not about the skin color, but the skin color is a
It is.
result
You
of
just said
the
that.
ethnic group. No, it's not about. I want it
So
majority
would you also say blue
ethnically
eyes?
European.
Would you also
What
say
did you
blue
say?
eyes?
No, of course not, because
Why not?
there's green-eyed people, blue-eyed people, and brown-eyed people. It's a phenotype. If there's people with darker skin that are ethnically German, which doesn't happen, but if it did, I'd have no problem with that. It's not about aesthetics. It's about the German people.
It is. You just said it should be white.
No,
You said it
no,
should be
it's not.
majority white. That's what you
I
said.
understand. I may have misspoke. It should be majority white because ethnically German people are white. That's what I meant. Okay?
No, so, but it doesn't. You just said that ethnically German people are not always white. That's what you just said. So, if it happened to be that
Well,
ethnically,
there's variation.
wait, if it happened to be that Germans led to a society that inevitably was less than 50% white, would you have an issue with that?
If climate change, for example, led them to evolve to have darker skin, I'd have no problem with that because they are the German people. It's
No,
not about white.
if they themselves allowed for immigration, which then led to a reduction of their population being white, would you say that that's okay? Or would you
That
be
is
mad
not
about
okay.
that?
No. I'd
Why
be
is that
mad
wrong?
about that. It's wrong because the German people, the German culture, they are
But they
Christians.
chose
and
to allow for immigration.
well, I don't think the German people would be happy with that.
I think the German people are okay with that. They have the highest proportional level of immigration in the world.
Isn't there a big right-wing party emerging in Germany?
Yeah, but there's also a lot of people within Germany that are completely okay with that.
Okay, there's always going to be political disagreements. People saying I'm racist. I don't agree with
Wait,
that.
but do you understand the point that I'm making though? Is
Uh,
that you care about whether or not Germany stays white. You care about race.
no, I don't care about. Well, I do care about race to a degree. I don't care about skin color. This is where you're getting me wrong. I said white because the U.S. first of all.
Can you tell me what you think
a
race
mix
is?
of- What did you say?
What do you think race is?
Well, race technically isn't real. It's that the Caucasian thing. The four types. I don't agree with that. I believe that there are ethnic groups, cultural groups.
What is race?
Well, what do you mean? There's different types of race. I'm talking about ethnicity here, and broadly, I'm talking about.
You were saying white.
Anybody.
That's
anybody who.
You were referencing skin color. That's what you're referencing.
Well, because European people are white is what I was talking about. I understand that.
But who cares? In the same way that you
Well,
don't care if a
yeah,
majority of their eye color is brown, or a majority of their eye color is blue, or a majority of their eye color is green. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about phenotype. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about ethnic clustering. I'm talking about German people being German, French people being French. I'm talking about American people, the majority of them being.
So, do you disagree with immigration?
Yeah, most of the time.
Most of the time. So, if you disagree with immigration, so do you have an issue with me immigrating from Iowa to California?
Well, you wouldn't be immigrating. You could be migrating.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you're in the same country.
Okay, but so you're okay with it if it's in the same country?
Yeah.
What's the relevant difference between it being within the same country and outside of the country that makes immigrating in one scenario okay, but not the other?
Well, because when a large amount of Mexicans come to the U.S., for example, you have a completely different. What did you say?
Based.
You have a completely different ethnic group coming to the U.S. The U.S. is a special example because obviously we are not native to this land.
I disagree. I disagree.
You don't-
Not with that point. Fuck. I should clarify. I meant to say that in response to the prior point, not that point. Obviously, we're not native to this land. Fuck. I did not mean to. I was responding to it with the first point. That could easily be taken out of context.
That would have exposed you, Parker.
Do you understand what my point was, though?
Yeah, you were what? You were disagreeing with what again? Sorry.
Yeah. Fuck. I literally. That was just bad timing. It completely got my brain just like.
Don't worry, bro.
I was just arguing that there's not that much of a distinction, ethnically speaking, between people from Mexico and people in the United States. That means in one scenario, you should allow people in the country who are from the United States but not from Mexico. Like, that makes no sense. I don't understand that argument. I don't think that I don't think that ethnicity is relevant to whether or not we allow people in the country.
Well, I think that the U.S. has historically been a majority white country. I have no problem with new people coming, but I think that we should stick to the original ethnic percentages. I think it's
Why?
bad to choose things. Well, because in that way,
Why do you fucking care?
because you preserve the U.S. as it has been. If you do
Who
that,
gives a shit to care about the ethnicity? I don't care.
well, because Mexicans have a very different culture to
I
Europeans.
love that Mexican culture is a part of American culture. Mexican American culture is amazing.
I think so too, but I think
If you have an issue with that, fuck you.
Yeah, well, look, I love Mexican culture. I love Mexican food.
So
Actually,
what's
I
wrong
have a
with
lot of
Mexican American culture?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it at the ratio that we have it at. But if you have too many Mexicans in
I have no issue with that. I don't know what too many means. What does that mean?
above the original percentage that there was, you had like
Wait, why do we have to care about what the original percent was? What was the original percent of white people in this country?
Well, before the white people came, it was 0. But
So then, would you want that?
Well, no, because that wasn't the country at the time. White people hadn't even come to the U.S., established the U.S.
So then, like, I don't think you're going to base it based on what the original is under your view, right? By the way, we just got another flag for integrity and authenticity. What is up with TikTok recently? Like, they're literally, like, constantly doing this to me. What is going
What's
on?
integrity and what?
It thinks it's not me.
Oh,
Like,
I think it's
I'm
you.
a fake Parker. I know, right? It's
You're
so
the real
annoying.
Parker.
It's so annoying because, like, I just got an appeal approved 2 fucking hours ago of this.
Yeah, but yeah, I love Mexicans, but I think that they need to be a minority in order to preserve the U.S. as it has always been.
Okay, so I don't accept the idea that we care about the amount of the country that is a specific ethnicity. I don't think that's a relevant quality. And the fact that you specifically want to, quote unquote, maintain a certain ethnicity, I think is really absurd. Like, who inevitably, in the fucking long term of things, gives a flying fuck about that? I care about how people act. I care about what we represent for our community and caring about others and being there for each other and the ideological frameworks that we hold to, the value that we place upon other people. That's what I care about. I don't give a flying fuck about someone's ethnicity, about someone's race, about someone's gender, right? None of that should matter when we're talking about people, whether or not they're allowed to legally immigrate to our country.
If you go to Mexico, you're gonna feel it's different to the U.S. And it's not because there's any different moral value. They're just different. They have a different
Iowa
culture.
is different from California. There's different cultures.
Well, that's true.
So what's your point? I grew up in Iowa and I moved to California. Is that wrong?
No.
There's radically different cultures in Iowa versus California. Okay, it literally feels like you're going into the future.
In California? Yeah, well...
Yeah, California comparative to Iowa.
Well, yeah, well, we live in a big country. I just think you can't police it to that level. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I think the whole of the U.S. should be the same demographic percentages.
That's just not the case, though. If you wanted to base it based on the original demographics, the demographics originally in California are different than the demographics originally in Mississippi. Right? So you're going to have differences, right? This whole idea that you think that the U.S. should be this one cookie cutter image is absurd to me. I love the diversity of culture in this country. I think it's amazing.
I love it.
I think it's incredible. Yeah. I think it's a uniquely American thing that you can come to America and you can become an American.
I agree. I think it's great.
Right? I think that's a great thing. I think that's a fantastic thing. I want to keep it that way.
I completely agree with you, and I think we should keep having immigrants in moderation, and I think we need to carefully engineer the demographic percentages, because otherwise we'll lose the America we know and love. And I think
I don't care about those things. If you want to maintain what this country should be upholding, you should care more about the values, the rule of law, the Constitution, core fundamental American values. Donald Trump's undermining those things. He's undermining our democracy, our Constitution, our rule of law, the legal system.
How is he undermining democracy?
Because he literally undermined the 2020 election results. Even though 60+ courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, he still says that to this day.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. He said it was rigged, right?
Huh?
Didn't he say the election was rigged or something?
Yeah, which there's no evidence for. He sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. He pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and by the way, the people that were literally pressuring Mike Pence to certify the false slates of electors, right? By literally saying HA&G Mike Pence. That's what they said.
They said what?
Yeah, they were calling for the HA&Ging of Mike Pence. So that was pressure put on Mike Pence to certify the false slates of electors, and then Donald Trump ended up pardoning the people at January 6th.
Well, I don't support any violence that occurred on January 6th. I just think for one thing is the media lied a lot about him saying that he told them to go in and fight. They cut up clips out of context. Did you see that?
So Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. You cannot sit there and deny that. Okay? You cannot sit there and act like he wasn't a part of that. You can't sit there and act like this isn't a big deal. The BBC literally posting 2 clips from different aspects of the speech, right, to demonstrate these are the things that he said is completely okay. Compilations are normal.
Yeah, but
seriously, is it not normal for a news agency to create a compilation of things that he said that could be deemed as literally promoting violence?
Well, they did. I don't think they framed it as a compilation, but I would probably just say that.
Regardless, the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He wanted the violence on that day. So regardless, if you didn't think that was representative of the context prior, now you have to concede that it was, that he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. You have got to concede that.
I concede. I don't think he's perfect. I also think Joe Biden pardoned his son, didn't he?
Yeah, but was he convicted of a violent crime?
I don't know.
No.
What did he do? What did he do?
He was not convicted of a violent crime. It was like a gun charge. Misfiling on a gun charge.
I thought you were against guns.
I mean, I do believe in gun control regulation. I'm not disputing that.
I don't think guns should be regulated. I think it's our right.
No regulations on guns. So should I be able to, like GTA, have a fucking RPG loaded walking down the street?
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Okay. The fact that you said maybe is crazy to me. Would you want this to be GTA? People walking down the fucking street with a loaded minigun? Are you kidding me, bro?
That would be like mass destruction if you had a.
Yeah, but you just said guns shouldn't be regulated.
Well, that would be at that point, you'd be trying to blow up loads of people. You'd want like a gun that would stop a threat.
Okay, and that's a pistol. The Supreme Court indicated that's just a pistol. So
yeah, you should be able.
So you're okay with regulation then? Thank you.
Okay, gun regulation, man.
You support that?
I don't think we should. Maybe we shouldn't be carrying RPGs around, though.
Yeah, that's a regulation on guns.
Okay, gun regulation, man. Let's do it. Let's regulate the guns. But I think I don't think Donald Trump's perfect. I never said he was. I just think that
you're willing to vote for him even though he raped a woman?
Well, I don't know if he wasn't. I never said his character was perfect, but I also don't think that there wasn't enough evidence. They didn't convict him in a.
He was held liable
court.
In a civil court.
What does that mean? I don't know.
He was
I don't think.
determined by all 9 people in the jury to have done this in a civil court. So he was held liable.
Could they not convict him and put him in prison?
The reason why it wasn't a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which says after a certain amount of years you can't try them in a criminal court regardless of the amount of evidence. It's a bullshit law, shouldn't exist. Secondly,
Why
Donald
did she
Trump
come
was
forward
convicted
with
of
that 30
34
years?
felonies and wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him for president of the United States.
What what was I gonna say? Hold on. Yeah, I don't know, because I think, why would she come forward after so many years? And didn't she say it was I don't know if I can say the word, like SEXY? Can I say that? That's what she said it was.
No, she didn't. She said that other people think that grape is sexy, and that perpetuates grape culture, which leads to worse off conditions.
She said that?
Yes, she was talking about how that's actually perpetuating grape culture, and it's bad for people.
She's right. Yeah, she's right. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I just don't know why she'd come forward so late.
Because she didn't want her parents to have to deal with all of the accusations, the people harassing them, because she came out and talked about the fact that this happened to her. Because she knows that we live in a society where they don't believe victims. Even when she held her abuser accountable in a civil court, people still didn't believe her. They still don't, and it's ridiculous. I mean, like, it's not even just that. It's the fact that there's 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. You'd have to think every single one of them are lying. It's the fact that he was credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, so was determined to make credible accusations against Epstein, and also accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. So we can literally point to that as well. There are plenty of things we can point to that indicate that Donald Trump is a horrible person with horrible behavior. He's admitted to grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault. He's admitted to walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump has a character where he continually engages in this type of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior. That's why there's so much good reason to believe that this happened, is because it's demonstrating a pattern of a behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously very against any sort of essay, but I don't know if I would vote for somebody based on an accusation which happened decades ago. I don't think they couldn't.
So would you vote for Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris if everything that he did happened in the 90s?
No, but I probably wouldn't.
But he was accused 3 decades later. He was accused, and it happened 3 decades later, or before.
Yeah, but there's like photos and everything. There's just not enough evidence to compare Trump to Epstein. It just wouldn't work. It's completely different. He doesn't have an island. There's not any photos. There's nothing.
So
of what? Trump raping this woman. There's no.
So you need there to be photos of someone getting sexually assaulted to believe that they were sexually assaulted.
Well, there's a scale, right? I mean, Epstein was accused by so many people. I don't think Trump was.
Trump was accused by 26 plus people of sexual abuse.
And there's no evidence at all. There's photos of
There is evidence. He was held liable.
That's not evidence. That
is evidence.
Decision based on evidence.
That is evidence. You need evidence to get a civil court determination. Is there any piece of evidence in the case that you disputed?
I don't know.
So you don't know any of the pieces of evidence. That's because you haven't looked into the case, not because there is no evidence.
I haven't looked enough into the case, admittedly.
And by the way, 26 plus people accusing someone of engaging in a certain behavior, is that not good enough evidence for you?
If it was some random guy, then I'd be very suspicious. But if it's the president,
even if they're running for president, 26 plus people accusing them of sexual misconduct, I think that they did it.
Well, a lot of people don't like him, so a lot of people would be inclined to maybe.
But 26 individual people accusing him of engaging in sexual misconduct.
What do you think the odds are that every single one of those 26 people are telling the truth?
What are the odds that every single one?
Yeah.
Very high.
Very high?
Why? Because literally all of them are describing similar things that Donald Trump did.
Well, they can base their accusations off.
What are the odds? Now tell me this. What are the odds of every single one of them lying?
That is a good question. That's actually quite a good question. I think we meet in the middle here. Maybe a couple of them happened and they were very bad.
Okay,
and
if a couple happened, isn't that enough to not support Trump?
Look, I've never had dinner with the guy. He's not my best friend. I don't think he's Jesus.
But if he was, you'd cut him off. If your best friend did this, you would cut him off.
Of course, yeah.
So why won't you stop supporting Trump?
Well, if my friend was running for office and he essayed someone in the 90s, I would stop being his friend. But if he had policies I agreed with in a two-party system against one other candidate who I didn't agree with.
So Kamala Harris. So what did Kamala Harris do that would mean that you'd support someone who raped a woman over her? Tell me.
Her policies aren't good enough to vote for. I don't agree with
what policies?
Well, we've talked about this. I don't like her. I don't like her immigration policy, and I like Trump's.
Okay, so what specific immigration policy do you disagree with that makes you want to support the rapist?
I don't know. I haven't. All I know is she's.
So you don't even know. So this is my issue. This is called TDS. You have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. Like literally, you can't stop supporting him, no matter what he does. You will not stop supporting him. You will be devoted to him no matter what.
Okay, well, give me...
Because you literally couldn't name a single policy that she has that you disagree with. And yet you're saying that you're willing to vote for Donald Trump even though you know he's a rapist.
What were her policies then? Her immigration one?
Yeah, she wanted to criminalize undocumented entry and make the legal process go quicker. She wanted the bipartisan border bill, right, which was literally a compromise between Republicans and Democrats that was going to get passed if Donald Trump didn't call for people in Congress to undermine that very bill. He said, blame it on me if that border bill fails. So again, you didn't even know her immigration policy, and yet you said the immigration policy was the reason why you specifically supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, even though you know that Donald Trump raped a woman under your view. So that's why I say you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome.
What did you say she wanted to criminalize?
Undocumented entry. She still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry and secure the border. That's what the bipartisan border bill would have done.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I think that undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. And we should make the legal process go quicker. So I do disagree with her, but I think her view is preferable to Trump's because she wants to make the legal process go quicker. And she also, like when deporting people, will go after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent, like under Biden and Obama, and then also would use due process rights to a greater extent, like Biden and Obama.
So what's the difference between her and Trump if she wants to criminalize illegal entry?
I just explained them. I'll explain it one more time. Donald Trump undermines due process rights to a greater extent is deporting more people, proportionally less that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
You just talk so fast, I can't process it all, you know?
Okay, let me know which part you didn't get, and I'll tell you again.
Okay, wait, can you just say it all again, but slower?
Donald Trump undermines due process rights to a greater extent. He has allowed ICE to search and seize without getting a judicial warrant, which is undermining people's due process. He's expanded expedited removal to everyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years, when prior under Obama, it was anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's within 100 miles of a border that's been within the country for less than 2 weeks. So he's expanded violations of due process rights, deported more people, proportionally less that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and then also justified ICE detaining those based upon their race, racially profiling, detaining those based upon having an accent, and then also murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight, and he's justified that.
Well, the people that were murdered were violently protesting, first of all.
No, they weren't.
They kicked the car. Did you see her kick the...
That was 11 days prior when Alex Preddy kicked that vehicle.
Really?
Kicking a car 11 days prior does not justify them killing you in that scenario. He was actually treated with more care in the scenario where he kicked the back of their vehicle than when he didn't. So what was the justification for shooting Alex Preddy if it was very obvious that he never even hurt any of the officers, never showed a threat towards any of the officers, he never brandished his firearm?
I did think it was quite. I saw the video. He was already on the floor, right? They already had him.
Yeah, they already had him on the
Never
ground.
shot him.
He was already
Yeah.
disarmed before he was shot.
I just think it's an anomaly. It's happened, what, twice? I mean, two peace.
Not
maybe
just
peaceful-
twice. There's a lot more examples than just twice. Those are the two examples as of recent that were justified by the Trump administration.
Well, I don't think he's responsible. I mean, he may have justified them to save face, you know, but I don't think. I don't. Did it's not what it's not in the policy, you know. This could have happened under any president. It's
I
ICE.
disagree, because the reason why this was happening in the first place is because Nick Shirley made a video saying there's a bunch of fraud there. Then they decided to send ICE there because of that. Under the Biden administration, they wouldn't have done such a fucking wildly stupid thing.
Okay, but when they
Because of a
the guy
fucking
that
Nick
shot-
Shirley video.
The people that shot the protesters, they were. I do think ICE officers should be more trained. I don't like how you can just sign up. They should be very highly trained. And I think that I have
How do you
also.
feel about Trump decreasing the training?
Did he? That's not good. No, I
Yeah.
don't agree with that.
From like 150 days to 47.
That's quite a big. That's like
Quite a big
103
difference,
days.
right?
103 days.
Why are they decreasing the amount of training?
Well, I guess he needed a bigger force.
Oh, so they want less qualified individuals in these positions? What
Well-
happened to, like, you guys are for qualified people getting into these positions, you don't want unqualified people in these positions?
Yeah, I do agree. But I think that I mean I don't agree with him, but I think that I understand why he needed a bigger force to get out more illegal immigrants.
Okay, so I'm confused what your point is here. You want more illegal immigrants, or you wanted to get rid of undocumented immigrants? What did you just say?
We have to get more. We have to get rid of more undocumented
Immigrants? Okay, but like, why? I understand if they've committed a violent crime or bad crime, but if they haven't, provide them a quick legal pathway. That will make our society better, because they actually have an incentive then to identify themselves to authorities, meaning they'll be vetted in the country. Would you prefer them to be vetted or not vetted?
Well, I think that immigration should be monitored and should be managed so that we can keep, we can preserve the country as it's been, as I said earlier. And I think that if you have undocumented immigrants coming in, then you're having too many. I mean, it's the best. We live in the best country in the world.
How many immigrants would you be okay with coming to our country every year?
I don't know. I'd have to look up the.
Would you be okay with 1% population increase on a yearly basis?
It depends on who the. Probably not. It's probably. I don't know. It depends on.
You want more or less than that?
Less. Well, I mean, that's a lot of people, considering there's over 300 million people in the country.
Yeah. What about 0.5%?
Maybe probably a little less.
Even less than that? How much?
I don't know. It's just important. It
If
depends
you don't know,
on.
then why are you saying that it's past the limit? If you don't even know what the limit is?
Well, I don't know. What I'm saying is that if you have people, if you don't know how many people are coming in and you're letting everyone in, we will exceed.
Wouldn't my process ensure that we know who's in the country? If we give them a legal pathway, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they identify themselves to authorities, we know the exact number of people that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime that are going to stay in the country.
Well, no, the problem is that I understand that you then know how many people are in the country. You have to be able to stop people coming in That's the point. If you're just letting in every undocumented immigrant,
Yeah, and it will make it easier for law enforcement to prevent people from coming into the country if they're focused on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not people who are just coming here for a better life.
it's not entirely about crime to me. It's about culture.
Okay. So then what about the culture?
Well, language, we have to have English speaking programs? Do they all speak English? And then
Okay, if they speak Italian, should they be allowed to come to the country?
No.
Why not?
If they speak English, they should be able to.
Why not?
What? Because they have to assimilate to our country.
Why?
Because how can we function as a unit if we don't have everybody speaking the same language?
Not everyone in our country right now speaks English.
They should. I've seen. I was watching a video about a community of Hasidic Jews who only speak Yiddish. What is that? Everybody should be speaking English. I don't understand.
Why are you mad that people are speaking other languages, bro? Learn the languages if you care so much. We do not have official language. People speak different languages in our country. They don't need to speak English. They can live in a community that majority doesn't speak English in America. You know that, right?
That's the problem. We need to have communities where everybody speaks the same language. We are a nation.
Yeah, and that could mean people. That could mean people are speaking different languages other than English in America, and living amongst people in America that speak different languages.
How can you function as a country if everybody's speaking a different language?
Not everyone's speaking a different language. Is that some people are speaking different languages than others, and that's okay. That happens right now. Our society functions right now, doesn't it?
Well, not entirely. When you have
how do we have functioning global markets without speaking the same language?
Translators.
The market doesn't rely upon direct communication using
well,
language.
A lot of things do.
Yeah, the free market doesn't rely on that. So why are you saying that we need to know the same language when globally we don't all speak the same language and we're functioning?
I want to live in a country where everybody speaks the same language as me. Okay, I think that's perfectly acceptable and quite a normal.
Okay,
viewpoint.
Name one country in the world where that's true.
Well, not anymore, but I'm sure 100 years ago, everybody in France spoke French, for example.
Nope.
Didn't they?
Definitely not.
Why not?
100 years ago, people who live or were in France, a lot of them could speak English, a lot of them could speak Spanish, a lot of them could speak German, a lot of them could speak a bunch of different languages, especially Europe. There are a bunch of different languages in Europe.
There's nothing wrong with multilingual people. I think that's great. But if you have
give me an example where everywhere in the country they speak the exact same language.
What? Everybody needs to be able to speak fluent English in this country.
Here we go. I got you. North Korea. Is that the example of the country that you want to look like?
What's wrong with... Look, I respect North Korea. I respect... They're good. What's wrong with North Korea? Do you not like North Korea?
Wasn't that like the right-wingers example of like an extremely authoritarian country? Like, that's the whole reason why we just brought up North Korea, is because like that's like the right-wingers example of like an extreme authoritarian country, literally.
Well, I'm not a liberal. I don't have a problem with some extent of authoritarian rule. I don't know. But look,
Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling.
You've got to be trolling.
No,
Did you say you like North Korea?
I've never been there.
Do you want our country to be like North Korea? You said you don't have issues with authoritarian control?
Well, they're a bit extreme. They don't.
Do you want to live in a society that asks you for your papers every single time you leave the house? Papers, please?
No.
But that's authoritarian. Do you want to live in a society where you're mandated to take every vaccine?
Well, probably not.
Oh, Okay, so now you have an issue with that.
Well, I think we should be. I think there's certainly a lot of authoritarian elements to this country. Education is quite mandatory, isn't it?
Darius, think of the $2. Okay, so you're not really giving an argument.
Yeah, I am. Hold on. Let's go back to what were we talking about? North Korea. Everybody speaks what Korean? What do they speak? Korean? Is that a language, or do they have another word for it? There's nothing. I don't understand what your point is.
You don't understand my point. The point that I was making is that, like, you're advocating for countries that don't exist because you want a country in which we have freedom, you want a country in which we have democracy, you want a country in which we have all of these sort of freedoms, while simultaneously arguing that everyone should have to speak the same language. That's not how it works. Okay? You want to live in a society where you literally mandate people to speak English.
We shouldn't be forcing people to speak English. They should just speak English. People who come here from the beginning should know it.
There's a bunch of foreign speakers in this country. Like, if they speak other languages, that's okay.
They shouldn't speak exclusively foreign languages. They should at least
Why?
speak. Because we all have to communicate. We live in a country. We live.
But they don't need to talk to you.
Why not?
I don't need to talk to you. I could not talk to you. I can ignore you if I want. That's my American rights. I could ignore you if I want. Yes, I can.
If I saw you, we'd have a great conversation.
I would ignore you.
No.
I would ego you. I wouldn't even look your direction, bro.
No.
Now, come on, like, seriously, dude. Like, that's my right. It's my right as an American to do that.
Yeah, but people would want to talk to me. I have great conversations with people, man.
No, but has there ever been someone you've ignored?
No, I'm a nice guy.
You've never ignored someone?
No.
Bullshit.
Who would I ignore?
You've never just, like, had someone be annoying to you and you just, like, are annoyed by them so you ignore them? Like some random person in public?
No, I don't find people annoying. Everyone's nice.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, Jesus.
See, I do follow the teachings of Jesus, actually.
No, you don't.
That's why.
You support Trump, who cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big, beautiful bill. Right? You don't want to feed children?
I do want to feed
Isn't that like what Christians should do? Is like want to feed children?
I don't think he's perfect. I never said he was perfect, okay?
So then why are you expecting me to be perfect? Why are you expecting immigrants coming to our country to be perfect? Did Jesus speak English?
No, he speak the native language of where he was, which is what I'd expect.
Okay, but so if Jesus came back to this country, do you think he should have to speak English?
Yeah. How would I be able to understand him, man, if he didn't speak my language?
Dude, wait, you would say that to Jesus Christ. If Jesus Christ returned, right, to bring back his kingdom, you would say that you have an issue if he didn't say it in English?
I wouldn't even know what he was saying. He would obviously be talking to me in English.
Okay, no, if he just was like addressing people in the nation, but he was not speaking in English, would you have an issue? Would you deport Jesus? Should Jesus have to go through the legal process to get into our country?
No.
No? So Jesus can break the law?
He's God. He is the law. Jesus is the law. Okay.
Okay, so you don't have an issue with him violating the law. You wouldn't deport him? You're okay if he speaks a different language? Do you think he needs to assimilate?
I think Jesus would have the courtesy.
Would you say that Jesus needs to assimilate to human culture when he comes onto Earth? He's got to assimilate to human culture?
God incarnate. He was a human. I'm God.
So you think Jesus should assimilate to human culture?
Well, no, he should not like earthly culture. He shouldn't sin.
Wait, so you're saying if you go to an area in which you are not originally from, because God's not originally from Earth, that means that you don't have to assimilate there?
Well, he did.
Wait, you just conceded. You just conceded that you don't have to assimilate in an area in which you weren't originally from.
Why would you not want assimilation?
Okay, so
in
then
your
you
country?
want Jesus to assimilate to human culture.
Human culture?
Yeah.
He assimilated to his native culture.
He needs
yeah.
to assimilate to human culture by sinning.
No, that's not human culture.
That is human culture. It
He
is.
was Jewish. He was in
Would
Jewish
you
culture.
say that human culture is to sin?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah,
Well,
you would. So Jesus
human
needs to assimilate to human culture,
no.
right? Is
Look,
that your argument? Jesus needs to
my
assimilate to human culture,
get back on track. My
or are
argument
you
is
saying
this.
Jesus should not assimilate to human culture, even though he's not originally from this area?
I'm not gonna block people from entering the country because they won't sin. You know?
Okay, wait. But you're making a claim that they should assimilate because they're not originally from this area. So then you should say the same thing to Jesus, right? He needs to assimilate.
No, because what he would do.
No, so then you're saying you don't need to assimilate in an area in which you're not originally from?
He was originally from.
New argument
Nazareth.
unlocked, by the way.
What did you say?
Yeah, so then Jesus did not need to assimilate to human culture, even though he was not originally from Earth.
He was born on Earth.
So do you think God, because Jesus is God, is originally from Earth?
I'm glad you just proclaimed that Jesus is God.
No, I'm just saying you, under your view, think that.
Do I think if the Father came down?
No, do you think Jesus is like Jesus being God, under your view, is originally from Earth?
Well, he's also a man, so he is the.
So God the Father is not originally from Earth.
Well, God the Father is not, no.
Okay, but God the Father and Jesus are the same, right?
They are. He is one with the Father, yes.
Okay.
But he was the son of a woman, a human.
Okay, and what's your
So
point? The point I'm making is that he's not assimilating to human culture. Okay.
He did assimilate to human culture. He was God incarnate as a man. That's assimilation, is it not?
No, can you define assimilation?
Yeah, adopting the customs and norms of the place you go
Paris,
to.
think of the galaxy. But that does not mean adopting all customs and norms, right?
What?
Does your definition of assimilation include adopting all customs and norms?
Most of them becoming, yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, it does. So God doesn't do that if he's not sinning, you know? Because isn't that like isn't that a huge part of a human culture?
I'm not gonna, stop a Mexican from coming to America because they don't want to gamble.
Yeah, but you're going to say that they should assimilate under your definition, which means that they should speak English under your view, right? Yeah. And so then if it's applicable to things like that, then I think Jesus should sin because he needs to assimilate to human culture. He needs to fornicate. It is a part of human culture, and I think he needs to assimilate.
Yeah, well, he was in Jewish culture where sinning was wrong. So you think about that. He was born into a Jewish society.
But other sins were normal, right? So should he have done those sins?
They were forbidden. They were frowned upon.
But they were normal, right?
Yeah, they were frowned upon, but they weren't.
So
people they weren't a condition of the people didn't want to do it.
So let me just clarify the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that your standard of assimilation here is ridiculous. You're not always going to say in every scenario that someone should have to assimilate to every single tradition that exists within our particular society just because they're immigrating here. That's my point from this. It would seem absurd to say that Jesus or that God needs to assimilate to engaging in sin because humans engage in sin. That would be absurd. That's a typical practice and cultural element of our society is sin under your perspective. right? So if you're making that view, then you'd have to say that. But no, obviously no one thinks that, right?
Yeah, I have no problem if people come here and speak their native language.
And only speaking that language.
They shouldn't be only speaking the language. That's what I mean.
Why not?
It shouldn't be because they have to learn English and they have to be able to speak English.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They do. That's my view. They have to.
No, they don't.
Don't they? Why not?
Why do they have to?
Because it's
because you feel like it.
Well, how are they going to get a job? How are they going to?
There are
day-to-day basis.
communities within the U.S. that speak other languages than English.
Sounds a whole lot like segregation. Do you not think? If you want everybody to live together.
No. By the way, I've known people who don't know English that live in this country that have jobs in this country.
How do you talk to them?
Through people that can translate.
You get a translator?
Or one of their family members?
That does not seem efficient, you know. Can't they just learn?
Okay, you don't have to do the most efficient thing ever. Your intelligence level isn't efficient for our society.
I'm
You
very
laugh at that, but
intelligent.
I'm actually serious.
What do you mean?
I'm genuinely serious. Like, there are plenty of things I could point to in terms of the efficiency of our society that are not 100% totally efficient.
Okay, I don't think that communities where people speak different languages, it's not healthy for a society. It's certainly not what the United States of America is about, okay? We have to be one unit. We have to all speak the same language. Otherwise, how are we even a country?
Okay, how are we a world if we don't all speak the same language?
That's why we have borders. That's why we're divided.
How are we a planet if we don't speak the same language?
That's why we have borders.
Yeah, and you understand that we have different communities in America too, right?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. We shouldn't have communities which are so fundamentally different. I have no problem.
Why not?
With slight diversity.
You don't like diversity?
No, I like diversity to a degree.
Okay, this is diversity.
Yeah, this is just a completely different type of diversity.
Dude, are you like if you came to LA and like you went through K-Town, would you be pissed off that you see signs not in English?
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to read them.
Yeah, this guy would drive through K-Town and be like, "What the fuck, man? These signs aren't even in English."
I wouldn't lose my shit like
Come
that.
on,
I'd
bro.
be
Like, you're ridiculous, bro. Like, the fact that you'd even think about that is absurd to me.
I'd have to.
The
well,
fuck?
How? What do you mean? Think about it. I'm supposed to.
Like,
read
just
the
don't go
sign?
to K-Town then.
I won't.
Like, if it's such a big deal, don't go to K-Town. Like, you know what I
won't
mean?
be
Like,
going.
what are you talking about, bro?
I should be able to go to LA and to see signs in English. I want to be able to understand everything I'm reading.
Go fuck yourself.
What?
I'm serious. Like, genuinely, if you have such a big deal with seeing signs that are not in English in this country, go fuck yourself. Cope.
How
I don't
can
give a
not read
shit.
the
I
sign?
seriously
need
don't
to
give
read-
a flying fuck, man.
You gotta read the sign, man. How,
Dude,
do you know what
if you
the
care
point
so
of the
much,
sign is?
look it up on your phone, bro. You have a
You want me to get
supercomputer
my
in your
phone out?
pocket.
Google Translate?
Yeah, pull open that shit right now and look it up.
Why? I shouldn't have to do that in my own country. You know, the fundamentals of a...
I shouldn't have to do that in my own country. Well, dude, just go to a different area in your country, bro. You're fine. You're going to be okay. You
the
can
point.
live your whole life without knowing different languages. It's not a big issue.
Why would I... Do you not understand? I need to be able to read a sign in a country. What? I'm not going to go to a different country.
Then go fucking figure out the language. How about you go learn that shit? How about you stop being lazy?
Why would I... Hold on. You want all these new people to come to our country and bring a new language.
Yeah, and if you want to be able to communicate with them, learn their language.
I don't have to communicate with them. I have to read
Yeah,
the
they don't
sign.
have to communicate with you. Boom! You just owned yourself.
How are they gonna read my sign in my place?
They don't need to. They don't want to either. Dude, you're a weirdo anyway. Why would they want to hang out with you? Why would they want to interact with you?
Weird.
If you have
I'm
such
so
a big
normal.
issue with people speaking different languages in this country, you're a weirdo. It is
I'm
not a
not a
big
weirdo.
issue. It doesn't impact you in any way. Like,
I want to be able to converse with the people.
you don't need to converse with everyone.
How am I supposed to go to a store and buy something?
I live in California. I only speak English. I don't speak other languages. I get around. How do I get by? I don't speak other languages. I don't understand Korean. I don't understand Chinese. I have no fucking clue what they say. But who gives a shit? Genuinely, who gives a flying fuck? If I really wanted to know, I would look it up, dude. It's not a big deal.
It doesn't. It's not. It's not compatible with. I don't. Why would? You've got to. It's one country, man. Do you want to divided states of America? What do you want?
These are private businesses. This is not like you're driving on the road, right? And you need to like be able to read it. This is a private business, okay?
Yeah.
So why can't the private business have a sign in a language that they want that is reflective of the area that they're in?
How will I know what the store sells if it doesn't say it in English?
You can look it up. Or not go to that store. Go to a different store.
What if the only thing I need is in that store and I don't know that it's in there because I can't read it because
Google Translate.
I don't want to pull out my phone. I want to be able to just
I
have it in my pocket.
don't want to pull out my phone, dude. Like, I just want to be able to like read every sign just like because it's a sign, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, I'm in America, bro. Like, we speak American, dude. We speak like English. Every sign's got to be written in American, bro. If it's not written in American, what do you want to live in a different country, bro? We're living in America, man. America, the land of the free, where you shouldn't be able to have signs in different languages. Like, what the fuck, dude? You thought you were free to do that?
So, if I move to
Speak American, bro.
If I move to Mexico and I get all my friends to move to Mexico and we move to this Mexican neighborhood, do you expect if I open a store to have it in English and to disrupt these Mexicans' lives to not be able to read the sign?
I doubt they would care if you did. If you that there are Spanish.
Sounds like colonialism.
You know that there are quite literally businesses in Mexico in which they do speak English, in which the signs are written in English.
That's terrible.
How?
Justice for the Mexicans. How are they gonna read? How can they go shopping in their own country and not
They
be
can
able
go
to
to a
read?
different. They can go to a different store,
They shouldn't have to.
or they can use Google Translate.
Google. I hate Google Translate. It's not even. Sometimes it gets it wrong.
Okay, then you can. If you found it out, then didn't you? You found out that it was wrong. So how'd you find out?
What? Well, you use it. You know.
How'd you find out that it was wrong?
I don't know. It's been wrong before.
How'd you find out that it was wrong?
I can't remember. It's been wrong before.
Okay, but
Didn't
like
they
you had,
use the,
you had some mechanism to identify that, right?
What do you mean?
Like you were able to figure out that it was wrong?
I don't know. I can't remember a specific time.
You don't
I
know if
that
you were able to figure out that it was wrong. Didn't you just claim that it was wrong?
what it used to do.
This
I
guy,
didn't
man.
figure it
This guy, bro.
You know the,
Neo, by the way,
I
thank
think
you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They did translate for my mom and dad. My whole life I've been heavily hindered in a vast amount of situations, especially considering my own limitations. I mean, the idea is up to the individual. It's that they make the decisions themselves. It's not a big deal. Like for people to choose not to learn a particular language if they want, right? And that's that's not an issue if some people don't want to learn that. And it's not something some person who only speaks English should point to someone else and be like, "Oh, you're not good enough American because you don't speak English." Right? I think that's fucked.
I'm a collectivist. I want to live in a society where
No, you're
you
not a
talk to any-
collectivist. You support Donald Trump. You literally want to restrict people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic things they need. You vote for policies that give tax breaks to billionaires and millionaires at the expense of working class people in this country. What the fuck do you mean you're a collectivist?
Well, I support the free market.
So you're not a collectivist.
No, I think, look, I'm a collectivist socially, but economically,
What does that even mean?
look, if
Economics is
somebody,
a social interaction. You know that, right?
no, yeah, it's
Economics is a
social.
study of social interaction.
They predict yeah. But
Yeah,
look,
it's mathematics and social science.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, for example, if you want to talk about free healthcare, if somebody smokes all their life and gets lung cancer, right? Should their lung cancer treatment come out of my pocket as a taxpayer?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we should pay for everyone's healthcare needs in our society as a whole.
Yeah, but again,
How
it
old
would
are you?
be- I'm 21.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah.
Okay, you've probably barely paid taxes at this point. What the fuck are you
Yeah, man.
complaining about? You've
When you
benefited
pay-
most of your life off of other people's tax dollars. You went to school, right?
Yeah.
Most of your life has been funded by other people's tax dollars.
Yeah, I know. I support education,
Okay?
free education.
So most of your life has been funded by other people's tax dollars.
No problem with tax dollars.
You
funding
chose to
other
not pay attention, but yet we still paid for it.
In school, I did pay attention in school.
Okay. How many branches of government are there?
How many branches of government? Did they teach you that?
Yeah. In elementary school.
That was a long time ago.
You see what I mean?
Can I have a clue? Give me a clue.
Yeah, 3 branches of government.
3.
Executive, judicial, and legislative.
Hmm. Yeah. I've heard of those.
I bet. How many continents are there?
7.
What are they?
North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Antarctica, and Oceania.
I mean, it's Australia or Oceania. I'll count you there. I'm surprised you
Thank
got
you.
that. Did you look it up at all?
No, I didn't. Ask me more questions. I'm clever.
You think so? Are you pro-life?
Yeah.
Where in the human body does conception occur?
The uterus. Is it not? Oh,
Nope.
no.
I said conception, not pregnancy.
Conception. Yeah, biology's not my strongest subject.
Okay.
Yeah. What was it?
How many holes do women typically have below the waist? Fallopian tube, by the way.
How many holes? What did you say?
Yeah, how many holes do women typically have below the waist?
4. Below the waist?
Can you tell me what are the 4?
What are the 4? I don't know the names. No, 3. Wait, 3?
Yeah.
Sorry. Someone once told me a long time ago that the vagina had 3, and I thought, I don't know why. I just thought about that, but then I thought about it and I was
You
like,
thought
hold
the
on.
vagina had 3 holes.
No, if I'd thought about it extensively, I'd have realized, hold on, no, that's not true at all.
Yeah.
No,
What do
it's not true.
what do women pee out of? Like, what is the anatomical name of what they pee out of?
Well, I know the your urethra? What's the is
Yeah,
that the hole?
you're right.
Thank you very much.
I'm surprised you knew that.
Thank you.
Holy shit,
Well,
dude.
not thank you for being
Tracy, think of
surprised.
the galaxy now. Can you tell me the planets in order?
In order, yeah, wait. Okay. I know that it's my very excellent mother just served us noodles, right? So it would be um, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
Okay. You know,
Thank
at
you.
least you did pay attention somewhat.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
I'll
I'm
give
not
that.
looking it up. Everybody's saying I'm looking it up. I'm not. I swear to God.
No, I believe you. I believe you. Pluto is
Thank
not
you.
a planet. Everyone, remember, Pluto is not a planet. Don't let the rich Plutonians tell you that Pluto is a planet. They're just trying to do that to make Pluto smaller by extracting all of the plutonium. Okay.
Is that the Rick and Morty episode?
How'd you know? How'd you know?
I watched it, man. I love that episode.
Pluto is not a planet. Okay.
And they make Jerry the king, don't they?
Nah,
Or
bro.
something.
Pluto is not a planet. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, bro. You're doing that for the plutonian corporations, bro. Okay.
I have
Well,
more questions.
okay. Do you understand my broader points though? Like before we got into like the whole asking you questions and quizzing you,
You were saying that we can have a society. We
we can have a
can.
society where people speak different languages, and that's completely okay. There's no big issue. People don't need to assimilate in every single quality, right? We don't need to have the most efficient set of conditions ever for you to be able to interact with everyone. There are people that speak English that you can't directly communicate with.
I definitely understand. Um, yeah, I understand your point. It's not outrageous, and I don't think that um, I I I don't think it's a disaster if everybody speaks different languages. I just think we would live in a better society and a more um,
So expand access to English, not just saying like, oh, immigrants are in the wrong because they haven't learned English yet.
yeah. I mean, the only problem I'd have with that is that tax money would go towards it. But I mean, I don't know if it would cost that much. Maybe
No, we're just saying
maybe we
expand access to the educational resources so that people can have access to language learning in relation to English if you want that. But I just don't understand the reason why you would say like people are in the wrong if they haven't done that.
I don't think they're in the wrong. I just think it's not advantageous to us to have them come to the country. But access to English, I would.
Immigrants benefit our society. Did you know that actually immigration has led to a decrease in our deficits by over $14.5 trillion over the last 30 years?
Say that again.
Did you know that immigration over the past 30 years has led to a decrease in the deficit by $14.5 trillion?
That's a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I understand that. Yeah, immigration can benefit economically
it
the
helps
country.
us
I've
deal
never.
with every other problem that we're dealing with in typical.
Mm. Yeah, I support monitored, limited immigration.
Okay. So you say you support monitored limited immigration. That's what everyone supports to a certain extent. It's about where the limits and the monitors are put like specifically. Like of course, people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should not be allowed into our society. But that doesn't mean that we should reduce the level of immigration that we have.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't Obama deported more people than Trump, right?
It's because you're comparing 8 to 1 years.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, Trump already had 4, so it's 5.
4 or 5 what?
There's like it's like 5 years in total because he
Yeah.
had the first.
So your his first administration, first term is different than his second term in terms of proportionality of deporting people. And then secondly, That's still even so, right? Like Trump's on track to pass Obama.
Is he?
Yep.
Well, that's good, I suppose, because you know, I support Trump and not Obama. But yeah, I think that I mean, yeah. I mean, you understand my viewpoint, right? That immigration and moderation is good, and excessive immigration can be bad. You agree?
Obviously, if it's way too excessive, but we're nowhere near that level. The level we're at, it's way too beneficial to our society to limit it.
Okay. Maybe economically, yeah, but I think again, language is very important. I think for a society which functions,
Then
and I
Trump
think
should
that
maybe be able to pronounce acetaminophen.
he should what?
Maybe be able to pronounce this acetaminophen.
What is that?
You don't know what acetaminophen is.
I can't pronounce that, bro. Say it again.
Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen.
You did okay.
I can pronounce it better than Trump.
You know, it's Tylenol, right?
Tylenol. Well, I know what that is.
Of course. And Trump can't pronounce acetaminophen. And you guys are going to talk about being able to speak English.
Well, I can pronounce it. Maybe they should vote for me.
Okay, well, I'm just messing. You're being ridiculous. Like, why are these reasons to support Trump? I mean, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Right? He went up to a 10-year-old girl, said he'd be dating her in 10 years. At what point will you be willing to say that he is so bad that you shouldn't support him? Because what you're bringing up right now is ridiculous comparative to that.
Yeah, as I said, his character isn't what I'm concerned with.
So again, if it was Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
See that I don't know because
you don't know.
Well,
how do you not know the answer to that question?
Epstein was horrible. I mean, didn't he work for Mossad?
I'm just asking, how do you not know the answer to that question?
Yeah, Kamala, of course.
Okay, the fact that it took you that long to say Kamala is crazy. So you do care about character to some extent, right? Why is Donald Trump's character not disqualifying, but Epstein's is under your view?
Well, there's a lot of evidence against Epstein.
Yeah, and there's evidence against Trump as well. So why don't you say both should be considered guilty?
There's not that much. Wasn't he actually quite vindicated in the files? There wasn't that much against him.
Nope, Trump was held liable for sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Donald Trump literally told on himself.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's how is that going to affect policymaking?
How is that going to affect policymaking?
Yeah, how is that? It's obviously
if someone is willing to sexually assault people and disenfranchise them in that way directly, wouldn't that mean that they'd be likely okay with doing that to us as a country?
Sexually assault in the country, or like
disenfranchise the country. If he's willing to disenfranchise someone to such an extreme level on an individual standpoint, then wouldn't he be likely to be able to do that on a overall basis?
Yeah, I suppose so. But has he?
Yeah, he definitely has.
Can you give an example?
Yeah. I already gave you examples already with plenty, but I'll give you even more. His big, beautiful bill cuts 10 million people off their access to health insurance, 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 420,000 children off of access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Those are ways of disenfranchising the public. He brought us into a war with Iran after saying no new wars.
That is true. That was quite the contradiction in his character.
Yeah, he said he was going to bring down gas prices and grocery prices and prices in general. Prices have gone up now due to that. Gas prices have gone up, grocery prices, everything in general. OECD said that it's forecasted 4.2% year over year for this next month. Absurd.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the greatest character, not the greatest policies, but I do think that I just think he was the better candidate. I think he still would be in hindsight.
Okay, what makes you think that?
I mean, he's deported how many people?
But how does that materially benefit our society?
Well, they were undocumented.
But that doesn't necessarily materially benefit our society just because we remove them from the country if they're undocumented. Thank you for the you're amazing.
Well, did they speak English? Did they have jobs?
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the next person at this point.
No, wait.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate everyone. Jennifer, thank you for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 100.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Ryan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Doom, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Absolutely, always will. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
No.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Ross, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. It is a dwarf planet. Travis, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Misty with the $25. Thank you so much. What would you say about sign language? Does he hold deaf people accountable for not speaking English? Yeah, it'd be absurd. Ivy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to look into that. Thank you. Cassie, thank you so much for the $1. Jordan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jewel, thank you for the $5. Bag of spinach, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. That would have been a great question. John with the $5. Hala, thank you for the $10. Ellie, thank you so much for the push the $5. Paige with the $10. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that, Paige, by the way. Alrighty. Let's go into the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Alrighty, let's go in the next individual here real quick. Thank you, Blue Girl. I appreciate the galaxy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit 80 blinkers.
Damn, I don't even have the ability to do that. That's just impossible.
What's up, bro?
Yo, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Making all people like you cry.
You said making people like me cry.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Okay. So why do you want to do that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Why don't you actually explain it? Sounds like you're just scared of actually debating me.
I'm scared. I'm not a debater.
Sounds like it. But, like, why do you want to make me cry?
I think we shouldn't cry over who's president.
Okay. So you don't want me to cry?
Well, how many lives were active when Biden was president?
I did lives when Biden was president. Did you know that?
How many
Every single day.
conservative lives were doing the same thing you do?
Oh, I mean, how many I don't know. I don't watch MAGA streams. You tell me. Were you watching MAGA streams? Or do you only
No.
watch my stream?
I watch you a lot.
So you only watch liberal streamers? You don't watch MAGA?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
But it's good to watch. It's good to watch a different every once in a while, right?
Sure. I mean, I'm not getting. I'm happy you watch my stream rather than watching the MAGA. But the point that I'm making is that in terms of, like MAGA streaming, I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. What's your point with this? I've been doing this before practically everyone, because I started streaming on YouTube debate or on TikTok debates like before like everyone. Like no one was doing this before. I started in 2021.
I understand. Yeah, when you were old enough.
When I was old enough? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago.
Yeah. You were 18 5 years ago.
Okay, and? Are you trolling me right now?
No, I don't do such a thing.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's the
Play
value?
GTA with me.
I didn't even hear what they said. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Tomorrow, everyone, I will be doing the people asking the Twitch stream. I will be doing a Twitch stream tomorrow. My girlfriend is leaving tomorrow. She's going to be busy. So I'll have some time tomorrow. And by the way, everyone, on the 28th, there's going to be a No Kings protest. So make sure to go to the No Kings protest if you absolutely can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you like my profile picture?
I don't know what their profile picture was. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We have about, I want to say 30 minutes left on the stream, everyone. A little less than that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Once again, I ask when we're gonna play it.
I'm sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We got about 30 more minutes left on the stream, everyone. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. By the way, Riley, thank you so much for the $3. Max for the $2. Thank you very much. Marlia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I know, right? Dawn, thank you for the $5. Sonia, thank you so much for the $3. Brittany with the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That was for the last guest, it seems. Anthony, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Did Dean say when he was going to go live today, everyone? He's still not live. I'm like kind of surprised. I hope he's okay. He hasn't even messaged me back. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, is there a way you can get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Yeah, sorry, it's connected to my CarPlay.
Okay.
I'm not driving, I'm just parked, but no, I just had a question and legit actual, like I'm not trolling. I saw a video in which you had asked a guy because he supports the war in Iran if he was willing to enlist because obviously stand for what you believe in. Now, Out of
Because he supports
curiosity,
offensive wars, not defensive.
I mean, wouldn't it be defensive if it's an old thing that we've been dealing with for like 40 some years?
No, it's not defensive because there was no evidence that they were going to strike us at all. Absolutely zero evidence. According to Joe Kent, who resigned, he said that there was no intelligence that they were going to strike us, and that we did this on behalf of the state of Israel. Again, just letting you know, it's a little bit hard to hear you still. If you can get a little bit closer to your mic if possible.
I'm sorry. I apologize for the quality. Like I said, it's just my car play. So out of curiosity, why do they need enriched uranium?
So they weren't even enriching uranium more, according to Tulsi Gabbard, who spoke in front of Congress, since the strike that we took on their nuclear enrichment facilities.
But I'm saying, what do they need enriched uranium for?
I'm not disputing that they were prior, after the Trump pulling out of the JCPOA, enriching uranium to be able to build a nuclear weapon. Like at that time they were. But since they've been struck by the U.S., they have not been building it, according to U.S. intelligence. Therefore, it makes no sense that they would be specifically attacking them because of the nuclear weapon. They're simply doing so because of the ballistic missile program they have.
But you do agree then that if they were to continue, if they were doing stuff, that there is a potential, not even for a strike on us, but a strike on one of our allies, correct?
You say that one more time, sorry?
You can at least agree with me then that should there be a continuation of their program before our strikes, that there is the potential for them to strike, maybe not us, but one of our allies, correct?
With ballistic missiles?
Yes.
They're more likely to do that if we go to war with them. And then in that situation, to be defensive. We had no evidence that they were going to do so.
Well, I mean, the potential of being able to make nuclear weapons, that kind of raises a question on whether or not, what are they going to do when they make them?
So the point is that they're not going to make them yet. They had no evidence that they were making them yet. So, like, I just don't understand the point you were making that we need to attack them or go to war with them. Plus, the JCPOA we had was a negotiation without going to war with them to limit them from producing enough enriched uranium to the degree that they would need to weaponize it.
But also, prior administrations before Trump have listed Iran as one of the biggest threats to the nation's security. Kamala Harris actually said that on her campaign trail.
So you say you don't want, you said on the campaign trail, wait, say that one more time? Sorry, I was reading a message.
Sure, not a problem. Kamala Harris stated that Iran was one of our biggest threats on her campaign trail. And that's, I mean, like,
wait, I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. But that doesn't mean that she would have gone to war with Iran.
Okay, can you tell me what the negative effect long-term is of us going to war with Iran?
Yes, destroying our reputation around the entire world, destabilizing our relationships with our allies, especially NATO. We can also point to the fact that it's costing a bunch of money, U.S. service members' lives, innocent Iranian civilians. It doesn't change out the regime that exists there, radicalizes the individuals there to a greater extent, has destabilized the relation to a greater extent since we've engaged in more military intervention, things like that.
Okay, and what in history points to that exact thing?
Afghanistan.
Name another war.
Iraq.
Iraq's not stable right now?
I don't think that it's actually been more stable because of our involvement historically. I don't think that Iran's been stable historically because of our involvement. Our involvement historically actually took out a democratically elected leader and reinstated a military dictatorship in Iran in 1953. Afghanistan, specifically the Taliban has taken over. Trump is actually the one who set up the deal with the Taliban to give them 5,000 members back and to pull out.
Okay, but who orchestrated the pullout in Afghanistan?
That was Trump.
That was Joe Biden.
It was Trump, because Trump set up the agreement with the Taliban.
Trump's original plan was drawn out for over years upon years.
You're wrong.
Biden is the one that made the order to pull.
No, Biden actually extended it.
This was even in Dean's Jubilee.
You're wrong. So Biden actually extended it. So Biden extended the order to stay. So they actually stayed there longer because of Biden. So they had more time to leave under Biden. Under Trump, they would have had less time to leave. They would have left in like May rather than leaving in August.
The pullout was executed under Joe Biden. Donald Trump's original plan was for a pullout over an amount of years.
No, it was to pull out in May. It was to pull out in May.
Dude, this was fact checked in
Do you want to bet?
Dean's Jubilee.
Do you want to bet?
Yes.
How much?
Throw $1 on it. There we go.
More than that.
You need more than that?
Absolutely.
So this wasn't fact checked in Dean's Jubilee.
No, not correct. You're misunderstanding. Because you're objectively wrong. Like, I can literally show you that you're wrong. Put more money on that. Want to put $100 on it?
Oh, is this your Piers Morgan debate tactic that you want to bet money?
Well, Piers Morgan got dog walked by me doing this because he clearly was unable to take the bet.
He definitely didn't. You giggled like a weirdo.
Yeah, he wouldn't take the bet. And now you won't take the bet either because you know you're wrong.
Can you show the proof?
Show what proof?
That it was orchestrated with Trump's plan and not with Biden's.
Yeah, so I already told you Trump originally
Show me
put up
the proof.
Trump originally
Stop
set
filibustering
Let me explain.
and just actually show me the proof.
Trump originally set up the plan that had us leave in May of 2021, and then Biden extended it to be in August. So that we had more time to leave.
Show me the proof.
Okay. Look up PolitiFact, U.S. pullout of Afghanistan. It gives you the entire timeline.
Just pull it up, dude. You have the capabilities right here. Show me.
Okay.
Because Dean got dog walked on this exact point.
Or it's actually factcheck.org. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Anybody can go watch this.
Yeah, and he
That lady
didn't get fact-checked.
served him up on this.
No, she didn't. She wouldn't stop interrupting him. Here's the timeline of U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Do you see the screen?
I do.
Okay. So if you scroll down, Trump strikes a deal. Do you see this?
Okay.
What does it say? U.S. and Taliban sign agreement that sets terms for U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan by May 1st, 2021. Okay, that was set up by Trump. Do you see?
Yes, and I didn't debate that. I said that
And it was
Trump's
extended
original
under
plan.
Biden. Biden follows through. And then scroll
and then
down,
what
and in
happened-
August, there's the
What happened
pullout.
with the pullout of Joe Biden? What happened?
What happened? Are you saying 13 service members
How much
died?
equipment did we leave there?
So the equipment.
How many billions of dollars did we leave there?
So I don't know if it specifies here, but the equipment specifically, there's a bit of a misunderstanding here, because the equipment we gave was to the Taliban, or not to the Taliban, to the Afghan government to defend itself against the Taliban. Okay, so any of the stuff that it was just ours, we destroyed on site or we brought back with us. Otherwise, it was just stuff we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves.
Yeah, you're objectively wrong.
No, I'm not. That came from
Yes, you
military
are.
intelligence and military experts.
Does everybody remember the video of people hanging off the plane while it was trying to take off? That was
Yeah.
executed correctly under Joe Biden.
Okay, but if you think that Donald Trump would have known that
Hold
the
on,
conditions,
did that happen? Yes or no?
of course. What's your point?
Okay. So that's a perfectly executed pullout by Joe Biden under his administration.
I never said it was a perfect pullout.
Okay, so Trump set the initial terms, and I agreed with you on that. That was my initial claim.
No, it wasn't.
Biden executed the pullout. Yes, I said Trump set the terms, and then you said, yes, he did, but they followed through on his plan, and Joe Biden extended it. That's exactly what we just
No,
said.
you're misunderstanding the conversation we were having. You were arguing that Trump specifically was not the one, and I had to justify it to you that Trump was the one that set up the
Executed
deal.
the pullout.
That's why when I first showed you the factcheck.org statement, that's the first thing I showed you was that it actually was Trump's deal. So why are you lying?
I said it was Trump's deal. I
No, you
literally
didn't.
said that. And then
What were we gonna bet on,
did a
you
poor
liar?
execution.
What were we gonna bet on, you liar?
Oh God. Do you top or bottom for Dean?
What, do you just like come up with gay fantasies in your head every single time that someone beats you in a debate?
I'm not the one making up weird hypotheticals.
You literally just
involving the
fantasized about whether or not I'm a top or bottom of
LGBTQ1A.
Dean, bro. What is wrong with you?
You're
Like,
sitting here and immediately, this is always what you do. You say people are lying, and then you immediately go, "Why you lying, bruh?"
You are lying. I literally
like
proved
an
you wrong. I
adult.
showed you on the screen that you're
Here's the
wrong.
thing.
You're mad.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
So people weren't hanging off the plane as it was taking off.
And
That was
I've
your
already
perfect
responded to
execution
this.
by the Biden
You originally were
administration.
claiming that Trump didn't set up this agreement.
No, I said he did set up the agreement, and I said it was supposed to
After
be
I
drawn
showed you
out.
on the screen.
No, you are a fucking idiot, dude.
You're a liar.
Stupid. I'm
You're
not a
mad.
liar.
You're literally crashing out right now. Literally crashing out. You're wrong. You're coping.
That's what 23-year-olds do. They go, "Oh, you're crashing out,
They
bro."
dunk on you in the conversation and they beat you in the conversation. Then you get mad and then you crash out. Yeah.
You didn't
Brittany,
beat
thank you
on
for the
anything.
$50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we get some W's for
And then
Brittany
there's
in the
the
comment
Dean.
section
Oh,
right now?
thank you
For
guys
the
for the
$50. Thank
$5.
you so much,
Hey
Brittany.
guys, everybody, guess
I
what?
appreciate it, Brittany. Thank you for the $50. I have talked about this a lot. There are two leading Republicans.
Dean's tampon fell out on
There are
screen,
two
and
leading
then I picked-
Republicans within California, and right now I'm waiting to see what particular Democrat specifically stays in the race and has the most support, so that we can back them. By the way, they just ran away and left. Back them so that we can literally win against the two Republicans. The reason why I haven't sat there and endorsed someone yet is because there's three different Democrats that have very similar levels of percentage of support, meaning that there's not one that is actually going to win compared to the other one. So say I told everyone to go towards one candidate, and that candidate ended up not being the one that is going to be the leading in the race to be able to beat one of the candidates. Well, then I directed people towards the wrong direction. So I'm kind of waiting to see really what's going to happen with whether or not a Democrat leaves and whatnot, to see whether or not a Democrat is going to increase in terms of their level of support, to see who we should all go behind. Because my position is that right now we don't really have one candidate that we can all get behind, and we're kind of like splitting our vote. If that person wants to come back and doesn't want to be so scared and run away because he just got dog walked in the debate, he can send a guest request back. But he acted like a literal child and ran away because he got dog walked. Nick, thank you so much for the $20 for tell caller to buy some tissues. He does need them. He does really need them. Hack, thank you so much for the $2 for the baby bottle for the guest. I know, right? He definitely needs it. He definitely needs it. What was his name again? He owes you $1? He does actually. Yo, where's my dollar, bro? Where is my dollar, bro? Absolutely diabolical. Bad omens. Bad omens. Send your guest request back, buddy. Are you scared? Are you scared, bud? Oh, he probably was just getting mad because I thanked someone for a donation. Alrighty, everyone. I thought Santana was going to join us, everyone. I'll have to text him. I thought he was going to end up joining us. Dean asked if I want to co-host. I think he was going to hop on very soon. I think I have a few minutes to co-host. Let me see how much time I have. I have like 15 men. I have to get off. Sorry, I'm responding to Dean, everyone. He seems to be okay. He's just really pissed off at everything that happened, which is very understandable. Hear what happened to Dean? Yeah, I did hear what happened to Dean. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I don't know how I did this. I think this
You're
was.
good. Don't worry. For the people asking what happened, some drunk MAGA, like spit on Dean and admitted to it, and he's been trying to hold them accountable.
Man, you seriously just need to shut that shit up, bro.
Oh wait, were they a Trump supporter? Send a guest request back. What was their name? I'll add them back up. I just kicked them because I didn't hear. I heard like something else other than like what their age was or Trump supporting stuff. On his vacation? Yeah, when he was coming back. Crazy, right? Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Luna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Crazy. Thank you so much. What was that last person's name, everyone? They just said something. I kicked them. I don't know. Guess I don't know. How old are you?
I'm 67.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I didn't want Harris. I don't think she was really as good as they could have got for Democrats' side.
Okay. So why do you support Trump over Harris?
Well, for one thing, I think Trump might bring us a little bit closer with Russia in peace. The two countries could get along great and grow together.
How's that happened? How's that worked?
Well, they have a relationship now, Mr. Putin and Trump, pretty decent relationship. I think we should help Russia
So why is Russia funding Iran?
Probably because Russia doesn't let Jews control their country, and Iran's against the Jewish state of Israel.
Okay, so I don't think it has to do with people being Jewish, right? I think that's absurd, right? So there's a big distinction between the state of Israel and between Jewish people. Jewish people are not controlling all of society. Do you think Jewish people are controlling all of society in our system?
The Jewish state of Israel controls much of Europe and America.
So the state of Israel absolutely does have huge influence over Europe and the United States, but that does not mean Jewish people are controlling everything.
No, not all Jewish people, but Israel is the Jewish state of Israel. It's the Jewish state.
Yeah,
I'm
so then
67.
why do you support Trump then? Because Trump is going to war with Iran on behalf of the state of Israel.
Right. I think that they are so powerful, I think he has to play both sides of the fence at the moment.
Okay. So if they're so powerful, he has to play both sides of the fence. Then what is this argument that you're playing right now? It seems like they are clearly, like Russia is clearly not at more peace with us, not at more allyship with us. I don't think they would do that anyway. We're currently at a proxy war with them in Ukraine, and then they're also at a proxy war with us in Iran. So it's like, I think that it's very obvious that we're at direct conflict, well, indirect conflict with Russia, right? I think that's very clear. And obviously they're an adversary. So why would you say that we should want to treat them like an ally when they're clearly acting treating us like an adversary?
Well, Trump and Putin had a meeting where there wasn't any witnesses to it at one time. And who knows what went on there. I mean, they talked freely between each other, and they didn't have no media to cover what was said. So you really don't know. I don't know. You don't know either. But you could have to imagine a little bit about maybe what they spoke of together.
Yeah, but there's no good evidence that it's led to better conditions, no good evidence that it's led to more peace, no good evidence that we're going to get closer to a ceasefire, and it definitely doesn't seem like we have close relationships with our countries. If anything, it seems like it's become worse since Trump's got in office in terms of like those respects. I think the real way that you respond to Russia is you literally, militarily speaking, have to force them into submission, right? By like defending Ukraine to a manner in which they have to inevitably stop. That's the only way that you can respond to Russia.
Trump, he cut back on the aid to Ukraine. That's most of their top government is wealthy Jews.
I don't know why Jewish people keep being brought up. I'm not a fan of the state of Israel, but there's a big distinction between the state of Israel and Jewish people. I don't know why you're trying to act like Jewish people control, like, are you saying they control Russia now? Or they control the U.S.?
No, they don't control Russia. They can't. There's a lot of Jews in Russia, but they don't have control over the government.
Aren't there Jewish people in the Russian government?
Yeah, but they don't control.
They're not in positions of power? They are. There are absolutely Jewish people in government in Russia.
Putin is a Christian, and like Biden, he had 11 top cabinet members were wealthy Jews.
Okay, there are Jewish people, but what's the obsession?
No, I mean you just you notice the elephant in the room most of the time.
Okay, so you're saying you're trying to make the claim that like Jewish people control all of society. Is that what you're trying to make?
I'm not saying that.
It sounds like it. So why do you keep focusing on that?
I mean, I'm talking about the religion of the top people in throughout the governments, like the top Ukrainian government officials, or that's their religious leaning. Biden had 11 of them there. Mexico has one. Canada has the fourth largest population in the world. I mean, we're pretty much surrounded by them. Venezuela was Hugo Chavez in the 1990s. He threw all of them out of this country, but apparently they're back.
Okay, so you're just trying to make this claim that like Jewish people and all the societies around the world to get into positions of power and control things. There's no good argument to say that it's specifically Jewish people. No argument at all. There's no evidence to substantiate this at all. You're just saying this. Why do you believe it?
Why do you mean no evidence?
There's literally no evidence. You're associating it with an entire group of people, right? That Jewish people are controlling everything because they're in other aspects of our society. Like you could say the same thing for Christians. You could say the same thing for Muslims. You could say the same thing for any other religious view, right?
The Muslims control what? They don't.
You understand that there are Muslims in our government, right?
Very few. I mean, in effect.
And you could say the same thing for Jewish people.
No, there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of them in our government, local government, Pennsylvania, where I live at.
Because there are Jewish people that live in that area.
Whenever Shapiro gets reelected, we'll have 16 years of a Jewish governor.
Okay.
Governorship, like
because,
Illinois.
Simply because there are people in that area that are Jewish.
Right. It's a religious thing, I guess. I think God maybe have a hand in it too as well.
Okay, I genuinely don't understand this obsession with them being Jewish. Here with you, like I just genuinely don't get it. Like you can criticize people's beliefs, but to me it seems like you're obsessed with them being Jewish.
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not. I'm an atheist.
Okay, well, I'm a Christian, and I big follower of Jesus Christ, and so anyway, they spit on his name. I mean, so you got to wonder where this the country's going to. If they're running the country, they have a lot of power to control where the money goes and invest in each other with it. I see a lot of that going on, and I do know that God is real. And I've had things happen in my life that definitely it couldn't have come from anywhere else. So I'm a big believer in he pointed out Jesus to me too, as well. But yeah, I see where the country's going. I see where the powers is shifting to. If you got money, you can invest in your people that feel the same way as you do. Money talks, right?
Okay. But the same thing is true for Christians. The same thing is true for other religious beliefs. The same thing is true for other people's positions. So I don't understand how that's unique specifically to individuals who are Jewish, and so far as you'd want to bring this up in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to offend you, or I know you're not allowed to talk.
Also, do you think Jesus is Jewish?
He's an Israelite. There's a difference.
So was Jesus Jewish?
No, he's an Israelite.
Was he ethnically Jewish?
I think his grandmother was.
Okay, then that means he would be.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, but he was basically an Israelite.
My question then would be is that if you believe that, then what's the big issue?
he was crucified by the Romans, who accepted money from wealthy. I'm not even going to say it no more, but
You're saying Jewish people, but he's Jewish.
he's an Israelite. He's not a Jew.
You just said his
See,
mother was Jewish, right?
His grandmother, I believe, was Saint.
So is his mother Jewish?
No.
So how is his grandma Jewish, but his mother isn't?
I believe she was Saint Anne. Yeah, that was Saint Anne, who was his grandmother. She was wealthy. I believe a wealthy Jew back in the day.
Okay, so how is the grandma Jewish, but the mother is not Jewish?
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to Google Jesus being an Israelite. There's an article on it, and a couple articles, and there's a big difference between a Jew and an Israelite. You can Google that and find out the difference. It's been a while since I looked that stuff up, really.
Yeah, but Jesus was Jewish, so I just want to clarify that. So secondly, let me bring this in because this is my last question. Then I have to get off here. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
You know, he's only going to be president for so many years, and then he's going to be gone. So it's a moot question. I mean, he's there. He'll be gone. I think J.D. Vance might be pretty good. Wait to see. I mean, Democrats had nobody to offer.
We do. But can you answer the question? Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I couldn't imagine.
So even if he sexually abused a woman, you'd still vote for him?
I honestly don't get into people's personal life compared to what they can do professionally. You know.
So if you knew that he raped a minor in the Epstein files, you'd still vote for him?
There's no proof of that.
No, but if you knew that he did that, would you still vote for him?
If I knew that he did that, well, for number one, you can't vote for him no more. But it depends on who's running against him. If
Kamala Harris, if it's Kamala Harris, would you vote for him?
I definitely would. I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I mean, I'd go for the businessman. The country is a business. It's not a personal.
Okay, I'm just gonna get off for today, everybody. Like, it's just like how far people are willing to go is crazy. It's absolutely insane. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off. Send everyone over to Dean's. Look up Dean Withers, Spam Parker, right? Spam Liffin Parker. Marshall, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I'm going to get off for today, everyone. Go to Dean Withers Live. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. It seriously helps get it out to significantly more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think we just are about to hit 2,000, so I'd seriously really appreciate if you help do that. But before we leave, everyone, hit that thumbs up. I'd seriously really appreciate it. We're about at 1,700. If we get 300 people from the YouTube stream of the 3,100 people here, I'd really appreciate that. Is he not live here on YouTube yet? Is he not live on YouTube yet? Not on YouTube? Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. I guess for the people who are on YouTube, because I'm only on YouTube right now, I just ended my TikTok stream. I'd recommend, I'm going to post some YouTube videos right now. You can check that out if you'd like. Dean should be live here very, very soon. So I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up and then check out the videos that I'll be posting here in a quick second. We're going to be putting them up right now, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone.